So good morning, everyone. I hope everyone is in good health and excited for the official inauguration of the Leadership and Development Program. So I am for one very excited and I'm delighted that I have been given the opportunity to officially kickstart the first day for us. We have already conducted multiple programs and interventions with the Border Security Force, and I'm sure Vani and my other colleagues, they can vouch that they have all been very well appreciated and very thorough learning experiences, fun learning experiences, and we are equally excited, looking forward to this one as well. So welcome everyone on behalf of Amity Institute of Training and Development to this program. We are confident that the 5-day learning journey is going to be an amazing one. इस बात पे I want to officially begin our day with our age-old tradition of playing the Saraswati Vandana to invoke Goddess Saraswati, who, as you know, is the goddess of knowledge, and we begin this journey with her blessings. So I would request the IT team to kindly, start off with the Saraswati Vandana. Fantastic. Great. Thank you so much, IT team. So I'll just share my screen 1 second. So I will resume once again by reinforcing the motto of our respected founder, whose vision of translating young talents into global leaders has
I think there's some technology issue. Just give me a minute. I'll just share the presentation and start from where Somadev was taking up. Just give me a minute. Is my screen visible, Priyanka, Tanvi? Anybody?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So as Somadev was saying that every dream or every...
Hello, hi, Vani, am I visible and audible?
Just a sec, I'll have to just see. Can you say again?
Hi, Vani, am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are.
Yes, I'll just start my screen. Apologize for that. Yeah.
Go ahead, Somadev. You want to take that up?
Yes, 1 second.
I've shared this PPT. So
yeah.
While, go ahead.
Sure. So I will resume once again by reinforcing the motto of a respected founder, whose vision of translating young talents into global leaders has materialized into the Amity Education Group. And we are privileged to be part of this vast institution with renowned presence on both a national and international scale. So on that note, let me officially again welcome you to the Amity family. As you are aware, the Amity Group is very research-driven, innovation-based, include especially Amity University, and we are focused on pursuing and strengthening our relationship with the industry. We have very extensive research focus to an extent that the Government of India, the Ministry of Science and Technology, it has recognized us as a scientific and industrial research organization. We can move to the next slide, Vani. So why I mentioned that was because this itself translates into our very own organization, Amity Institute of Training and Development. As you can see on the screen, we ourselves, we are very much driven to be leading experts and researchers in the field of training and development. AITD has been in the training and development domain for more than 15 years now. With more than 2 lakh people impacted and who have benefited from our programs. Our presence on a national scale is evident, as you can see, from across more than 20 cities, multiple states, and we have also solidified our presence on an international scale across multiple countries. So we have conducted roughly a minimum of 150 programs serving a plethora of different clients from various sectors and domains. We have provided performance solutions to senior leaders, to people managers, individual contributors, and provided specially tailored and designed workshops and programs for organizations from banking, finance, healthcare, pharma, public sector organizations, various agencies of the state and central government. I think we can move to the next slide. As you can see from this slide, we have served multiple defense organizations and various departments of both the central government of India and state governments, and also conducted multiple interventions with the Central Armed Police Forces, the BSF, you being one of our top people. So before I move forward with the program overview and giving an idea as that, I would now officially like to take my time and introduce to you all one of the driving pillars, driving forces, our very own director, Brigadier R.K. Sharma. Brigadier Sharma has been serving as the director of Amity Institute of Training and Development since 2006 after he retired from the army. He was commissioned in June 1971 and went straight into battle as a young officer in East Pakistan, now Bangladesh. Sir commanded a battalion on the line of actual control in Arunachal Pradesh in the aftermath of the 1987 Wangdung incident. Sir later also commanded a brigade on the line of control in Kashmir during 2000 to 2002, when the line of control was hot right after the Kargil conflict. He had BSF units under operation control. He was a senior instructor army at the Defense Services Staff College, Wellington. Sir was awarded the Youth Seva Medal in 2004. Sir, I would like to welcome you to address our participants and grace this session with your expertise.
Thank you very much, Som. Good morning, everybody. Am I audible, Vani?
Yes, sir,
As
you are.
usual, sir,
Thank
loud
you.
and clear.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, we welcome you all to the training program. And I will just take a few minutes, this primarily because of our IG's address the other day when he said to bring in the 5 resolves enunciated by our Honorable Prime Minister. So also we will have a look at the geostrategic scenario around India very briefly, because what happens around in our neighborhood and in our land borders, it directly impacts BSF leadership and BSF operations. So I'll just take a few minutes each uh, uh, to discuss our neighbors, starting with China. Next, please. We all know about the Chinese aggression, which has been on our line of actual control and in Arunachal. And it manifested in June 2020 in the Galwan incident. And a few months ago in Tawang sector. Now, China is an expansionist power. It feels that its time has come and it wants to project its power. And this is going to impact India's northern frontiers and India's neighborhood. And China has recently renamed, of course, they've done it earlier also twice, some places in Arunachal Pradesh, which it calls South Tibet, and also some undersea places in the Indian Ocean, which just shows the kind of interest they are showing not only in South China Sea, but also right up to Indian Ocean. And considering their posture in the last few years and their stated policy, it seems that there are likely to be more clashes in the foreseeable future, both in Arunachal area and in our Leh sector, Ladakh area. Coming on to Pakistan, it continues with the proxy war, which started in 1989. And although there was a bit of a lull last few months, but then again, 2 days ago, the ambush which took place in Bimbagali, Poonch area, that shows that they want to show to us that in spite of their economic conditions, they are going to continue with the proxy war in J&K. They've also started fomenting trouble in Punjab. We have seen their hand in all sorts of smuggling activities through drones, through tunnels, dropping weapons, dropping drugs in Punjab. So they would like to keep us busy in Punjab also. Of course, there is at present there is a political instability in Pakistan. There are supposed to be elections in late 2023, which Imran Khan wants to have as soon as possible. So this turmoil is going to continue in Pakistan. Their economic crisis they are in a very bad shape. The World Bank has recently, not refused, but is not granting their IMF loan, which they're looking forward to. So Pakistan is going to continue, and it will play China's game on our western borders. So we can expect this proxy war continuing in J&K and maybe some trouble in Punjab, of Indian Punjab and other states. Next, please. Of course, all this is very well known to all of us. I'm just going to bring it all together in the end. Bangladesh, as we all know, the elections are due in January 2024 after a very strong and iron-fisted reign of Sheikh Hasina. And India is looking at her prospects in the elections. And should the opposition party come to power, then what impact it will have on our eastern states. So this is something that we have to look into, and also we have to look into China's interest in acquiring ports and facilities in Bangladesh, which by itself is poses a threat to India. So again, we see China's hand on our northern borders through Pakistan, through Bangladesh, and now we'll also see it through Nepal. Recently, Prachanda has become the prime minister, and of course, former PM Oli who's an Indian beta. He holds the key to the government, and Chinese influence continues to grow in Nepal. So this is another area that you all would like to have keep under your observation. Next, please. Sri Lanka, as we all know, continues to demand India's humanitarian, financial, and political attention. There have been tremendous violence and economic distress in that country. And of course, Chinese are also once again increasing the influence in Sri Lanka. We all know about the Harbantota port and India's reaction to that. So this country again is in a bit of a turmoil, and we need to have a look at it. Maldives again, we all know there's a presidential elections in September 2023. One of the two parties is fighting the elections on an anti-India stand. They are very pro-Chinese, that particular party. One faction is pro-India. And once again, this is a group of islands where the Chinese influence needs to be countered. So once again, this is an area of concern to India. Next, please. Next, please. Coming to Myanmar, once again, this is an area in turmoil. The military junta is controlling affairs there. Of course, India has a low-key engagement through assistance to the military junta. But then we have to look at if things go from bad to worse, as they appear to be in the last few days, where the Myanmarese Air Force has strafed villages in some areas, in tribal areas. So if that kind of impact increases and refugees, again, we know what happened in the Rohingya refugees case. And once again, China's influence is on the increase in Myanmar. So this is again an area where we have to keep our eyes on. Taliban in Afghanistan, of course, India is engaging with them to some extent. They want to be considered a political actor. Of course, they are influenced and even controlled by Pakistan's military establishment. Of late, there has been some differences in between the Taliban and Pakistani regime. They want India's economic support and recognition. Of course, India is looking at the situation very carefully, but again, this is an area in turmoil. Before I go to the next slide, I'll briefly talk about Bhutan. We all know about the Chinese intrusion in the Doklam area in Bhutan, and the Indian Army had to move in and physically, hand-to-hand, fights were taking place to push them back. As we all know, this Doklam complex is along the Chumbi Valley, which offers a direct route, the shortest route to the Chinese to threaten our Siliguri corridor. And of course, the eastern Bhutan is next to Tawang, again, a very sensitive area. And on top of that, the recent remarks of the Bhutanese Prime Minister, in which he stated that China has a role to play in this Doklam border conflict, and the Chinese also must be heard, which was India was surprised and dismayed. Of course, then the king of Bhutan, he came to India, and he must have had placated the Indian political leadership. So the overall idea is that right from Pakistan to Afghanistan to Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Maldives. This is an area which is in a bit of a turmoil. So we have to look at our next few years, what kind of a threat can emerge from these areas and how it will impact our operations and our leadership roles. Next, please. This is what the IG had mentioned the other day, that Prime Minister during his address on the Civil Services Day, the 5 resolves which he has given to the Indians for the next 25 years. One is to make India a developed nation by 2047, break our slave mentality, strengthen the unity and diversity of the country, take pride in India's heritage, and keep one's duty before anything else. So we were discussing how these, what implications these have on our leadership, on our operations, on our thinking. So some of the things that we could put together was, of course, if you want India to become a developed nation, then national security is a must. It's a prerequisite for any country. And this is something which China and Pakistan would not allow us to do. They would like us to get involved in local skirmishes, keep us involved in, in some kind of a threat or the other, so that we spend more on our defense than on our development. So to that extent, the national security, so BSF has an important role to play. So to make India a developed nation, we have a very important role to play. Border area development is another area. I'm sure you all must be looking at it, because if we want India to become a developed nation, because in actually in most of the areas where all of us are serving and you all are serving, there is very little civil administration visible there. And it is you who are actually representing the Indian government and Indian authority in those areas. And we should look at how we can help the civil administration in development of roads, infrastructure, livelihood. These are some things which we can look at a little bit more seriously in the years to come. And if we have to really make India a developed nation, then we have to have a whole of nation approach. We cannot have only parts of the Indian establishment looking at the problems. As the Prime Minister says, we must have whole of government approach, but I think we require a whole of nation approach if we want to make India a developed country in the next 25 years. So when we have a whole of nation approach, then our minor differences between Army, Navy, Air Force, paramilitary forces, and armed police forces, we all have to think how we can contribute together, come together, and tackle every issue with the whole of nation approach rather than as individual forces or organizations. Of course, when the Prime Minister says that strengthening the unity and diversity of the country, of course, we as Army or as the BSF are actually the symbols of diversity and unity in the country. We have organizations, we have units in which all parts of the country, people from all states, all religions, all backgrounds, all castes and creeds come together and serve the nation. So I think we are actually the best symbols of diversity and unity to the country. So this is what we have to further strengthen in the years to come. And when Prime Minister says India's pride in India's heritage, I think we have to look at how to Indianize our thought, our words, and our actions from all aspects. Think like Indians, talk like Indians, and work like Indians. And that is very, very important, I feel. We can discuss this more when we, after this little interaction. Of course, spirit de corps is something which all armed forces and security forces have to keep in mind. And I'm sure all of you are looking at it because this is the most important thing if we have to perform our duty and keep it before anything else. Next, please. So how is this all impacting the BSF leadership? So Pakistan's proxy war is likely to continue. So we have to plan and we have to think that we have to be prepared, and the threats may increase in the months and years to come. This problem is not going to go away in a hurry. Punjab border is again becoming active, and the kind of Khalistani ISI nexus, which is we all are aware of, smuggling of drugs and weapons, is on the increase in the last few months. And so this is another thing that we have to keep in mind. If violence increases in Bangladesh before the elections, then we have to look at the prospects of some refugee influx during this year or next year. Again, similar threat from refugee influx threat from Myanmar, if the military junta continues to employ the strong arm tactics that it is doing. The threat of narco weapons trade from Afghanistan, Pakistan region is very well known, and it has to move through our western borders. And this is, again, we have to look at it. It is going to impact our leadership and our operations. Left-wing extremism, to some extent, is slowly, situation is improving. And BSF has done a tremendous role in countering the threat in that area. I would like to just bring one or two more issues to your attention. One, as we all know, the Indian Defence Services are going in for theaterization. The basic area was to enhance the jointness between Army, Navy, and the Air Force. Because we know Army has got about 5 or 6 commands, Navy has got 4 commands, Air Force has got similar number of commands. If these all merge and we have theater commands, and some commands are under Army, some are under Navy, some are under Air Force, then how does it impact BSF operations? I don't know. It doesn't seem to have a direct connection, but we have to look at it because in the years to come, how this will impact BSF and its operations, this aspect of theaterization in India. Another point I want to bring to your kind attention is the aspect of enhancing the jointness between Army and the BSF. All of us have to work together. I have worked together with the BSF, and I would very much feel that in the years to come, we should enhance the jointness, because we are totally dependent on each other for the success of our operations. So these are some of the issues that I thought we will discuss before we start the program. And I would very much welcome a few suggestions, remarks, comments from our senior BSF leaders who are here today. You can remove the slide now. I would very much welcome, sir, if somebody would like to share your thoughts on anything, not only on what I have said, but any other aspect you feel at the strategic level, at the senior positions that you all are holding, issues that merit our attention and consideration. Could we have, sir, Dogra Saab, can we have your views on some of these issues? Ravidat Dogra, sir.
Sir, as far as BSF role on Western border is concerned, sir, certainly the theater command, it will have impact on BSF. Reason being, operationally under Army and operationally under maybe Air Force is something different, sir, what I feel. Theater command is a completely new concept for BSF. I think we need to have a discussion on this subject.
Yes, I think what you're saying is absolutely right. We need to start discussions at the highest level between the BSF and the Army headquarters, because suddenly, we realize one day that, the scenario has changed, the environment has changed, and we have been taken by surprise. I would like some views on how to enhance BSF and Army jointness. Now, we all are serving together, especially in the line of control area, where we are together day and night. And in our brigade, for example, we had BSF battalions and we work together. But there are other areas where you only come together during operations. That is not something which leads to jointness of thought, jointness of planning, jointness of logistics, jointness of communications, jointness of our planning. There is, I feel there is much more to be done. Could we have some views? How can we enhance the jointness between Army and the BSF? Shekhar Gupta sir, what do you think?
Uh, Good morning, sir. As far as jointness of thoughts are concerned, what we often see at the ground level, as at the level of headquarters also, very little information we get as far as Army's doctrine or Army's strategies are concerned. Whereas our role is well known to them, and actually, whenever any situation comes where BSF and Army will have to work together, at that time, it will entirely depend upon the situation prevailing on a particular stretch of the border. So, training in one aspect where more and more involvement of BSF along with Army will certainly enhance. Then integration of resources in other aspect where Indian Army is having some different set of equipment, some different set of communication gadgets. We are having a different set of things. So that integration will also be required at that point of time. And training is another aspect where we need to train not only BSF but other forces also, because it's a vast border and training, basic training, what is required. Now, if you see the Ukraine model, you see the war is not going to finish very soon. It may linger on for a number of months, a number of years. So every uniform personnel or every citizen will require to have some amount of knowledge and training to contribute in such situation. So training, there was some thought going on at government level that there should be mandatory army training. Probably this Agniveers are a concept like that only, which will train more and more youth in this field. And we want that at a higher level, Army should have more and more interaction with BSF, and we should also come to know about how they plan, how they see, and what they visualize. So accordingly, we also remain the same platform. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I totally agree with you. There is a tremendous need for us to enhance our jointness, and this our top leadership will have to look at it, because the threat, as we can see, is on the increase. Our borders are going to become more active in some form or the other in the years to come. The Chinese influence is going to create its own dynamics, is going to create its own problems. And so in the years to come, I can foresee you all, as it is BSF role from 1965 onwards, how much it has expanded from merely border security to we are doing much more. To you're on the LC, you're on the left wing extremism, you're doing all other operations. So the role will keep increasing, and I think one of the things, learning outcomes of this training course that we're going to attend now next 5 days, is to how look into the future, look at the very big picture which is emerging in the country, and prepare ourselves to deliver on those challenges. I have nothing more from my side. And in case somebody would like to say, otherwise I will hand over to Soumya Dev to continue with the proceedings. Thank you very much, sir. We look forward to being with you in the next 5 days and continuing these discussions in the days to come. Thank you, Soumya Dev. Over to you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful address. I'd like to continue with the presentation. Vani, would you be kind enough to share the screen? Yes, from slide 6. Yeah. Yes. Thank you so much, Vani. So the next few slides are, think of it like a preface to a new chapter in your lives. This chapter being this program. What I want to do is cover in brief what it is that we want to achieve with this LMDP program. So as you can see, with the objective that this program has been specially designed by a team of experts, first senior officers such as yourself, so that you can possess a high level of strategic leadership in conjunction with modern management acumen. The program will also help you equip with tools to mentor, lead, motivate, and inspire the undercommand to align them to achieve the border security force goals and objectives. Next slide, please, Vani. Now, as far as the learning outcomes of the LMDP program goes, which was also stated in your pre-program letter, so by the end of the program, what we want to achieve is that as a senior officer of the Border Security Force, you can comprehend operational scenarios, or formulate and execute operational plans. You will be able to lead, motivate, and inspire under command in a prevailing scenario. You will be also able to effectively manage all resources of men and material to achieve strategic organization goals, and you will have the ability to create a positive work environment and culture and build a high performance team. You can do that. You'll get access to modern management tools, and you can relate these tools to your military traits, and you will be then able to design effective methods of work to achieve organization goals and objectives. So I would now like to, take the time. Next slide, Vani. I'd like to take the time. So this is a small overview, a picture of course, what we have lined up today. The first day, we will have an introductory session. Then we will have the 2 official session, the impact that you want to have, that will be taken by Arvind, and then thinking big picture by Dr. Deva. So we can move on. So I'll give you a small idea right now. I'd like to take time to introduce you to some of the driving forces behind the program, our advisors, our experts, our faculty coaches, who's going to bring this LMDP program to life. So firstly, of course, our CEO, Dr. Nitin Batra, with whom you have already had a warm introduction, a man with many talents, an expert coach with years of demonstrated experience leading multiple strategic projects. He's someone who has worked across multiple geographies, including being the global head of brand innovation for Johnson & Johnson and working as a consultant for the McKinsey Group. Then, of course, I would like to take the time to thank our expert advisors, Tiwari sir and Rao sir, who's here with us today. Tiwari sir, retired IG of the BSF with 38 years of experience. He has been associated with Amity Noida, serving as the director of an institute, conducting CAPF courses. And Rao sir also, who is a veteran, he brings with him nearly 36 years of experience. He's served as an instructor for the BSF Academy, and he too has been associated with Amity Noida for a long time. So both Rao sir and Tiwari sirs are not just veterans in the domain, but also to the AITD BSF program. They have always been by our side, providing us with inputs to make this content and overall program experience richer, and always proactive, helping us whenever necessary with their expert advice and warmth. So thank you so much, Tiwari sir and Rao sir. I'd also, of course, this Brigadier sir, thank you for your amazing, session today. And as for our program drivers, I would also like to tell you that we have an exciting lineup of expert faculty Coach Vani, we can move forward from multiple disciplines and domains. They are leading professionals and researchers from disciplines like psychology, organizational behavior, design thinking, human resources management sciences. Each of these coaches are leading experts in their domain, and they are not just bringing with them an academic flair, they have extensive industry expert, which will of course translate to your individual sessions and overall learning journey. So we can move forward, Vani. So of course, this Dr. Neha Jainer, who we'll meet tomorrow, we'll begin our voluntary meditation sessions each day from tomorrow with Dr. Neha. She's a registered medical practitioner with the Government of India and a yoga expert. So I'm sure that you will enjoy this voluntary meditation sessions. This is to enable you to begin each day, with a fresh mind, positive attitude, and in sync with yourselves. So we can, I think, before we move forward, we also have a guest speakers who you will be introduced to in much larger length, where, when we have the guest sessions. Vani, so before we move forward with the program overview, I think we can have a small break. Yeah. So we can take a small break of.
Somadev, I think the context is set.
Yeah.
And BSF DIGs are here, all geared up. It would be great if we ask Dr. Pooja Sareen and introduce her for the next session, because she'll continue with the momentum and describe the course and take them through the program overview. Post that, we'll have a break.
Yeah, sure.
So over to you, Somadev. Introduce
Yes,
Dr. Pooja, and then we take over.
So officially, you're going to start off with the introductory session, the program overview session. In this introductory session, you will get an idea, a thorough idea for the program is, what you can expect to get out of it, and how we aim to achieve those objectives, and understand other critical key takeaways. Now, to facilitate this introductory session, I'd like to introduce you to your faculty coach, Dr. Pooja Sareen. Dr. Pooja is an expert of a domain with a very rich experience in training and development, who served multiple clients across a broad spectrum. She has been associated with the AITD BSF programs from the very start, and is very much core part of the LMTV program. She is certified by the IICA Ministry of Corporate Affairs as a master trainer. She has conducted many training programs for various public and private sector organizations, including the MEA, Election Commission of India, ONGC, DST, Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. So well, her reputation precedes itself. So Dr. Pooja, I would like to now pass on the honors to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Somadev, for such a kind introduction. Namaste, everybody. Very heartiest welcome. But like just Vani said, Vani, we'll be taking a break and then beginning with the session?
No, Pooja, we don't want we want an energizer, and you are the fit one. Please take them through and formally start the session.
Thank you so much. And a very warm, a very pleasant morning to all the esteemed dignitaries and to the esteemed participants who joined us for this virtual training session. Once again, on behalf of AITD, on behalf of Amity University, aap sabka hardik swagat hai. We extend a very heartfelt welcome to all the graceful, glorious DIGs who joined in this 5 days leadership program. Before I begin, I would like to say, I was going through all the introductions that were being given by all the dignitaries and by Brigadier Sharma sir, and all the interaction that was happening. As a coach, it's an honor for me to be present in this virtual session with all the great and glorious DIGs. Each of you present, I'm sure you have your own success journey by the virtue of which you are here with us. So before I begin, may I request all of you to join your hands together and give a thunderous applause to your own self and to all your colleagues who are here. Can we have that in that virtual platform? Everybody. Yes, everybody. It should be very, very thunderous, because maybe we are not able to hear that thunder, but that applause is for each one of you being a success story in your own unique way. Thank you so much. This program, you are here, BSF, we know it requires a very high degree of professional integrity, commitment to function under stressful conditions, And above all, I would say you all have to function on a zero error basis so that we all sleep very peacefully and you are protecting the borders of our nation. So a heartfelt salute to the world's largest border guarding force. And with this, we would commence the program. But before we commence, I always tell, any training program, any workshop that we conduct, it's an opportunity that you all can take a pause. Now, this pause for 5 days will surely help you to think about your own self, to see, how you are stuck up at times, revolving in the same chakras of life, your personal and professional life. It will give you an opportunity through the various sessions as planned in the 5-day course to take a pause, but it's a pause to proceed. You get an opportunity to introspect your own self, to reflect on your own working style, and to think how you can better the conditions so that you move from the chakras of revolving in your day-to-day life to a more transformed stage of life, which we call an evolved stage of life. So are we ready to kickstart this journey? Can I have a hi or a smiley from all of you, or a thumbs up which shows me that we are all ready to kickstart this journey? Yes. Can I have a thumbs up? Yes, everybody on the screen. I can see all the handsome, good-looking faces, bright faces of our DIG participants. Thank you so much. So just let me share the screen with all of you. Just give me a second. Vani, is it visible?
Yes, Pooja, you can make it. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Before I begin this, set the tone for the program overview, a very famous quote by Plato long time back, and which is so suitable in the program that we are hearing. It says, excellence is not a gift. It's a skill that needs to be practiced. We do not act rightly because we are excellent, but we achieve excellence by acting rightly. So we are all here to actually be a part of this marathon to achieve excellence in our life by introspecting what all strategies we can build in our day-to-day personal and professional lives to continuously achieve excellence in whatever we do. This is the background idea of actually designing the whole program to help you all introspect, reflect, and move ahead on the path of excellence. The whole program, as detailed out by Somadeep also, it says that we would be functioning at 3 levels in the program. The very first level, if we are talking about, this level is where you need to lead your own self. Now, any leader would be a good leader if that leader takes a lead of his or her own life. Now, this is where some of the initial sessions would be focusing on how you can enhance your leadership aura. Moving to the next stage, when a leader has strategized his own leadership style, his own leadership skills, the very important framework where any leader, any sector, any industry needs to work is with his team. That is, empower those who are your under commands, empower people at your level, and create that leadership synergy in the organization, which will ultimately ensure that you make BSF ready to meet all the challenges and protect the borders of our country. This is the 3-level framework on which we'll be functioning in the next 5 days. Zoom environment, all of you are comfortable. We would request you through various sessions to use chat extensively, but above all, we would want you to connect with us on voice. Now, we all, I think, know professionally one another, but let's take a few minutes to gather more thoughts and create a collaborative environment where we know each other more at a personal level as well. So are we ready for the ice breaking? Can I hear a loud yes? Are we ready?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
ma'am.
And I want you to,
Yes.
keep on unmute. Thank you.
Yes.
Keep on unmuting yourself throughout the session, because we need to, do away with the challenges of a virtual session. The more we connect, the more we are with our cameras on and with our voice on, it will help to navigate those challenges. Let's move. So the first question, I'll be posing you 3 questions here for the icebreaker. The first one is, I want you to reflect on for 30 seconds. What do you think is really unique about your family and its value system that has led to your success? I repeat the question. What do you think is really unique about your family and its value system? You can think of the examples, the teachings that your parents have given you, your elders in the family have given you, or you have got those teachings from your teachers or mentors even in your family that has led to your success in the present life. 30 seconds for all of us to reflect on. Any one value that is so unique and you have held that very close to your heart, practiced in your life, and that has led to where you are today. I think we can start off with the discussion. Yes, who would be the first one to tell us what is that unique value that you cherish and that has led to your success? You may raise your hand and unmute yourself, please. Or otherwise, I'll request you randomly to speak. How you want to go about? You want to raise your own hand and tell us? Sanjay sir is in deep thoughts. Sanjay sir, what is that one value if you would like to share with us, please? Sir, you're not audible, sir. Sanjay ji. Sanjay sir, you'll have to unmute yourself. I think he is facing some technical issue, Vani. Can we request anybody else meanwhile to take over and share with us what is that one unique value which you feel that has been instilled by your family? Yes, senior respected DIGs, can we have some interaction here?
Yes. We are all joined together and having some cultural values.
Okay.
And
So, Pooja, I would also like to share. I think the great in India, we are a society wherein values are passed on not only by parents but grandparents and people who are part of joint family. It's from everybody. So the 3 things that I was inculcated right in the beginning were dedication to work and responsibility. Even the smallest of the work that is given to you, you give your 100%. Because my grandfather always used to say that excellence is not just one thing, it's a habit. And you would only excel if you are habitual of doing so. The second thing that was given to me was valuing time. If you give time to anybody, you value it. Your all awareness should be to that particular person or that particular work. And the third was being brutally honest. If somebody is asking for a feedback or an advice, it might ruffle the feathers, but you don't know what great contribution you would do to the person if the person takes it positively. So these were the 3 things that my grandparents.
Great. And I would like to share, with all of you also, many are also unmuting, I'll tell you how my parents instilled the value of time. I was in a 6th standard and normally I was disciplined child, being the elder in the family. We are 2 sisters. So, one day I missed the school bus, then requested my dad, drop me, I have an exam. He dropped me to the school. After a week again, I missed my bus again. And this time again, I had a Monday test. And my father, he put his foot down. He said, now I'm not dropping you to the school. Let the Monday test even go. I'm not bothered even if you get bad grades. I kept crying. And then he said, this is the way you will learn. Last week you missed a bus, I dropped you. If I continue that pattern, you will take it easy, not get up early in the morning, not get dressed well on time, and be on your bus stop on time. And that was the lesson. I never missed my school bus. And today I have 2 teenage daughters, and I've ensured that none of them miss their school bus also. So it was a lesson that I learned very early in my life, and I have ingrained the same value of time and discipline in my children also. So today, when I look back, I feel, that crying was worth it. Good, my dad taught me a lesson. Yeah. So I can see Vikas ji and Mahabir ji have unmuted themselves. Sir, would you like to share the values that are ingrained by your family? Any unique value?
Yeah, sure. May I?
Yes, sir. We can
Sure,
hear
sir.
you.
Sure, sir.
Okay. The first one is discipline, and that includes discipline of time and whatever form it is in. And secondly is respect for elders.
Okay.
Then bonding, sharing with our siblings and brothers, sisters, cousins. Then responsibility, taking responsibility of any job assigned. And lastly, of course, the punishment part was also there. We used to get a good sort of punishments when we did not fulfill our tasks or when we were off the track. That's it.
Right. Thank you so much, Vikas ji, for sharing it with us. Yes.
Ma'am, I'm Mahavir. My video is not visible.
Your video is not visible. Yes, sir. Even I cannot see. Sir, there is a icon where you can just click on the video icon and it will be visible. Vani, can our technical team help, sir?
Yes, it is already on from my side. I feel admin has done something.
Okay. Okay, Vani, can you meanwhile check, sir? We can hear you. Meanwhile,
Yes.
you can communicate.
Mahabir ji, the IT team will reach out. In the meanwhile, you can share your inputs. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. I learned many things from my father. That is honesty, this dedication, sincerity, and a big thing I learned from him, that is the social responsibility.
Wow.
I'm from a very humble background, but I used to see him doing all the things for the society. So that was a big thing I learned from him.
Absolutely. And sir, it is really the need of the hour that we teach our children also this aspect of social responsibility. Then only, our planet would be more livable in times to come. Great, Mahabir ji. And anybody else who would like to share that unique value, which has so far not been shared in the discussion here? Anyone? We would encourage you, to share that so that, we create that more collaborative environment here. Anand sir, would you like to share? Anand sir is in a very pensive mood.
Yes, the question itself, that what is really unique, nothing is unique about the family values. It is derived from the society.
Yes.
The family values of one family on a place or other family, they are almost the same. When we say of the virtues, honesty is one of the virtue, time framing or discipline is one of the virtues. So virtues and vices are well defined. It is not the family who decides it. Family itself is driven by those values that is prevailing in the society. They are social norms. So nothing can be said so unique about the family. What is liked by the society, what is acceptable to the society is the values. And you derive it from your teachers, mentors, family, elders, maybe grandfather, grandmother, maybe teachers, colleagues. If I like something in somebody, I will imitate it. Maybe I like to be on time. That derivation, or I may derive it from my father. I want to be a giver. I may derive it from the mother. So all the children of a same family will not derive the same values. They have
Absolutely.
different values.
Absolutely, absolutely, Anandji. So well said. And in our management, terminology, we call it as learning by social modeling. We look at others, the family members, the elders, the teachers, the mentors, and we derive the best qualities that we see in them and we feel is important in our life. Very, very well said. Any other viewpoint before we move ahead to the next question?
Good morning, ma'am. The social values and the values which a person obtains, basically, the most important of them, they are derived from the family itself when a person is quite young, and secondly, from the primary school textbooks. And I have seen, my parents, they had a great bonding. And secondly, my father was a sportsman, and he used to teach me, he used to help me out with my, primary school books. And so many, great personalities, they were there in those books, he used to teach me about Gautam, about Gandhi, and about so many other people. So, when a child learns from, the mouth of his parents, and then, he obtains the maximum, kind of influence from it. And especially the parents are the first role model of any person. And my father, as well as my mother, they have been, great with each other. And my father, although he's no more, but I always remember him whenever I do something, whenever, and happy moments are there. I remember him whenever the moments are not that happy, when the moments are certainly, challenging also. I often, take a kind of a leaf out of his life, that in what manner my father would have acted in these circumstances. I try to copy it, subconsciously. It happens always. Although I take, a lot of inferences and, inspirations from the society also. And lastly, ma'am, I would like to say that, sports are also one of the major things from which a person, gets so much of influence. There are so many Olympians, not only from India, but from the worldwide. They are the heroes and the heroines. From them, from their struggles and their success, and their modesty in success, and how, especially from the defeats, and the disasters, the person learns maximum. This is what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Very, very well said, Sandeep ji. And you said your father is no more, but the values that he has taught you, they are still alive and will always be alive. Whenever you remember him, those things keep coming. Same. I also lost my father a few years back, but the values that they have taught us, they continue to be with us, alive in the form of what we are passing on to the generations ahead. Thank you very much. And you beautifully spoke about the values that we can learn from sports, the values that we can learn from reading, and what we can learn from our social environment. Great. Now, with this, let us quickly move to the very next question as a part of knowing each other better. So moving ahead with this question, just give me a second. Yes. Yes, the next question that we have is, if you could magically have those powers and you are not in this profession, you could choose to become somebody else, what would you be? Let's take it very quickly on chat. 30 seconds. अगर आपके पास ये करियर नहीं होता BSF का और आपके पास मैजिकल पावर्स हो किसी भी और करियर में स्विच करने की, तो आप कौन सा करियर, कौन सा स्ट्रीम, कौन सा डोमेन लेंगे? Let's have all the beautiful answers on the chat fast. Please mention on chat. Think, ये नहीं तो क्या? Cricketer. Prakhar ji says he wants to be a cricketer. Ajay ji says he wants to be a teacher. Okay. Rajesh ji says he wanted to be a doctor and would take up a doctor. Ramesh ji also wants to be a teacher. Wow. Vikas ji, golfer. Vikas ji, do you play golf right now? In your present life, do you play golf?
Yeah, I play.
Okay. Okay, any other scientist? Wow, Setu Ramji says he wanted to be a scientist. Sanjeev ji says sportsman. Sanjeev ji, which sports? Sanjeev Kumar ji.
Presently, I'm playing badminton, but
Okay.
I can play a lot of games as such.
Okay, great. Any other? Teaching is the dominant theme. 3 people says teaching. Establishment security, Sanjay Kumar ji. Okay. Sukumar Sarangi ji says he wants to be a medical practitioner, and Kulvanji says happy. Sir, you are happy to be DIG and in BSF? No other choice? Kulvanji.
Ma'am, it's not being happy as DIG, but being in BSF, I'm happy because whatever I wanted to do, I can maintain my individuality that way.
Okay, sir, and if magic wand is given to you, then even no other choice?
No other choice, ma'am.
Oh wow, sir, highest level of contentment. Very happy to hear that. Bhatti ji also says golfer. Okay, happy with BSF is what Nirman ji says. Shekhar Gupta sir says he wanted to be a judge. Okay. Satyabrata ji says social worker. Sir, are you involved in any kind of social work along with BSF also, Satyabrata ji? Satyabrata sir, can you hear me?
Not really, not really with BSF, but
Okay.
but on individual platform whenever I get an opportunity.
That's wonderful, sir. Giving back to society is always how we express our gratitude to the society. That's beautiful. Dhirinder ji wanted to be a lawyer, and Shekhar ji wanted to be a judge. Okay, so 2 in the company here. Sandeep ji, politician. Sandeep ji, किस level पे जाना था politics में? Sandeep ji.
Yes, ma'am, I am actually taking care of this audio, which is disturbing. And actually, politician, is having, apart from all these, the streams, they are all wonderfully good, these streams, which my colleagues have mentioned. But I think the politician is having much more responsibility, and he's having all these things together in himself. So that is why, and it's the most challenging, I think. That's why.
Absolutely. And Sandeep ji, we are so happy you talked about the responsibility and you did not talk about power that comes with politics. That's really wonderful and shows, how humble thoughts you have about politicians.
Actually, ma'am, the politician is a servant of the society. This is what I consider.
Absolutely. So should be a servant. They are or they are not at times is questionable, but yes, servant leadership is what politicians should be associated with. Very right mindset, sir. Dr. Harmeet says lawyer, okay, and artist. Lakhvinder Gilji says artist. Sir, which field of art? May we ask you, sir, Lakhvinder ji? Sir, what field of art do you wanted to go in?
I wanted to basically be a painter.
Okay, great. So do you paint now even? Do you try your hand at that?
Not now, but in school and college, I used to be a good painter.
Okay.
And my class teacher wanted me to get enrolled in Lalit Mahacademy. But I choose other options.
So, but you can definitely try, say post your retirement, your hand at these. This is a really growing profession, and I've seen many senior people retiring and pursuing their art, and even making a lot of money out of it and deriving contentment. So that's one of your, you can take it up as a profession post retirement even.
Yeah, definitely, ma'am. And Mr. Sandeep Rawat is a very good artist for the information for the house.
Wow, that's brilliant. So even to share with you all, my husband is working with American Express, but on the weekends, since his mother did not teach him art at that point of time, so he wanted to experiment. He is also taking art classes to learn that. He says that's my passion. I want to do post retirement.
Yeah, sure, ma'am.
So, how we take our passions ahead, again, depends on us. Uniform service only, Ravi Dutt ji says, okay, social worker, Amrendra ji wants to be. Sudhindra ji says, honesty, respect and loyal to everyone, be proud of our cultural values, okay. Mahabir ji also wants to be a politician. Great, Mahavir ji. Sudhindra ji says teaching profession. Great. It's wonderful to see, which all are the alternate professions, and I'm sure all of you are very happy with DIGs. But yes, alternate profession are areas where we wanted to venture. Good interaction here. Moving ahead. The last question here, a quick question. Main driving force in your life. Just name that person.
Pooja, can we have this in a breakout room? Maybe they can discuss and then they can share it in the this thing. Main driving force in life.
I think, Vani, we can have that great leader activity in the breakout, and this we can quickly complete here if you say. Yeah, we'll have that another activity in the breakout because it will take time to have. Can we quickly have this on chat? Who is the main driving force in your life and why? Quick responses on chat. God is the main driving force. Yes, sir, that is the main driving force for all of us, the Almighty. Dhirender sir says he himself is the driving force. Great. Others, please, let's quickly. My father is what Sudhindra ji says, he's the driving force. Okay. My family, Dr. Ranmeet ji says. Children, Sethuram ji sir says. Okay. Nature. Sanjeev ji, can you elaborate a little more? Why nature is your driving force?
We are part of the system which we are living in.
Yeah.
That is the foolproof, flaw-proof,
okay,
or faultless system we are living in.
Absolutely, absolutely. Beautiful answer. My mother, Ramesh ji says, Vikas ji says, grandfather, teacher and mother, Amrendra. Sir, which teacher? Amrendra ji, which teacher?
He is school
Any
teacher. Actually, it is a school teacher.
School teacher.
Yeah,
class teacher?
Pardon? The science teacher.
Class
Yes.
teacher?
It is a science teacher. It is a he was a science teacher. I don't
okay.
So he was actually a school teacher. I was a hosteler.
Okay.
So he made me that many changes in my life.
Okay, perfect.
Approach to the life.
Okay. Pramod ji says parents, Prakar ji says father, God and family, Rajesh Mishra ji says, Anand ji says he's going with the flow, perfect thoughts. Shekhar ji says parents, Ravidat ji says my father served in uniform, my gut feeling and willpower. Lakhminder Gill ji says a very different answer. Sir, one more line on this, Lakhminder ji, can we hear from you?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
What I personally feel that whatever you wanted to do, you can achieve it, provided you have the willpower.
Very
and
nice.
if you don't break out, you will definitely get whatever you desire.
Absolutely, absolutely. Mahavir says parents. Sandeep ji, one more line. Can I request you on what you mentioned here? Adversity. One line on that.
Yes, ma'am. Adversity, in our commando course, we used to say, Kathin Vakt Commando Sakt. That means, not only about oneself, it is about the situation which is prevailing. We see so many people here and there, who are facing so many challenges. And we being, the leaders and the elder brothers of this course, it becomes our duty to, uplift them, educate them, and to bring much more awareness and to make their situation better than before. So it is a big challenge for all of us that our society and wherever we live, it should be improved. Thank you.
Absolutely. Very well said, Sandeep ji. Moving ahead quickly, thank you for being so participative. My energy level is one level up with your participation. Now, great things start with great expectations. We are in for a great journey for next 5 days with all of you together in this. So let me set the tone for the session. I request you again, 30 seconds. Let's have a quick interaction. What are you expecting? What are your thoughts going on? What is it that I want out of these 5 days? One clear-cut expectation, if you can share on chat, because our team of content is, taking a note of it, and we would like to customize the next 5 days based on what is it that you are looking out from this 5 days journey. So please share your inputs on chat. What is it that you are looking out for the next 5 days? Why do you want to be here? To refresh myself, Seturamji says, I'll just put all these thoughts here also, so that all of us can see here. Self-development, Prakharji says. Anything specific share with us so that we can take that time and we can customize the sessions for you wherever possible. I want more inputs on it. Why are we here? What is your critical expectation from this 5 days workshop? To energize himself is what Sandeep ji says. Sandeep ji, with your kind of participation, I'm sure you will be energized, and we will also meet tomorrow. I will be meeting for the session on understanding others, and I would look forward to energizing each one of you on how we can understand each other better. Yes, more of it quickly before we move ahead. Regenerated and motivated is what Vikas Mohanji is looking forward to. Great. Vani, I think our technical team and content team is taking note of the expectations that our esteemed participants are sharing with us.
Yes.
Yes. Dhirendra ji has said, he wants to build on his leadership qualities and sharpen the management skills. Dhirendra ji, across our various sessions, you will get ample opportunities, right from thinking big picture, knowing each other's strategy, building vision. You will get all the opportunities to do that. Upgrade skill, to learn something new, to refresh, get some knowledge. These are the various things. Okay. Shekhar ji says to remain updated with latest happenings and challenges. Yes, Shekhar ji, we will provide ample opportunities in the various sessions to share with you what is going latest in the field of management and how you can sharpen your management acumen and what is going on in the world at large in terms of management. That's also what we are looking at. Rethinking life is what Satyavrata ji says. Satyavrata ji, I said in the start of the session, this program is giving all of us an opportunity to take a pause to see how we break the chains of revolving in day-to-day life and move ahead to transform. So we would suggest, the content team is definitely working on it. The program has been designed after a lot of inputs from senior IGs also. Now, what we would once again suggest is that across various sessions, we would want you to keep your handbook ready with you, which has been shared with you and also be shared by Vani at right points of time. We'll be doing a lot of engaging activities, but in each session, please, as a note, do write down what is your key takeaway and your action plan that you want to do. Every session, every 90 minutes or 120-minute session, whatever it is, after that session, you should have at least one action plan that you say that this is what I'm committed to do when I'm back on my work after 5 days. So great. Thank you very much for all these expectation sharing. And this has really set the note. Now, taking ahead, a lot of this has been spoken about in the initial session also, but let me quickly walk you through BSF vision, which you all are living day in and day out, 24/7. Each one of you is, actually living this vision to be a force of excellence in guarding the borders of India by, creating a very professional and credible environment in our own nation. And what supports the vision every time is the mission. The mission to protect the sanctity of our borders, to inculcate that sense of security in the people who are staying on the border, to deal with various challenges which happen and whatever tasks are given by the government, to achieve an effective combat capability by absorbing leading edge technology, state-of-the-art trainings, to evolve and implement a very growth-oriented personnel management system which will help BSF realize its vision to be very professional and credible organization. Then to effectively assist civil administration and disaster management activities, to promote the core values of human right, pride, and dedication to duty in the service. This is definitely the mission which is being achieved by each one of you in your day-to-day activities. The BSF motto talks about Jeevan Paryant Kartavya, and the Panch Pran, which also Brigadier Sharma discussed in the morning session, which were given by our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji on 15th August 2022. And these Panch Pran is the vows that have been taken by our Honorable Prime Minister for the next 25 years. But our entire curriculum for these 5 days will also focus how these can be integrated in the working day-to-day, which will lead and ensure that we are a developed nation which removes any traces of colonial mindset. We take pride in our roots, the mindset of unity and a sense of duty among the citizens. We are very sure that BSF is very actively engaged in these Panch Pran, but yes, these will also be our topic of discussion in the various sessions ahead in the next 5 days. So we've talked about BSF vision, the vision which talks about professionalism, credibility, and excellence in border security forces. We've talked about the mission. Mission supports the vision. The mission talks about how effectively that border management can be done. It talks about disaster management. It talks about everything to protect the sanctity of our borders. Now, for any organization, whether it is forces or whether it is a corporate world or whether it is the educational sector, the vision, the mission, and the values are the guiding force for any organization. So we know the vision is supported by the mission, and the mission is always supported by the values. Now, when we talk about values here, the core values of BSF, like the regimental spirit, service before self, integrity, is ingrained in the psyche of each individual who's working in the forces. So these values will definitely ensure that the mission and vision are realized. Now, what is responsible to ensure the vision directly is that engaged commandants are there. Your under commands are totally engaged all the time, and each unit is engaged. But what engages each and every unit is you, the leader, because you are at the command. So it is always said leadership flows from the top. So what energy, what vision, what values you pass on to your under command is actually what is going to be ingrained in the system, is actually what's going to ensure that the vision and mission of BSF is realized. So we feel that you as DIGs in your present role is at the center stage of the entire functioning of BSF. And you will also be at the center of our all interactions in the next 5 days. And that's how the program is conceptualized and designed. Do you agree with this framework? Any thoughts on this framework? Please share at this point of time. If we are in agreement, please give me a thumbs up. If not, please share your thoughts, or if yes, please share your thoughts at this point of time. Feel free to unmute. Do you agree that you are at the center stage to ensure an engaged unit and thereby ensure that the vision and mission of BSF is achieved? Any thoughts on it by any one of you? Yes, feel free to unmute, please, because we want all of us to be on the same page before we kickstart this journey. Harmeet ji, Kulwan ji, Sandeep ji, any thoughts on this? Lakminder ji? Yes, on the chat, Sanjeev ji has given me us a thumbs up. Any thoughts? Anybody would like to share, connect with us on voice and share their thoughts on this, please? Can I request anyone? Mahabir ji, would you like to share? Do you agree with this framework that you are at the center stage?
आपने बिल्कुल सही कहा और मैं आपसे एग्री करता हूँ.
हाँ जी सर. Thank you so much. Thank you. So let's move with this is how we have designed the program. Now taking it ahead further, who is a leader? Now here we want a quick 7 minutes breakout room. Vani, can we have 2 breakout rooms created? Now what we want, we will put you in 2 rooms virtually, and we want this activity, we want you to think about it. Think of whom you admire as a leader. If the group can come to a consensus, it would be great. Who the group thinks, is the leader for them, and what are their leadership qualities, why the group is thinking that this person is a leader according to them, the most admired leader. So we can have 2 groups, and we would want after 7 minutes. Yeah.
Sorry, Dr. Pooja, one clarity. Any leader from history, it can be
any leader from history, any leader from politics, any leader from the corporate world, any leader from the forces, anyone. So think of whom the group would, have with consensus admire as a leader, and why. Why do you think that person is a leader? He or she. Gender equality here, whom you admire as a leader, whether a politician, a bureaucrat, history, forces, present, Bollywood, Hollywood, any field. Leadership is in all fields. So we are just taking you to 2 different breakout rooms. I and Vani will be there in each of the rooms. One room, Vani, you would help me, and other room, I would be there.
Dr. Pooja, let's have more number of rooms for a better discussion.
Okay, as you say.
Yeah. So Divya, we'll have 5 rooms, 6 participants each for 7 minutes.
Okay.
So participants, there would be a pop-up on your screen to join a breakout room. Just check or just press yes, and you would be part of a smaller group where you would have randomly your team members, and there you would be talking about or discussing about the leader that you admire. Within 7 minutes, we would be back into the main room, and Dr. Pooja is going to ask as each group who was the leader and why, with the questions she has already shared.
Yes.
So Divya, are we ready with the breakout?
Yes.
Okay. So please click on yes if a pop-up comes on your screen, so that you would be taken in the group. If you don't worry, we would be again sharing those pop-ups.
And Vani, you and me would be going to each room, and we can also decide on who would be the group leader to facilitate the discussion.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. I've been to all the groups except for group 5. Group 1, let's start. Anandji. Anandji, can we hear from you what your group decided? Who's the most admired leader?
हमारे ग्रुप ने कुछ नेतृत्व स्वीकार किया है जो मानक है पुरुषोत्तम राम, और उसके बाद और मिलिट्री एट्रीब्यूट्स के लिए सैम मोनिक साहब, और लीडरशिप के लिए मोदी जी जो आज हमारे देश का नेतृत्व कर रहे हैं.
Very nice, sir. 3 leaders your group has selected. Sir, why? Sir, what leadership qualities? 3 leadership qualities बताइए सर जिनके लिए
हमारा पहला उत्तर था पुरुषोत्तम राम, जिनमें लीडरशिप की कोई भी क्वालिटी जो हम एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं, जिसको मानक मानते हैं, चाहे वो योद्धा हो, चाहे वो परिवार हो, चाहे वो कहते हैं अपने अधीनस्थ कोल भील वानर को लीड करने का, उनको बल प्रदान करने का जो भी हमारी अपेक्षाएं हैं उन पर पूर्ण उतरते हैं. भाई से भाई का, माता का आदर, पत्नी की आदर, ये सारे मानक जो एक लीडर से हम सोचते हैं कैसा होना चाहिए वो पूरा करते हैं. पहला वो था. उसके बाद हम चूंकि फोर्सेस में हैं, तो हम फोर्सेस से अगर हम ड्राइव करते हैं तो हम उस शख्सियत को चुन रहे हैं जो सैम मानेक शाह में आती है, जो अपने जो भी उनके नेतृत्व करने वाले, जो आदेश करने वाले, उनके सामने अपनी बात को प्रमुखता से और प्रबलता से रख सकते हैं, अपने थॉट्स को. जब उन्हें आदेश मिलता है तो उनकी क्या लिमिटेशंस हैं वो भी बता सकते हैं. और विजयी होते हैं. और उसके बाद नेक्स्ट जो मानक में आते हैं, जो आज नेतृत्व प्रदान कर रहे हैं, और बहुत से लोग प्रभावित हैं, इसलिए ही वो नेता हैं, क्योंकि वो जनप्रतिनिधि हैं। वो मोदी जी को हमने एक मानक के रूप में, एक नेतृत्व के रूप में लीडर मान लिया।
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Anand ji. Can we move to group 2, Shekhar ji? Shekhar ji from group 2.
As you told us to select only one, so
Yes, sir.
Our consensus was on our Prime Minister Modi. There are certain reasons for this consensus, because he was one who has not became a leader by virtue of his birth in a family, or by virtue of his position at level of government or something like that. Whatever he has achieved and whatever level he has reached because of his political wisdom and hard work only. And despite many odds, he is leading a country of largest population to newer heights. And if we see the scenario, overall scenario, whether it is a strategic scenario or economical scenario, I think under his leadership, country is doing good. So our group decided for our Prime Minister Modi.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much, Shekhar ji. Group 3, can we hear from Jaggi ji? Jaggi sir. जग्गी सर, आपको अनम्यूट करना पड़ेगा प्लीज। हाँ जी सर।
Am I audible now?
हाँ जी sir, हाँ जी।
Now, for a leader, the foremost thing to my mind is the acceptance. Right. Acceptance is a very, very important factor, and reinforced by a clear perception of mind, a knowledge, a determination, a will, and with his team, he can achieve the mission or the aim which he has desired.
Right.
In very concise, this is what is my perception.
Okay. And sir, the leader, the name of the leader?
Of course, Mr. Narendra Modi.
Mr. Modi ji. Okay. Shri Narendra Modi ji. Okay. Great. Okay. Group 4. Can we hear from Ajay ji about what the group discussed? Ajay ji. Group 4. Do we have Ajay ji and the entire team here?
For our group, just a second.
Anji. Nirman sir, are you also from group 4?
I hope I am.
Group 3, Jaggi sir has already given the views.
Ajay ji has come. Ajay ji, you were from group 4, right?
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Our group has decided Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel, the first Deputy Prime Minister and the first Home Minister of the country, the Iron Man of India,
okay,
as the best leader, what we can think of. Like as he was the instrumental in the integration of the country and integrating more than 550 princely states, and he blocked the country from splitting into smaller princely states. And the qualities he had, the iron will, the determination, and the firmness with which he has dealt the situation at that time. So we say that Sardar Patel was the best leader.
So sorry, sir. I just lost my connection. I could hear Ajay ji talking about Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel ji. And can we have from group 5? Group 5, we had Harmeet ji and Sanjay Rawat ji in the group. Can we hear from anybody from group 5? Group 5, Harmeet ji. Sanjay Rawat sir.
Jahan ma'am, in our group, we discussed 3 personalities. And in fact, before we could finally reach a consensus, the time was out. And in fact, on all the 3 personalities, everybody agreed on that they are indeed very great leaders. These 3 are Krishna, Guru Gobind Singh, and Samrat Ashok. Shri Krishna, as it is it is a common knowledge that he was a complete leader, Sola Kala Sampuran jinko bolte hain, and for his compassion and for his the standing up with the people who really needed to be helped. Guru Gobind Singh Ji, for responding to an extraordinary situation at that point of time, and leading by example with all the sacrifice and his personality, his multifarious personality as a writer, as a poet, as a warrior, and Samrat Ashok for his vision and uniting India. So these are the 3 personalities that we had discussed. So I don't think it will be possible for us to choose any one of them.
Okay, sir. Perfectly okay, sir. Perfectly. Thank you so much. Thank you all the group members for such an engaged discussion. And yes, you have chosen the best of the leaders from our religious domain, from our political domain, and no doubt whether we talk about Parshuram ji or whether we we talk Purushottam Ram ji, or we talk about Sri Krishna ji, they have been leaders in their own way, and we have all read that in Ramayana and Mahabharata. We are talking about Vallabhbhai Patel ji, we are talking about Modi ji. Yes, they are leaders, and how our honorable Prime Minister has taken India to the main stage in the world is actually an example of true leadership in our environment. So moving ahead with our program overview session, just give me a second, let me share these slides. So we thank you so much for wonderfully participating in this activity. Okay, a quick question to all of you moving from here, where I would request you for your inputs on chat, or feel free to connect with us on voice. We have done this. Now, when you look back, take 30 seconds to think from your past, in your initial times when you started with your leadership journey, and now where you are at present. What do you think is the difference in your approach to leadership? जब आपने अपनी लीडरशिप जर्नी स्टार्ट करी थी और अब जो आप लीडरशिप रोल्स में हैं as DIGs, what do you think has changed your perception about leadership in terms of what qualities you thought that time and what qualities are needed now? Please share on chat, or please feel free to connect with us on voice. Decision making, okay. Amrendra ji says, sir, what in decision making, if you could just explain to us how the scenario has changed then and now? Sir, can you hear us? Amrendra ji.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, it was unmute. Now I can be heard by you and others. See, earlier when the issue related to decision making was there, so it used to be, that without any experience of the past, without realizing or, that going through various aspects of that subjects. Now, when we make a decisions, so our decisions are based, many, that issues. And generally, when you go through all these pyramids, so the success or, that or the result of your decision making is appreciated and it is successful in terms of giving leadership to others.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So the difference, what I feel now, as a the senior man, commander, say DIG rank officer in this, and when I was assistant commander, so big difference in this I have noticed.
Okay.
So
Thank
now,
Yes, sir. Harmeet says more accepting of human limitations. Anything you would like to add on here, Harmeet ji?
Ma'am, I think it speaks for itself. What I mean to say here, just to elaborate upon it, I can say that as a young officer, probably we were like, at least I was not that accepting of human limitations, and the focus was more on the job assigned and responsibility that is one is expected of your command and subordinates.
Right.
And now we are more, or at least I am more compassionate, and I feel that there are other aspects like they being there are other parts of their other roles, that including they being there as a father, as a son, as a colleague, other things also. So I do factor when these things, when I make an opinion and chart my course in dealing with my command, and not only command, even my superior officers.
Great, great. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sandeep ji says more channelized, structured, and holistic. Sandeep ji, what has led to that major change?
Actually, my student, we had very good ideas. A person basically is very idealistic. But when he lands up in a job, or especially in a beautiful job like a border security force, where he becomes a company commander first of all, and later on he is given so many other important appointments. He learns to stick to the structure of the organization, and the rank and file, and the challenges and the task which has been assigned to us. So it has to be, our focus should be channelized towards the goals of the department or of the establishment. And it has to be structured also, because, like a skeleton system of a human body, the structure gives a stability, not only stability to the department, but it gives, this thing, a lot of defense to the other organs of the body. And lastly, it has to be holistic. We have to, take care of, especially of our juniors and our, kids also. And we have to, take care of the directives and what is in the mind of our senior also. And one has to take care of, the ever-changing dynamics of operations, especially, the changing scenario, which is often contributed by our enemy or the adversary. So all these things one has to take care. So that is why I have written holistic. As a student, I never used to come across with such a challenging and nice kind of a job which I am having right now. So all these things are required, and they should be utilized properly for a person in order to discharge his qualities as a company commander or as a commander of the force. Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you so much. We've received so many wonderful inputs. Vikasji says there's now a difference between expectations and delivery. So true, sir. And Rakeshji says from a follower to a leader. Mahavir ji has written very rightly with the right approach. He says जोश के साथ होश भी रखना है, and over a period of time, that's how leaders evolve themselves. Maturity and patience is what Prakhar ji says, and Satyabrata ji says initially he measured according to ability and knowledge, but now he understands the strength and limitation of under command, higher ups and policies, and not only all by himself. And Satyabrata ji, that's how truly you have evolved as a leader over a period of time. So thank you very much for sharing your wonderful inputs. And now moving ahead, we would want you to quickly take this up. On the screen, you can see 10 statements, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 statements precisely, and it is a scale of 1 to 10. We would want that you just give yourself, how would you rate yourself on each of these statements. Give yourself points. You can note down those points, what you give in each statement, and just calculate the average. I'll just read out these for all of you. First is how clearly you set a direction to mobilize the vision. How would you rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 on this? Second, share your power and influence with others. Third, motivate people around you to work better. Fourth, believing in harmonious relationships at all levels. How would you rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10? Coach your team members in developing their skills and capabilities. Then, how well you create a climate for innovation within the teams. How would you rate yourself on appreciating new ideas whenever they come from the undercommands or from your peers or seniors? Think about leaving a legacy which can be built further by the next in line. So how do you rate yourself on all these 8 parameters on a scale of 1 to 10? And we just want your average score on the chat. What is your average score on all these parameters?
I hope as we increase the number, it is agreement. Say, if I have to say fully agree, it is 10. I hope so.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely. On a scale, if you feel that, you set very clear directions to mobilize the vision of your organization, and you feel you can rate yourself 10 on 10 on this, then please give yourself 10 marks. But if you feel you are currently at 9 and you need to work a little more to go to 10, then please rate yourself at 9. And just share with us what is the average score for all these 8 statements. Okay, scores coming in, flowing in. Rajesh ji says 9, Ajay ji 9, Ramesh Kumar ji says 8.5, Setu Ram ji says 8, Vikas ji 9, 73 divided by 8 is Amarinder sir score, Satyavrata ji says 9, Dhirender ji 10 on 10 on each parameter. That's brilliant self-rating.
Yes, of course.
Oh, that's very nice, sir. Harmiti says 9.5. Okay, great. That's a wonderful scoring, and scores are pouring in. Okay. So all of you have done your self-analysis here. Now let's move ahead to the next one. Now, based on our own AITD's experience of working in the area of leadership, also the researches which are done by the topmost institutions in the world, including Oxford, MIT, Harvard, we have come up with a 7 talent framework for a leader. And this is the framework wherein how we have conceptualized and designed this entire learning, developing, and collaborative journey for the next 5 days, and which we rightly said at the start of the session would be focusing on your own leadership aura, where you would be working on your self-leadership, how you can, strengthen your leadership aura, how you can empower those who are working with you, and ultimately how you work towards the mission and the vision of BSF to make it grow higher and higher in terms of the world's largest guarding force. Now, moving ahead here, again, just give me a second. Yes. So the 7 talents framework that we have got for you here is showcases.
Pooja,
yes.
Please, the screen didn't move.
Yes. So the 7 talents that we would be talking about, the very first, it talks about setting direction. Now, setting direction, as you've rated yourself on this parameter, it talks about mobilizing the vision. How do you set direction? How do you share and mobilize the vision for your organization? So, we would be having sessions which talk about building vision, mobilizing the vision. Then second talent that we would be focusing in these 5 days journey is managing progress. Now, any vision, or any goal is just a hallucination without its proper execution. So execution requires continuous monitoring and managing the progress. And that is where we would be working with you together on how you can achieve excellence in this very talent. Moving ahead in any journey of any leader, we've seen many of the groups have talked about Sri Narendra Modi ji as a most admired leader, and we would say how he is working towards development of his own team, development of citizens to ensure that India becomes a developed country. So developing others is another talent where any leader needs to work on his journey to climb the ladder of success. Now here it is important that you build hope among those who are working with you and create that passion, so that all work collectively to go together to achieving the mission and vision of the organizations. The next and the fourth most important talent which we would be diving into in the next 5 days is how as a leader you can create and you can build strong relationships. Because ultimately, you can be a good taskmaster, but at the same time, you will also have to balance being a good people's leader. So task and people balance, easier said than done, but we will definitely be sharing with you the right strategies, which will ensure that you not only achieve your task in the forces, but you also develop and build strong relationships as you move ahead in your leadership journey. The next in line for the talent among the 7 talents is coming to develop the organization. A very important. How you transform your organization as a whole, and you all at DIG levels have a very great responsibility and also a lot of opportunities to bring about that change, to transform the organization at a bigger level. As you grow up higher in leadership and you are very close to ensuring the BSF vision and mission. Then as a 6th talent, we will be discussing and deliberating in detail on how you can master innovation and change. Again, we've been seeing in the last decade how India as a whole has been, very, very progressive in terms of innovation and change, and nothing lasts longer than the change that is there. We all need to continuously change. So we will definitely be sharing through various sessions the tips and strategies which you can master to bring about that innovative working in your day-to-day professional life, and also be more acceptable and adaptable towards the changes that are happening in the forces. Last but not the least, we promised in fact that you will be at the center of all interactions, whether we'll be discussing the Panch Pran given by our Honorable Prime Minister in various sessions, whether we'll be discussing about the 7 talents, but at each of the talent, you will be at the center stage. So strengthening your leadership aura is by far, at the center of the 7 talents that we would be discussing. And this would be our framework for the next 5 days. So moving ahead, a very quick last 1 minute, discussion. What do you think, based on the assessment that you have done, the talents of leadership that we've just discussed, what are your key strengths and what would be your area of focus? And believe me, this is the last slide and then you'll have the break. So very quick inputs on this. What do you think are your strength areas in terms of these 7 talents? And what do you think is at least one area where you would like to develop yourself more on? So we can have one strength and one area of focus in the chat. 30 seconds for this. One strength area, one area of focus on the chat. Yes, all the DIGs, please. Develop others, sir says, okay, great. So develop others, Mahabir ji, is it the area of strength or is it the area of focus? Mahabir ji.
It is the area of strength.
Area of strength, that's very good. So we are getting areas of strength. I would also request you to please identify one area of focus as well, because I can see many areas of strength being mentioned on the chat. Okay, Sanjeev ji talks about impartiality, positive working environment. Sir, I believe that's your area of strength. Any areas where you would want to focus also on? Please share. Adaptability of change is an area of strength. Paramjit says. Sandeep ji says being interactive. Sir, is it an area of focus or is it an area of strength? Please mention S or F there. Ravidaji says faithfulness is an area of strength. Okay, great. Some areas of focus we would request you to identify. That will help us to manage when we are doing different sessions. We'll focus more on them. Managing progress and openness to new ideas. Nirmanji says, good to hear from you, Nirmanji. We could not hear from you on voice, Nirmanji. Do you agree with our 7 talent framework? Nirmanji, any thoughts on it?
Yes, ma'am, I do agree with the procedure and the process that has been elaborated.
Okay, sir.
Definitely the leadership has to keep the vision of the organization in view and subsequently develop on the individual capabilities and the personality qualities, I would say.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Good to hear from you, Nirmanji. We have got one area of focus, mastering innovation and change. And yes, very rightly said, area of focus, developing the organization is what Sukumarji says. Great. More areas of focus where you want to develop your own leadership styles, because we would be focusing in the next 5 days then on these areas. Time management focus is what Sandeep Rawatji says. Okay, great. Vani, I think our team is taking a note of these points where our participants would like to focus in their leadership journey.
Yes.
And this would be very helpful in the sessions ahead. A future centric would be the area of focus. Very, very nice, Ravidaji. Being a good human is what Ajayji says. Area of focus would be to build strong relationship. So one or the other talent, Vani, as we can see, is becoming the area of focus also. So great, open to new ideas and technology, Mahabirji says. Pramodji says that the focus would be to identify the potential in each individual and use accordingly. That's wonderful, because managing the competencies and bringing it ahead in the team is very, very vital. So a big round of applause I would give to each one of you, for very clearly in your thoughts identifying what are your strength areas and where you would need focus. And that is that clearly shows the sincere approach that you have to improve your own leadership aura and skills. And with this, I would come to an end of the program overview session. And yes, this is the entire framework that we have for the next 5 days. Let me clear all the drawing, all the written text. Yes. And this is where the 7 talents, where we would be focusing our entire journey. And these are the various sessions that you would have. You all have the participant handbook with you. And at the end, before leaving, I wish you all a very happy journey of learning, collaborating, developing. Any journey in life is a journey of change. So my humble request to each one of you, all of you, I said in the beginning, are your own unique success stories. But yes, we as individuals are continuously growing in the circle of life. So be very willing and open in this journey of change, and please take the maximum out of these interactions. For us, it would be a learning experience to share and learn from your experiences together in this journey. So thank you very much, and namaste, and I take your leave. Over to you, Vani.
Thanks, Pooja. Thank you for the session. Somadev, I see you on screen. Yes.
Yes, I'm here, Vani.
Take it over.
Okay. So should we go for a break, or should we go for a break?
Yes. Yes.
So I think we've had a lot of brainstorming.
Yes, exactly. And let's go for a 10 minutes break.
10 minutes.
It's 11:38 right by my watch. We would be back by 11:48. And then we'll have the first session of the workshop, the impact that you want to have. So now it is 11:39. So we get back at 11:49. Okay. Thanks, Pooja. Thanks.
Thank you,
so
Dr.
much.
Pooja.
Thank you. And thank you. I have mentioned on chat also, it was purely my honor and my pleasure to be with all the glorious leaders, and see you all tomorrow and have a blessed day ahead. Bye bye everybody.
फूड मेंबर कहाँ गया? फूड मेंबर कहाँ गया? समोसे चाय का बंदोबस्त करो भाई. क्वार्टर मास्टर.
नहीं, हमें बताया गया था कोर्स में बहुत ध्यान देना है, पेड कोर्स है. यहाँ तो चाय भी नहीं है पेड वाली भाई.
अरे फुड्डू को बोलो ना चाय तो पिलाए. बिल्कुल ठीक कह रहे हो. अब ऑनलाइन ही पी लो भाई.
ऑनलाइन आ रहा है, उसमें फोटो तो आ रहा है चाय की प्याली की.
नहीं, अच्छी से अच्छी फोटो, जहां की बोलोगे वहां की फोटो.
चाय अजय पिलाएगा, ये 2-2 कैमरे लगा के बैठा है. अजय अग्रवाल जी, आपके 2 कैमरे चल रहे हैं सर.
वाह.
टेक्निकल बंदा है ना पुराना.
डीआईजी कम्युनिकेशन का उपयोग नहीं, दुरुपयोग कर रहा है.
ये आगे से भी दिखता है, पीछे से भी दिखता है. पीछे से भी टेंट नजर आ रही है इसकी.
अरे इसको सर्विलेंस पे तो नहीं डाल रखा है इसके बंदों ने.
मुझे ऐसा ही लग रहा है.
आजकल बहुत तगड़ा मौसम है सर्विलेंस का.
हाँ. हर चीज में सर्विलेंस लगती है.
हर चीज में सर्विलेंस है भैया.
अजय, पीछे में कौन सा कैमरा चल रहा है? आई थिंक आपने अभी तक
सुन भी नहीं रहा है.
सीरियसली नहीं लिया हमारे उसको.
अजय रिवॉल्विंग में है भैया, उसने कहते हैं ऑफ कर दिया अपना, कहते हैं रिवॉल्व करके पीछे कैमरा को फेस नहीं कर रहा है. वो सोच रहा है कैमरा उसको नहीं देख रहा है.
मुझे
ये कैमरे वाली गलत फहमी कैसे हो जाती है लोगों को. और ये भी टेक्निकल आदमियों से ज्यादा फ्लैप होते हैं.
हाँ.
अजय तो जवाब ही नहीं दे रहा.
पता नहीं म्यूट.
व्हाट वुड बी योर फोकस एरिया? तो आज का फोकस एरिया तो अजय अग्रवाल जी बने हुए हैं. 3, 4, 5, 10 कैमरे लगे हुए.
बाकी लोग कहाँ सही में टी ब्रेक पे चले गए. ये तो कैंटीन निकल गए लग रहा है. सभी भाग गए.
नहीं, वो पूल कर दिया है. फूड मेंबर के पास कहते हैं एडवांस जमा करिए, बाद में बिल सबमिट करिए.
अजय जी कहाँ हैं आप? दिखाई नहीं दे रहे भाई बैच वालों को.
उन्होंने कर दिया है, कहते हैं वीडियो ऑफ.
अब सही है. हरमीत जी बताएं इनके साथ क्या दिक्कत है टेक्नोलॉजी में?
नहीं, इनके साथ दिक्कत नहीं है, ये डबल खुश हैं.
आवाज नहीं आ रही अजय. वी आर नॉट गेटिंग योर वॉइस.
अजय जी गए चाय पीने.
नहीं, अजय जी चाय पीने नहीं गए, है तो वहीं पर है, लेकिन इनकी पता नहीं अभी आवाज बंद, बोलती बंद है.
परमजीत कहाँ छुप जाते हो यार आप लोग? इस बहाने बात तो कर लें.
अरे भैया कभी सैटरडे संडे थोड़ी अपनी अब, या मंथली या बाई मंथली अपनी भी थोड़ी जूम मीटिंग कर लिया करो भाई.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल सर, बिल्कुल. व्हाट्सएप पे आ जाएंगे आपकी बार से. डन.
हाँ, थोड़ा सा taking a cue from this. Let us keep first Saturday या second Saturday as Falcons Zoom day.
इतने बड़े डीआईजी कम्युनिकेशन बैठे हैं, कोई ना कोई लिंक बना के शेयर करो सबको.
लिंक क्या बताना साहब. Somebody has to take the lead. अभी इसको करेंगे, हर हालत में करेंगे. गपशप मारा करेंगे थोड़ी देर यार. हवाई जहाज से उतर के लखविंदर जी को कैसा लग रहा है?
ठीक लग रहा है. आप सुनाइए संजय जी.
एयरविंग छोड़ के.
लखविंदर ने मौका दिया कि कोई और भी मजा ले ले थोड़ा सा.
दिया था, लेकिन वो भाई ज्यादा देर टिका नहीं वहां पे. इसको रिलीव हो रहा है.
हो जाएगा। अगली अगली उसकी डीआईजी रैंक के लिए ट्राई मारो वहां पे।
तो भाई ये
अगला
ये
ऑर्डर
पेड
कब
चाय
आ
आ
रहा है
गई मेरी।
अपना? इस फ्राइडे
ऑनलाइन भी पहुंच गई।
मैं क्या अगला ऑर्डर फ्राइडे आ जाएगा डीआईजी का के मंडे को ही आएगा?
आना चाहिए सर पहले ही,
क्योंकि जो रिटायरमेंट है वो तो लास्ट वर्किंग डे तो 28 ही है ना।
28 को ही आ जाना चाहिए सर कायदे से तो।
हाँ मुझे भी लग रहा है कि 28 को आ जाना चाहिए
कि 1 तारीख से उठाओ।
क्या उठाओ?
वजन है भाई।
वो एक तो पहले से बहुत उठा रहा है।
वो तो भाई पांती इज नाउ बिकमिंग मोर यंग आई थिंक। दोबारा एसीडी देगा वो।
यार पांती बोलता मैं 10 मिनट का प्लैंक लगाता हूँ, सच में लगा लेता है इतना?
लगाता होगा भाई, और तो कोई काम किया नहीं उसने।
नहीं नहीं फिर यार ये काम भी करना होगा। 10 मिनट का प्लैंक इज टू मच।
अच्छा
अरे 30 साल से प्लान की लगा रहा है वो। ये तो बहुत
10
कम।
मिनट तो वैसे ही पट्टा रख दो,
अरे
वो
30
गिर
साल
जाएगा।
में वो 30 साल में उसको 30 मिनट का प्रैंक लगाना चाहिए था। ये तो 10 मिनट बहुत कम है। ये भी नहीं किया उसने। ये भी नहीं किया उसने।
नहीं ये तो अभी अपने जो साथी हैं नजदीक वो बता पाएंगे कि वाकई लग रहा है कैसे है, विशिष्ट है उधर नजदीक उसके।
बख्शी बता पाएगा। बख्शी ने उसको 2 साल से खुली छूट दे रखी है कि तू जो करना कर।
नहीं खुली छूट तो चलो
बख्शी
अच्छी
उसको
बात
क्या
है,
बुल
देनी
फाइटिंग में
चाहिए।
भेजेगा?
नहीं तो क्या
यही
रोक
डिस्कस
सकता है
करा ले
क्या?
उसको वो लोग।
ना छूट नहीं देगा तो और क्या रोक लेगा?
बोलीवर आ गए, बोलीवर आ गए।
कर क्या लेगा बख्शी?
28 तारीख के बाद चेंज हो जाएगी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी उसकी भी।
पांती सर बहुत बहुत ज्ञान बांट
भाई
रहा है।
अपने बैच का आर्नोल्ड श्वार्ज़नेगर है वो।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। सर चेयर्स।
अच्छा अच्छा, फूड मेंबर की तरफ से चाय आ गई भाई।
अनंत सर चीयर्स।
अच्छा
फूड मेंबर का सबसे पहले चाय आता है।
काश तेरे पीछे वाले बहन जो पीछे से भी सलूट मारते हैं क्या?
शुक्र है सलूट ही मारते हैं।
अभी कलकत्ता में काफी इकट्ठे हो रहे हैं, वहां भी प्लान कर लेना।
यार आई एम गोइंग फॉर अ लिटिल छुट्टी जाना पड़ रहा है अदरवाइज।
अरे ये
इज रियली बैड लक फॉर
पीएमएमएस वाले कहाँ जा रहे हैं भाई? पुलिस मेडल वाले कहाँ जा रहे हैं?
अच्छा सो आई थिंक एवरीवन इज हियर। सर सॉरी थोड़ा कट इन कर रहा हूँ आप लोग का कॉन्वर्सेशन में। आई लव हाउ यू गाइस आर कैचिंग अप बट सॉरी अनफॉर्चुनेटली वी हैव टू स्टार्ट।
Please, Mr. Soumya.
Yes, sure. So Vani, I'll take it from here. Yeah. So I'll start off with a quote. I want you guys to guess kind of who has said it, you know, to set the context. One individual may die for an idea, but that idea will, after his death, incarnate itself into 1,000 lives. So if any of you know who this quote belongs to, it's a very famous quote. Any idea? You can please pitch in. Any responses?
Somadev, if you can repeat again.
One individual may die for an idea, but that idea will, after his death, incarnate itself in 1,000 lives. No? So, Koini, so this is a very famous quote by our one and only Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. So why I mentioned this quote is that, you know, I'd like to officially introduce you to the very first session of your learning journey based on this, the impact that you want to have. So the idea is that this session हमने जो बनाया हमने design किया है ऐसा कि ये आप लोग को enable करता है, you very senior officers of the BSF, to think without boundaries on what impact आप लोग करना चाहते हो, aligning with the BSF vision, the BSF value and the BSF motto. And what you as senior officers you can do to strengthen your team's beliefs around these this vision, these values, and this impact. And by the end of this program, I guess session, आप क्या कर सकते हो, you'll be able to identify areas जहां आप लोग you want to make changes to create an impact. You will understand and you will also discuss, deconstruct in depth कि क्या impact करना चाहते हो, क्या impact होता है, क्या obstacles आप लोग face करोगे इस impact को create करने के लिए, and any strategies that you can find around, so that you can find ways around these obstacles. So I won't take up a long time to spearhead this session. I would like to introduce you to the coach for the session, Arvind Deshmukh. Arvind is a learning and development professional with over 16 years of work experience. He's a certified global mindset facilitator and a design thinking coach. He's been associated with us for a long time. He holds an MBA from the Thunderbird School of Global Management, and he has a vast history of developing and having delivered several in-person and online training workshops in both developing countries and emerging markets. So Arvind, I would like to now hand over the proceedings to you, so you can take up the session with the participants.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. And I would like to begin with an apology that from the past 3 days I'm not keeping well. So आज हमारी आवाज में दम नहीं है. So I would request all of you to please bear with me.
आवाज में दम नहीं है लेकिन शख्सियत में दम पूरा है.
शख्सियत में दम होना चाहिए.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Vani. Thank you, Vani, for that. I'll quickly share my presentation and then we will begin. Okay, so I believe we can see the screen here now.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Vani. Thank you, Dave. First of all, I would like to welcome all of you to the first session of our training program. And I would like to begin with this fact that this is actually not a training. This is a facilitation. भाई हम आपको क्या ज्ञान दे सकते हैं? I was actually sitting through Pooja ma'am's session और I realized कि आप लोग सब ज्ञानी हैं. तो हम आपको ज्ञान तो दे नहीं सकते हैं, but this is going to be a facilitation. ये एक चर्चा होने वाली है जहां पर हम चाहते हैं कि आप लोग अपने इनपुट से आप लोग अपना एक्सपीरियंस शेयर करें, आप लोग अपना अनुभव शेयर करें, जिससे हम सब लोग आपस में इस चर्चा से सीख सकें. So with that being said, my name is Arvind Deshmukh. So Dave has already introduced me, and today we are going to be talking on this very interesting topic on impact that we want to have. Impact, एक प्रभाव, एक impression जो हम create करना चाहते हैं सबके लिए. तो उसके बारे में हम लोग चर्चा करेंगे. और आप सबसे again I would like to make a request to all of you. सबसे मैं यही विनती करूंगा कि आप लोग सब इस चर्चा में बढ़ चढ़कर भाग लें. Please feel free to stop me anywhere, anytime, whenever you need, whenever you have a question. अगर आपका कोई भी प्रश्न हो, immediately आप मुझे रोक दीजिए, मुझसे प्रश्न कर लीजिए. अगर आपको कोई कमेंट देना है तो प्लीज फील फ्री, किसी भी टाइम पे आप अपना कमेंट दे दीजिए. हमारे पास चैट विंडो भी है और इस चैट विंडो के आप लोग काफी यूज टू हो चुके हैं. आप लोगों ने जैसे पूजा मैम के सेशन में काफी इनपुट्स इस चैट विंडो पर भी डाले थे, तो आप इस चैट विंडो पर भी डाल सकते हैं. लेकिन व्हाट आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट इज कि अगर आप लोग बात करके चर्चा कर सके तो उसमें ज्यादा आनंद आएगा. और हम लोग I have been doing BSF sessions for like I've taken almost like 7 to 8 batches now, and every time I interact with BSF personals, whether they are the commandants or the DIGs, it's always a new learning experience. So I'm very hopeful that this is also going to be an amazing learning journey for me as well. तो मैं यहाँ पर सीखने के लिए आया हूँ. हमें कुछ आता हुआ तो ज्यादा है नहीं, तो हम आपको ज्ञान दे नहीं सकते हैं. तो लेकिन मैं भी यहाँ पर आपसे सीखने के लिए आया हूँ और आप लोग सब इस बढ़ चढ़कर इस चर्चा में भाग लें कि किस तरह से हम अपना प्रभाव क्रिएट कर सकते हैं अपने चारों. How we can create a strong impact. Okay, so टू सेट द कॉन्टेक्स्ट राइट, एक भूमिका बांधने के लिए, अगर हम एक भूमिका बांधना चाहते हैं इस चर्चा के लिए, तो टू सेट द कॉन्टेक्स्ट मैं आप सबसे एक छोटा सा प्रश्न पूछना चाहता हूँ। इन ये जो व्यक्तित्व हमारे सामने है, बहुत ही प्रसिद्ध व्यक्तित्व हैं, इनको एक बार देखिए, let's take a minute and let's take a look at them, and then let us try to understand that what impact they have created in the society. Have they created an impact? Yes or no? That is the first question. The second question is, if yes, then what kind of an impact they have created in the society? कैसा प्रभाव उन्होंने समाज पर, देश पर, मानवता के ऊपर, विश्व पर छोड़ा है? तो इस पिक्चर को हम लोग थोड़ा सा देखते हैं और फिर उसके बाद हम लोग चर्चा करते हैं कि ये जो महान व्यक्तित्व हमारे सामने हैं, जिनकी फोटोज हमारे सामने हैं, इन्होंने कौन सा प्रभाव हम सबके ऊपर छोड़ा है। आप सबके इनपुट्स चाहूंगा, आप सबके विचार चाहूंगा इसके ऊपर। किसने कैसा प्रभाव छोड़ा है आपके हिसाब से? सबसे मतलब है, इनमें से सबसे प्रभावशाली कौन रहा?
अरविंद, मुझे लगता है सारे ही प्रभावशाली हैं, और बट मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि स्वामी विवेकानंद जो हैं, ना ही वो उस समय तो वो प्रभावशाली थे ही, लेकिन मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि आगे कुछ हजार सालों तक वो प्रभावशाली रहेंगे, क्योंकि वो एक ऐसे विजनरी जिन्होंने इंडिया का जो नॉलेज है, जो स्पिरिचुअल नॉलेज है, उसको कैसे बहुत ही सरल तरीके से साइंस में लाके और वेस्टर्न फिलॉसफी में इंटरवीन करके उसको कैसे प्रेजेंट किया है। मुझे लगता है कि वो बहुत रेलेवेंट है, और अगर कोई उनको पढ़े, मतलब हम लोग तो शायद इन्हें नहीं कभी मिल पाए, मतलब ना ही मिल पाएंगे अगर टाइम ट्रैवल कुछ नामक कोई चीज होगी तो, पर मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इनके अगर कोई एक छोटा सा ऐसे भी पढ़ ले तो वो इतना अंदर से पॉजिटिव फील करेगा। तो जब उनकी राइटिंग में इतना पार है तो व्यक्तित्व में क्या हुआ होगा, आई समटाइम्स वंडर। सो मुझे लगता है स्वामी विवेकानंद, दो बाकी सब भी हैं, बट मेरे लिए वो सबसे ज्यादा।
Exactly. Thank you, Vani, for that. In fact, like Swamiji's ideas, Swamiji's thoughts, Swamiji's teachings are time-tested, they are immemorial. उनकी मतलब है, it was his idea that created that foundation for the freedom struggle. उन्होंने जैसे है कि हमारा जो स्वतंत्रता की जो फोरकास्ट था, जो उन्होंने भविष्यवाणी थी, उन्होंने 50 साल पहले ही कर दी थी। 1897 में उन्होंने कहा कि 50 साल में हमें इंडिपेंडेंस मिल जाएगी, उसके बाद किया। तो स्वामी जी का जो प्रभाव है, खासकर जो हमारे जो फ्यूचर हमारे जो लीडर्स हुए, जिन्होंने फ्रीडम स्ट्रगल के लिए अपना संघर्ष किया, और उसके आगे और आज भी मतलब है, उनका प्रभाव जो है वो अछूता नहीं है। थैंक यू वेरी मच वानी फॉर शेयरिंग दैट। और आप लोगों से भी मैं इनपुट चाहूंगा।
अरविंद, सेतुराम सर कह रहे हैं कि उनको नेल्सन मंडेला से काफी उनको लगता है कि वो बहुत प्रभावित थे। तो सेतुराम सर, इफ यू कैन
Nelson Mandela. So, like, what is the kind of impact that has been created by Shri Nelson Mandela? Seturamanji, if you can just elaborate on that.
Yes, Nelson Mandela had an impact because the type of people he was leading and in the circumstances, he could motivate them, the entire country to stand up against apartheid.
Exactly.
It was not very easy for a person that who was in prison to motivate so many people.
Exactly. And we should not forget that Nelson Mandela ji spent 27 years in prison. 27 years, like the major part of his youth was spent in jail. And in spite of being in jail, he was able to create that impact in the society, that impression in the society that paved way for the end of apartheid in South Africa. So thank you very much, Sithuramji, for mentioning that. Can we have some more responses on some of the other eminent personalities mentioned in the picture? Impact. थोड़ा सा एक बार आप सोचिए, मतलब है प्रभाव के बारे में कि इन लोगों ने क्या प्रभाव किया और कैसे इन्होंने ये प्रभाव लोगों के ऊपर डाला. Who were the people like who were impacted by their vision, by their actions?
We look into the great personality of Subhash Bose. We can see that there was a great transformation. From brain to brawn, and so many other characteristics were embedded in him. When he started his career, he was a brilliant student and a scholar. He cracked the ICS examination. He was the first one to do it. And from becoming a brilliant student, he became a very respectful and a very venerable politician. And everybody in our country used to, aspire at him and look at him with awe and, admiration. And subsequently, when he was isolated in, in a certain degree, he became a, military leader. He went to Rangoon and many other places of Eastern India. He traveled extensively and he obtained support of many countries across the globe, starting from Germany also, and Nazi also, and Japan also, and so many other, from various aspects and various different parts of the world. He obtained, this thing support and friendship, and he unified the youth of this country like no one else has done before. And his disappearance is considered to be very much in the imagination of the Bollywood and also as well as our generation also. And these are the so many characters and the greatness of him that is enduring, and it will have a lasting legacy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rawat Saab. That was a beautiful elaboration of the life and the works of Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose was not just he created an impact nationally, he created an impact internationally. जहां पर भी वो गए, उन्होंने एक impact create किया. उन्होंने impact केवल कलकत्ता के लोगों के ऊपर create नहीं किया या कटक के लोगों के ऊपर create नहीं किया. उन्होंने impact पूरे देश के ऊपर create किया. उन्होंने एक जो स्पेशली जो हमारे उस समय के जो पुत्र थे, जो जवान थे, भारतीय जवान थे, जो ब्रिटिश के लिए लड़ा करते थे, उनके अंदर वो अलग जगाई कि मतलब है दे स्टार्टेड फाइटिंग फॉर देयर ओन कंट्री, अपने देश के लिए, अपने देश की स्वतंत्रता के लिए जो संग्राम के लिए. और आज सुभाष चंद्र बोस जी की वजह से आज हम लोग इस स्वतंत्र देश में बैठे हुए हैं. तो व्हाट एन इम्पैक्ट द मैन क्रिएटेड. So thank you very much, Rawat ji, for summarizing that up. It was beautifully done. Okay, so can we have some more responses about the impact that these eminent personalities have created? आप लोग क्या सोचते हैं इसके बारे में? Like in the business world, Dhirubhai Ambani has also created an impact. उन्होंने नए रास्ते खोले. Although, like there are like highs and lows in the life of Dhirubhai Ambani, but still, I mean, he was able to create a very strong impact in the business world. He was able to open the doors that were actually closed in the business world. So apart from that, I mean, let us take a look at some of the other personalities and let's see that, what is the impact that they have created. क्योंकि यही context हमारे आगे की चर्चा की भूमिका बनाएगा. Impact, प्रभाव के बारे में सोचिए. What was the lasting impression that was created by these eminent people?
नहीं, ये आपने दो तीन ये जो दिखाया, who do you think made impact? Everybody has made impact, but whether we should be discussing the personality out there, कि हम किसको डिस्कस करें, मैन को डिस्कस करें या सिचुएशन को डिस्कस करें या एट्रीब्यूट्स को डिस्कस करें, तो इम्पैक्ट तो इस 4-6 फिगर दिखाने से तो खैर इसका अलग ही इम्प्रेशन है. मोस्ट ऑफ देम 6 फिगर्स में तो है नहीं, एक कंटिन्यू कर रहे हैं. तो उनका इम्पैक्ट ये है कि उन्होंने भक्त भी तैयार किए हैं, तो विरोधी भी तैयार कर दिए हैं, पोलराइज कर दिया है. एक इम्पैक्ट ये भी हो गया. तो इस तरह से हम इंडिविजुअल्स को ना डिस्कस करें, हम कॉन्सेप्ट को डिस्कस करें, हम लीडरशिप को, क्वालिटीज को डिस्कस करें. किसने क्या इम्पैक्ट किया, कब इम्पैक्ट किया, ये हो सकता है. लेकिन इंडिविजुअल सब में कहीं ना कहीं कोई विवाद रहा है, ये जो 6 फिगर देख रहे हैं, सबसे निर्विवाद अगर कोई इसमें फिगर है तो वो फर्स्ट फिगर है जो श्री कलाम है, जिनमें विवाद की कोई गुंजाइश नहीं पाई गई कभी। बाकी सभी किसी न किसी विवाद के कारण भी बने रहे हैं, चाहे वो गांधी रहे हों, चाहे अंबानी रहे हों, नेताजी रहे हों, मंडेला रहे हों, और वर्तमान जो इस अभी मौजूद हैं और नेतृत्व प्रदान कर रहे हैं, उसमें विवाद के तो कारण ही कारण है, क्योंकि एक पूरा समाज या पूरा सिरा ही एक विपक्ष के रूप में एकीकृत हो रहा है। तो वो इस तरह हम पर्सनालिटी को ना डिस्कस करें लीडरशिप के परिप्रेक्ष्य में तो ज्यादा ठीक होगा।
चलिए, आपका सुझाव बहुत ही अच्छा सुझाव है सिंह साहब, कि हम लोग केवल जैसे हम लोग कॉन्सेप्ट्स का जो अंडरलाइन कॉन्सेप्ट्स हैं, लेकिन एक बात आपने बहुत अच्छी कही एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम जी के बारे में, कि इनका ये इम्पैक्ट ये था कि इन्होंने किसी विवाद में पड़े बिना ही अपना प्रभाव मतलब हमारे देश की जो यंग जनरेशन था उनके ऊपर डाल दिया। चलिए ठीक है, तो हम लोग आगे बढ़ते हैं और व्यक्तित्व के बारे में नहीं बल्कि कॉन्सेप्ट्स के बारे में हम लोग चर्चा करते हैं। हम लोग अपने कार्य के बारे में चर्चा करते हैं और यहाँ पर where we can actually how we can create an impact, कॉन्सेप्ट्स के बारे में चर्चा करते हैं कि how we can go about creating an impact। ओके, तो जैसे कि हम जानते हैं कि जैसे है कि बीएसएफ का जो ध्येय है वो है जीवन पर्यंत कर्तव्य, यानी कि मतलब कि हम लोग जीवन भर कर्तव्य का पालन, उस मातृभूमि की रक्षा करना, उस मातृभूमि की सीमाओं की रक्षा करना जो मातृभूमि हमें सब कुछ देती है। टू बी अ फोर्स ऑफ एक्सीलेंस इन गाइडिंग द बॉर्डर्स ऑफ इंडिया by means of a highly professional, credible and efficient border management. That is the vision of BSF. So I'm sure like all of you agree with me on that that's the vision of BSF. And now like we are going to move forward and we are going to see that how we can use this vision, how we can use our own leadership skills to create this beautiful impact on people around us. Now we work with a lot of people, we work with internal stakeholders, we work with external stakeholders. हमारे अंदर के लोग भी हैं जिनके साथ हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं, आप लोग सब डीआईजी हैं, आप लोग कमांडेंट्स के साथ काम करते हैं, आप लोग ऑफिसर्स के साथ काम करते हैं, आप लोग जवानों के साथ काम करते हैं, और आप लोग एक्सटर्नल स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ भी काम करते हैं, बाहर की कंपनियों के साथ भी काम करते हैं जहां से आपका असला तसला आता है। आप लोग बॉर्डर्स में रहते हैं तो बॉर्डर्स में जो पदाधिकारी हैं, जो बॉर्डर टाउन में पदाधिकारी हैं, उनके साथ भी आप लोगों की बहुत चर्चा होती है, बहुत काम रहता है। तो आप लोग जैसे आप लोग यू आर वर्किंग विद बोथ इंटरनल स्टेक होल्डर्स एंड एक्सटर्नल स्टेक होल्डर्स, सो वेयर डू वी वांट टू क्रिएट एन इम्पैक्ट। अब मैं आपसे अगर ये प्रश्न पूछूं कि आप लोग कहाँ एक प्रभाव बनाना चाहते हैं, आप लोग एक अंदरूनी प्रभाव बनाना चाहते हैं विद इन एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन एज अ लीडर, या फिर आप लोग जो प्रभाव बनाना चाहते हैं वो प्रभाव ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के बाहर भी जो हमारे एक्सटर्नल स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं उनके ऊपर भी एक इम्पैक्ट क्रिएट करना चाहते हैं। If I were to ask you this question,
इसमें हमारा रिस्पांस इस प्रकार से होगा कि हम अपना प्रभाव बनाने के बारे में कम सोचते हैं। हम हमारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का एज ए बीएसएफ क्या प्रभाव होगा, एक यूनिट कमांडर के रूप में, एक सेक्टर कमांडर के रूप में, उस सेक्टर का, उस यूनिट का, उस फोर्स का क्या इम्पैक्ट होगा, वो हमारी एरिया ऑफ फोकस रहता है या कंसर्न रहता है कि हमारी फौज का क्या उसकी अच्छाइयाँ होंगी, अगर बदनामी होगी तो फौज की क्या रेपुटेशन बनेगी, वो हमारा एरिया ऑफ फोकस या कंसर्न होता है। हमारा क्या एरिया है, वी आर द पार्ट ऑफ द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, तो आवर कंट्रीब्यूशन इज ओनली दैट ड्यू टू माई एक्शन और इनएक्शन, अवर जो हमारी फौज है उसका क्या इमेज बिल्ट होता है, वो बेटर होना चाहिए, बेहतर होना चाहिए, एफिशिएंट होना चाहिए और आगे माने अप्रिशिएबल होना चाहिए, ये हमारा फोकस है।
राइट, थैंक यू सिंह साहब। और आपका जो आपके फोर्स का जो इम्प्रेशन है,
जिसमें मदर फादर
और आपके जो फोर्स का इम्पैक्ट होगा वो आप ही के वजह से होगा, क्योंकि आप लोग सब इस फोर्स का पार्ट है। तो आप यू अग्री विद मी ऑन दिस सिंह साहब कि जैसा आपका इंप्रेशन होगा वैसा ही आपका फोर्स का भी इंप्रेशन होगा कुछ हद तक?
नहीं, ऐसा जरूरी नहीं है। हम ये मान के चलते हैं सोसाइटी में, हर ग्रुप में हर तरह के लोग, तो अगर वो हर तरह के लोग हैं तो हमारी लिमिटेशंस भी हैं और हमारी कमियां भी हो सकती हैं। बिना कमी का कोई है, लेकिन जो भी व्यक्ति जो भी कार्य कर रहा है वो सही है, उचित है, यही जानकर कर रहा है। मे बी फ्रॉम अदर पर्सपेक्टिव इट इज नॉट राइट। इफ आई एम टेकिंग अ हार्ड स्टैंड, दैट मे बी माय ओन चॉइस, इट मे बी अप्रिशिएटेड एट टाइम्स, इट मे बी नॉट अप्रिशिएटेड। तो हम अपने विवेक से वो कार्य कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उस लिमिटेशन को ध्यान में हमेशा रखें कि हमारी इंडिविजुअल चॉइस की वजह से हमारी फोर्स का इम्पैक्ट, उसकी रेपुटेशन स्टेक पे ना है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, लाख टके की बात सिंह साहब, लाख टके की बात की हमारे किसी एक्शन की वजह से, हमारे किसी कार्य की वजह से हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की, हमारे संगठन की बदनामी ना हो, हमारे संगठन के ऊपर कोई उंगली ना उठा सके। इसलिए हम लोगों को ये इम्पोर्टेंट है कि जैसे ये है कि कतरा कतरा बन के ही पूरा घड़ा बनता है, मतलब बूंद बूंद भर के ही सागर बनता है। भले हम सागर की एक बूंद है, लेकिन हमारा भी अपना महत्व है। सागर की बूंद हम भले हैं, लेकिन हमारा भी अपना महत्व है। तो एक बूंद को भी अपना जो इम्पैक्ट है वो बना के रखना पड़ता है। तो और यही चीज हम लोग यहाँ पर चर्चा कर रहे हैं कि एज इंडिविजुअल्स, एज लीडर्स, हाउ वी कैन एनहांस आवर पर्सनालिटीज, हाउ वी कैन एनहांस आवर एक्शंस, सो दैट वी कैन क्रिएट दिस लॉन्ग लास्टिंग इम्पैक्ट इन द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन एंड द सोसाइटी। क्योंकि आप लोग बहुत सारे लोगों के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, इंटरनल भी एक्सटर्नल भी। आप लोग एक बहुत बड़े लीडरशिप रोल में है, हजारों लोग आपके नीचे काम करते हैं, उनके ऊपर आपको इम्पैक्ट बनाना है। आपका जैसे आचरण होगा, आपका जैसा बिहेवियर होगा, आपके जैसे एक्शन होंगे, लोग आपको रेप्लिकेट करेंगे, क्योंकि आप लोग एक रोल मॉडल है। इस बात पे तो कोई डिनाइल है नहीं। तो इस रोल मॉडल को हम लोग किस प्रकार से अपने व्यक्तित्व को निखारें, इसके बारे में हम लोग थोड़ी सी चर्चा करेंगे। So thank you very much for those inputs.
Arvind, I think, sorry to interrupt, I think we also have another response from Sethuram sir. He
Okay.
says in the chat to further the image of the force on all stakeholders.
Of course. Thank you, Sitaram sir, for that. Yeah, of course. To further impact the forces on all stakeholders, whether outside or inside, because BSF is dealing with people both outside and inside. And I belong to a border town myself. Yeah, like my hometown is on a border of India and Bangladesh. So I interact with I've interacted with BSF personnel on a personal basis also. So I know the impact that BSF has created on the society. So yeah, so thank you very much, Sitaram sir, for that.
Here at this point, I would like to say something.
Yes, sir.
We as a border security force not only making contribution in border management, rather we are there whenever there is a law and order situation, we are there. Whenever there is an election scenario, we are there. We are contributing in anti-nexual operations. We are contributing in VIP security. We are our officers and men are there, part of a special protection group. We are part of national security guards in counter-terror force. So we are contributing everywhere. Border management is just part of that.
Thank you, Pramodji. Thank you, Pramodji, for mentioning that. Of course, BSF is there everywhere. Because now, the range of responsibilities of the forces have increased so much. कि केवल जैसे border security force is a name, but of course, the aura of the work, like the range of the work, is spread all across the different sectors. And thank you very much, Pramodji, for mentioning that. Okay, so now let us discuss, let us do some self-introspection. Let us do some self-contemplation. अगर हम लोग या फिर हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कोई प्रभाव नहीं क्रिएट कर पाती है, अगर समझिए मतलब है कि कभी-कभी ऐसे सिचुएशंस आती है where we want our organization to create a strong impact in the society, or like we want as a leader to create a strong impact in our organization, लेकिन हम लोग वो impact create नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, वो impression create नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, तो वो कौन से bottlenecks ऐसे हो सकते हैं जो हम लोगों को रोकते होंगे? थोड़ा सोचिए इसके बारे में कि what would make it difficult to create an impact?
इम्पैक्ट किस पे क्रिएट करना है, उस पे क्या प्रभाव है वो समझ सकता है। हम सोच रहे हैं कि हम इम्पैक्ट क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, हो सकता है हम इररिलेवेंट हों। हो सकता है कि हम उतना मतलब ही नहीं रख रहे हैं। थोड़ा सा विवादित भी हो सकती है ये बात। BSF is without
No, we are very
head.
confident that we are making the impact. There is no confusion about it. The only thing is that it may not be projected, it may not be known to the people, but definitely we are making the contribution and making impact.
अरे ये बात कि BSF as a force is without an independent boss for so many days now. तो ये भी एक बात है कि हम अपने आप को शायद बहुत ओवररेट भी कर सकते हैं कि हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की कितनी महत्व है, हमारी कितनी महत्व है। मे बी इट इज नॉट सो रेलिवेंट कि एक 2.5 लाख की फौज, 3 लाख की फौज को एक इंडिपेंडेंट डीजी भी नहीं मिल पा रहा है। तो ये भी एक चीज है, हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि ये है। तो हम हो सकता है कि मैं अपने आप को डीआईजी समझ कर कि मैं बहुत ग्रो कर गया हूँ, मैं इम्पैक्ट छोड़ रहा हूँ। आई थिंक एंटायर फोर्स इज नॉट सो रेलिवेंट। वो सारे कंट्री में हो सकता है कि हम एक पार्ट हैं, लेकिन हम अपना पार्ट अच्छे से प्ले करें, दैट इज ऑल। जो पार्ट हमें दिया गया वो हम प्ले करें।
Right. Thank you, Singh Sir, for that. यानी कि that is definitely like a very good perspective कि हमें जो रोल दिया गया है वो रोल हम लोग अच्छी तरह से क्रिएट करेंगे, हम लोग अपना काम अच्छी तरह से क्रिएट करेंगे और ये जो इम्पैक्ट होगा वो एक होलिस्टिक इम्पैक्ट होगा। उस इम्पैक्ट में हमारा भी एक छोटा सा भाग होगा। तो
Yeah, Arvind, sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to ask, sir, it's a very good point that, very interesting point, if I can further discussion. Savi sir ne mention kiya tha ki, sometimes I don't know why we are not able to project the impact that we have made. I remember hamare last time pe, when we were talking about difficulties for it towards impact, one of the DIGs, sir had mentioned that perhaps we are, not making that public relations acha nahi hai, hamara social media ke bhi, world mein, we are not fostering ourselves, and we need to, because the BSF has already had so much impact, and we need to project ourselves that way. So sir, Anand sir and the others, what do you think on that note? Do you think that is something very important that we can work towards as an organization, or it needs work?
नहीं, इसमें एक डोमेन है, वर्क का एक डोमेन है। एज ए डीआईजी मुझे एक पर्टिकुलर रोल में एक्सपेक्टेड है, उसके लिए एक अलग सेक्शन है। फौज ने उसको भी डिसाइड किया है कि उसका भी एक पीआरओ होगा, उसका भी एक प्रोजेक्शन होगा। बट आई एम नॉट इन दैट रोल, बट आई एक्सपेक्ट दैट इट शुड बी। वो जिसको भी रोल दिया गया है, जितना भी रोल दिया गया है, उसको अगर बढ़िया से करेंगे तो इम्पैक्ट फौज एज ए फौज उसका अच्छा इम्पैक्ट निकल कर आएगा या प्रभाव दिखाई देगा। लेकिन अब आप देख रहे हैं कि सोशल मीडिया का जमाना है, कोई एक मर्डर हो जाता है तो उसको भी कहते हैं, एक फॉरेन वर्ड में उसको एक पॉलिटिशियन के मर्डर के रूप में दिखाया जा रहा है। तो फैक्ट कहीं इंटरमिंगल्ड हो जाते हैं, उसको आप लीड दे देते हैं, किसी को आप सप्रेस कर देते हैं, बट ओवरऑल एक इमेज बनती है। तो कंट्री की इमेज को कई जगह पे कई तरह से प्रोजेक्ट किया जा रहा है। वो सब सही हो ऐसा नहीं है, लेकिन हम अपनी सही बात को, अपनी स्ट्रेंथ को, अपनी कमिटमेंट को, अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को अच्छे से प्रोजेक्ट कर सकें, और जिस रोल में है उसे अगर हम प्रॉपरली कर सकें तो अच्छा ही प्रोजेक्ट होगा, ऐसा मेरा मानना है।
Thank you so much, sir.
Very well said, Anand ji. I think मैं आपकी बात समझ पा रही हूँ कि आप ये कह रहे हैं कि चाहे हम कुछ भी करें, कैसा इम्पैक्ट होगा, पॉजिटिव नेगेटिव, वो हम नहीं डिसाइड कर सकते हैं। कभी कभी इंटेंशन सारे सही हो लेकिन इम्पैक्ट शायद उतना ना हो। लेकिन कभी कभी क्या होता है कि इम्पैक्ट जितना सोचा है उससे भी ज्यादा हो सकता है। So I can understand from what you are trying to say, and I think Arvind has and Soumyadev have done the so. You are right, Anand ji. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इम्पैक्ट की नियत हम कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं। इनफैक्ट यही बात अरविंद आगे बताएंगे। अरविंद, मुझे पता है आप नेक्स्ट, इनफैक्ट आनंद जी, इनफैक्ट आपने एक कॉन्टेक्स्ट बहुत अच्छा सेट कर दिया है। जो नेक्स्ट चीज हमारी आ रही है, सर्कल ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस एंड सर्कल ऑफ कंट्रोल। सो आप इनफैक्ट वही बात कर रहे हैं। तो अरविंद, टेक इट फॉरवर्ड प्लीज।
थैंक यू वानी, थैंक यू या सो टेकिंग इट फॉरवर्ड, तो जैसे बहुत अच्छी भूमिका आपने बांध दी है अनंत जी, तो इसी भूमिका को हम लोग पकड़ के चलते हैं। ओके तो हमारे दो कॉन्सेप्ट्स होते हैं, उससे पहले हम लोग थोड़ा सा हम लोग इस बारे में चर्चा करते हैं कि जैसे कौन सी चीजें हम लोगों को परेशान करती हैं, कौन सी चीजें ऐसी हैं जो हमारे हाथ में होती हैं, कौन सी चीजें ऐसी हैं जो हमारे हाथ में नहीं होती हैं। तो जैसे लेट अस टेक अ लुक एट आवर मेन कंसर्न्स इन लाइफ. So let us think about for a second about the amount of control you have over each of those domains. अब हमारे लाइफ में बहुत सारे ऐसे फैक्टर्स होते हैं, बहुत सारी ऐसी चीजें होती हैं जो हम चाहते हैं कि वो ठीक से हो, परंतु हमारा उनके ऊपर बहुत ज्यादा नियंत्रण नहीं होता है, हमारा बहुत ज्यादा कंट्रोल उनके ऊपर नहीं होता है। तो आप लोगों की मतलब है प्रोफेशनल लाइफ में या फिर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में या फिर जब आप ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के बाहर लोगों के साथ डील करते हैं, कुछ ऐसी चीजें हो जाती हैं जो आपके हाथ, जो आप चाहते हैं कि एक तरीके से हो लेकिन वो एक तरीके से नहीं होती है क्योंकि ये चीज हमारे हाथों से बाहर निकल जाती है। कुछ ऐसी चीजें होती हैं हमारे लाइफ में विच आर आउट ऑफ कंट्रोल।
Yes.
Right. So can we get a few examples of a few things which actually are out of control? अब जैसे घुसपैठिया आ रहा है, अब घुसपैठिया को तो हम लोग रोक सकते हैं लेकिन घुसपैठिया के दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है वो तो हम लोग नहीं पढ़ सकते हैं। So can we just think about it and can we just come up with a couple of things which we want to work in a certain way but they are out of our control, they don't happen the way we intend them to happen? कोई ऐसी चीजें आप सोचिए थोड़ा सा, कोई ऐसे एग्जांपल्स आपको ध्यान में अगर आए कि हम लोग कुछ करना चाह रहे हैं, वी वांट लाइक टू क्रिएट एन इम्पैक्ट इन सच अ वे बट इट डिड नॉट हैपन क्योंकि हमारा उस एरिया पे कंट्रोल नहीं था।
इस रिगार्ड मेरा ये कहना है कि हमारे अगर हमारे परसेप्शन में बीएसएफ के इस हिसाब से लेंगे, जैसे सपोज हम लोग वी आर मैनिंग ये जो बंगाल बॉर्डर या त्रिपुरा बॉर्डर जो हम लोग कंट्रोल कर रहे हैं,
हाँ जी,
वहां पर ऐसा है कि कुछ चीजें ऐसी हैं हम चाहते हैं कि उसको ब्लॉकेज करें स्मगलिंग पे, लेकिन वहां पर जैसे कुछ जो विलेजेस है नियर बाई विलेजेस, वहां पर मैंने फील किया है कि जो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है वो उस चीज को बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं क्योंकि बाय इशूइंग परमिट्स, जैसे एक आदमी की हैसियत नहीं है खाना खाने की भी, उसको वो 10 बैग्स शुगर का परमिट दे रहे हैं। इस तरह उस पर हमारा कोई वो नहीं है, कंट्रोल नहीं। उनसे बताइए आप, वो कह रहे हैं नहीं सर ये तो स्टेट के ऑर्डर्स है, स्टेट की पॉलिसी है, इसमें हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते। तो एक हम तो कंट्रोल करना चाह रहे हैं लेकिन उस पर हमारा कंट्रोल ही नहीं है। सिविल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन का इंस्पायर्ड ऑफ नोइंग कि ये कैपेबल नहीं है, इसकी परचेज पावर नहीं है, तो वो क्या कर रहा है कि एक स्मगलर उन सभी से परचेज करके स्मगलिंग करा रहा है। तो ऐसे कई इंसिडेंट्स हैं जिसपे हमारा हम चाहते हैं कि उस पर कंट्रोल करें लेकिन हो नहीं सकता।
बिल्कुल 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 सुधींद्र जी, आपने एकदम सही बात कही है कि बहुत, क्योंकि हम लोगों को एज लाइक यू नो बीएसएफ ऑफिसर्स, लाइक हम लोगों को जैसे वी हैव टू डील विद पीपल हु आर आउटसाइड ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस आल्सो। हम लोगों को लोकल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के साथ भी काम करना पड़ता है, कभी अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज के साथ काम करना पड़ता है, स्टेट पॉलिटिशियंस के साथ काम करना पड़ता है, पॉलिसी लेवल पे काम करना पड़ता है। बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जो हम लोग करना चाह रहे हैं, पुलिस के साथ काम करना पड़ता है, लोकल पुलिस के साथ काम करना पड़ता है, बहुत सारी चीजें हम लोग करना चाहते हैं लेकिन रेजिस्टेंस होता है, इसलिए हम लोग उसे कर नहीं पाते हैं क्योंकि मतलब है देयर आर चैलेंजेस। ओके, लेट मी टेक अ क्विक लुक एट अ चैट विंडो। Okay, so there is like a very good comment out here. We have the ideas, we have the expertise, but at times the resource crunch and local circumstances at times don't permit. Of course, so sometimes like we have a resource crunch, So like we have the idea, we have the expertise, we have the josh, we have the enthusiasm, we want to go about and do it. लेकिन हमारे पास resources नहीं है. हम लोग जंग लड़ना चाहते हैं लेकिन हमारे पास ढंग के हथियार नहीं है. कभी कभी ऐसी सिचुएशन हो जाती है because हम लोग कंस्ट्रेंट्स हर जगह होते हैं. हम लोग हायर एजुकेशन में काम करते हैं, एकेडेमिया में काम करते हैं. एकेडेमिया में भी हमारे अपने कंस्ट्रेंट्स हैं. हम लोग कॉर्पोरेट लर्निंग में काम करते हैं. हम लोग बहुत ज्यादा डिलीवर करना चाहते हैं लेकिन हमारे पास भी रिसोर्स कंस्ट्रेंट्स हो जाते हैं. इंडस्ट्री में भी रिसोर्स कंस्ट्रेंट्स हो जाते हैं. कॉर्पोरेट सेक्टर, प्राइवेट सेक्टर में भी रिसोर्स कंस्ट्रेंट्स हो जाते हैं. और रिसोर्स कंस्ट्रेंट्स के साथ हमें रह के काम करना पड़ता है, विच इज अ वेरी like it is truth, and it is a very bitter truth, and sometimes like we have to face the truth. So thank you very much, Pramod ji, for mentioning that. Can we have some other responses here as well? We have concerns in life where we don't have control on.
Yeah, we work as part of a government, you
Right,
know,
sir.
and the government has many agencies, many functionaries.
Right.
Very often, sometimes what is my priority may not be the priority of some other organization within the government. So it becomes contradictory there.
Exactly. Thank you, Seturamji, for mentioning that. Yeah, because my priorities might be different from someone else's priorities. So I'm also a government agency. Like there is another government agency which is also working parallelly with me. Let's say the police force. That is also a government agency which is working parallelly with me. But their priorities are different. Their prerogatives are different. My priorities, my goals, my prerogatives are different. But we have to ensure that, like we are kind of meeting a common goal, that is protecting the country. Yeah, so thank you very much, Sitaramji, for that. So we have got.
There is a saying that man proposes and God disposes. कई बार ऐसा होता है कि किसी का सडन इम्पल्स, आप चाहे जितना उसको बता लीजिए कि ये करना है, ये नहीं करना है, इट इज अ फैक्ट ऑफ लाइफ. और सडन इम्पल्स पे या उसका कई सर्कमस्टेंसेस ऐसे होते हैं कि वो अपने आप को एज ए सुसाइड कर लेता है. तो दैट इज, इट इज नॉट इन आवर हैंड्स. तो ये डोमेन भी ऐसा है कि आपका जो जिसे ह्यूमन रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट आप कहिए, आप उनको ब्रीफ करेंगे, सब कुछ करेंगे, एट दैट टाइम इट्स ऑल ओके. बट इट्स सडन इम्पल्स, या घर से कोई ऐसा बात हो जाए तो अचानक से वो ऐसा चीज कर बैठता है जो कि उसके लिए तो है ही नुकसानदायक, जो वो पीछे छोड़ जाता है उसका पूरा परिवार जो है एक तरीके से शैटर्ड हो जाता है. ये कुछ चीजें ऐसी हैं, फैक्ट ऑफ लाइफ, दैट वी हैव नो कंट्रोल.
Right. Thank you very much, Trivedi sir, for mentioning that. In fact, so within our organization also, like there are instances where things happen out of our control. हम लोग लोगों के साथ काम कर रहे हैं, भाई सर्विस में तो भाई सब कुछ अच्छा चल रहा है, भाई अच्छी मीठी बातें हो रही हैं, हाँ, सब कुछ लग रहा है कि अरे ये बंदा तो एकदम ठीक है. अगले दिन देखा कि अरे भाई क्या हो गया, ऐसी सिचुएशन हो गई जो हमने सोची भी नहीं थी. ऐसा क्या हुआ रातों रात, ऐसा क्या चेंज हुआ कि भाई पूरी कहानी बदल गई. तो ऐसी सिचुएशन बहुत ज्यादा हो जाती है, और ये प्राइवेट सेक्टर में भी होता है. प्राइवेट सेक्टर में this also happens very often that sometimes like there is a sudden impulse, a situation arises that goes out of our control. As a manager, as leader, we think that like things are relatively in our control, but things actually slip out of our hands sometimes. So thank you very much, Trivedi sir, for mentioning that. So that was actually really good. So I'll quickly take a look at the chat window.
Yeah, Arvind, we have a lot of responses from the chat.
Yeah. So I'm taking a look at the chat window also. National security definition is different from everyone when the border guarding force. Of course, national security definition is different. So as an organization, like हमारी definition क्या है? As a different organization, उनकी definition क्या है? Recently, like there was a not exactly very recently, but like relatively recently, like there was an announcement that in some of the border states, the area of BSF influence is going to be increased from 15 kilometers to 50 kilometers in West Bengal, Punjab. So that probably created some resistance. In the internal societies out there, ki bhai, why this decision has been taken. So, of course, national security definition is different from different people, and we have to sometimes work with that.
Vikas sir says tough war with response to that.
I'm sorry?
Vikas sir on the chat says turf war.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, turf war. Of course. There is a turf war. Yeah, this is my turf. This is my area. This is my region. You cannot come inside my region, because if you come inside my region, I'm going to kick you out. This happens. This happens very often. Happens very often. In fact, like in the corporate side also, probably, like, all of you can remember, like, if you take a memories, like, 15 to 20 years back, there was a big fight between Pepsi and Coca-Cola that was happening, that who is going to control the turf of soft drinks. पेप्सी कह रही है कि भाई हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स हैं वो आएंगे, कोका कोला कह रहा है कि हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स हैं वो आएंगे, and both the companies spent insane amount of money in advertising. Everybody made money out of it. Everybody made money. जो हमारे खिलाड़ी हैं, जो क्रिकेट खेलते हैं, उन लोगों ने खूब पैसा कमाया, बीसीसीआई ने खूब पैसा कमाया है, जो हमारे कलाकार हैं, बॉलीवुड वाले हैं, इन लोगों ने एडवर्टाइजमेंट कर करके खूब पैसा कमाया, हमारी एडवर्टाइजिंग एजेंसीज हैं, इन्होंने एड्स चला चला के बहुत पैसे कमाए। हाँ, लेकिन कंपनी पैसे नहीं कमा पाई, क्योंकि जो टर्फ वॉर जो चल रही थी दोनों कंपनियों के बीच में उस चक्कर में मतलब है कि दोनों कंपनियों का नुकसान हो गया, और अल्टीमेटली आई मीन both of them are players in the markets, but still they were not able to realize the kind of profits that they want to do. So yeah, so that happened. Situation assessment and equanimity results in better control than before. Of course, Rawat Saab, situation assessment is very important. In fact, assessment is required in any kind of a decision making. So whenever we have to take a decision, it is very important for us to assess the situation. Once we assess the situation, we understand that what are the pros and the cons, what are the highs and the lows, what are the crests and the troughs. Then, like, we are able to take a better decision out here. So situation assessment becomes very important. At times we identify the problem and solution, but we do not have the domain to act. Of course, Sanjeev ji. This happens all the time, that, like, we have identified what the problem is, we have identified what the solution is, what the potential solution is going to be, but we don't have the domain to act. Sometimes we don't have the authority to act. So that happens, that happens all the time. Lack of coordination amongst different departments. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, so my throat is a little bad. So lack of coordination between different departments. So, like, when different departments are not coordinating with each other, this is the problem that happens. That there are many things which go out of our control. And with that being said, and thank you very much for all your responses. And this has certainly set a tone for a very interesting conversation that we are going to go ahead. So now, what can we control and what can we not control? So हमारे पास, जैसे, this is an academic concept and it is very well applied to both public sector and private sector organizations, government and non-government organizations. And this concept is called the circle of concern and the circle of influence. तो हम सबका एज अ लीडर, एज एन इंडिविजुअल, एज अ पर्सन, जैसे हम सबकी एक मैग्नेटिक फील्ड होती है, हम सबकी एक ग्रेविटेशनल फील्ड होती है। अब धरती हमें अपनी तरफ खींचती है, लेकिन हम भी धरती को अपनी तरफ खींचते हैं, राइट? आई एम श्योर ऑल ऑफ यू एग्री विद मी। हमें धरती, हमारे अंदर भी गुरुत्वाकर्षण है, धरती हमें खींचती है, हम भी धरती को खींचते हैं, परंतु धरती माता इतनी भव्य, इतनी विशाल है, उनका जो फोर्स इतना ज्यादा स्ट्रांग है कि हम लोग धरती पर लगे रहते हैं, धरती हमारी तरफ उठती नहीं है। क्यों? क्योंकि हमारा फोर्स धरती के फोर्स के मुकाबले बहुत कम होता है। तो वैसे ही हम सबका एक सर्कल ऑफ कंसर्न होता है और एक सर्कल ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस होता है। तो हम लोग थोड़ा सा इसके बारे में जानने की कोशिश करते हैं कि सर्कल ऑफ कंसर्न क्या होता है और सर्कल ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस क्या होता है। तो आई वुड लाइक ऑल ऑफ यू टू टेक लाइक अ मिनट एंड लुक एट दिस स्लाइड। थोड़ा सा, मैं अभी बोलूंगा नहीं, आप लोग 1 मिनट लीजिए और इस स्लाइड को थोड़ा सा देखिए। सर्कल ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस और सर्कल ऑफ कंसर्न। ओके, तो आप लोगों ने देखा सर्कल ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस एंड सर्कल ऑफ कंसर्न। तो सर्कल ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस है, ये हमारा सर्कल है कि हमारा एटीट्यूड, हमारा, हम क्या देखते हैं, हम क्या सुनते हैं, हम क्या पढ़ते हैं, हम क्या समझते हैं, हम कैसे लोगों के साथ व्यवहार करते हैं, हम कौन से वस्तुओं का उपयोग करना चाहते हैं, व्हाट आर द थिंग्स दैट वी वांट टू यूज, हमारा स्वास्थ्य कैसा है, हमारे मित्र कैसे हैं, जो लोग हमारे आसपास हैं वो कैसे हैं, ये हमारा सर्कल ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस है। इनके ऊपर हम लोग इमीडिएटली प्रभाव डाल सकते हैं, हम अपने आप को परिवर्तित कर सकते हैं, अपने आसपास के लोगों के ऊपर प्रभाव डाल सकते हैं। लेकिन कुछ ऐसी चीजें होती हैं जो हमारी सर्कल ऑफ कंसर्न है, जिनके ऊपर हम लोग डायरेक्टली प्रभाव नहीं डाल सकते हैं, सच एज द पॉलिटिकल इश्यूज, द न्यूज, द वेदर, नेचुरल डिजास्टर्स, अदर पीपल्स बिहेवियर्स, इकोनॉमी, सोशल मीडिया फीड्स। अब दीज आर अ सर्कल ऑफ कंसर्न्स कि दुनिया में क्या हो रहा है, ये हमारी कंसर्न की बात है। क्योंकि अगर हमारे देश में शांति रहेगी, हमारे देश में समृद्धि रहेगी, तो हम भी सुखी समृद्ध रहेंगे। अगर हमारे देश में अराजकता रहेगी, हमारे देश में अशांति रहेगी, हमारे देश में लड़ाइयां होती रहेंगी, तो हमारे लिए भी, हमारी सुरक्षा में कोई भी खतरा है। हाँ, लेकिन कुछ ऐसी चीजें हैं कि हम लोग कंट्रोल नहीं कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि वो हमारे जुरिस्डिक्शन में नहीं आती है, वो हमारे टर्फ में नहीं आती है, तो हम लोग उसको कंट्रोल नहीं कर सकते हैं। लेकिन कुछ ऐसी चीजें हैं जो हम लोग कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं, जो हमारे अपने सर्कल ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस में आती है। Thank you, Sitaram ji. Yeah, things that are within a control and things which are not inside a control. So if we want to create a strong impact, if we want to, as a leader, because all of us are leaders and all of us are also managers, हम लोग काम को मैनेज भी कर रहे हैं, हम लोग ऑपरेशंस को हैंडल भी कर रहे हैं, हम लोग जो हमारे टास्क्स हैं, हमारी ड्यूटीज हैं, हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज हैं, उनको एग्जीक्यूट भी कर रहे हैं, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को अच्छी तरह से चला भी रहे हैं। एट द सेम टाइम वी आर ऑल्सो लीडर्स, हम लोग एक पर्पस के लिए काम कर रहे हैं। लीडर्स आर पर्पस ड्रिवन, मैनेजर्स आर टास्क ड्रिवन। So basically as a DIG I'm assuming that you are both leaders and managers. आपको टास्क भी करने होते हैं और आपको साथ साथ एक पर्पस, एक हायर विजन के साथ भी चलना होता है। आपको अपने जवानों को मोटिवेट भी करना होता है, आपको लोगों को दिशा भी दिखानी होती है। तो एज ए लीडर हमारा जो सर्कल ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस है उसको हम लोग कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं, और हमारी चारों ओर एक सर्कल ऑफ कंसर्न है जो हमारे दिमाग में रहता है। Okay, so I'll quickly take a look at the chat window.
So we have an input from Lakwinder sir. He says that the circle of influence is only applicable for self, family, and close friends and relatives, whereas the circle of concern is for a whole society and what we expect as from others.
Exactly. Thank you, Lakwinder ji, for mentioning that. That, you know, circle of concern is something that is holistic, that is something societal, that is something national, that is something that is very broad. At the same time, circle of influence is something on which, like, you know, we are dealing with it on a daily basis. People who are around us, our attitudes, our behaviors. जैसे हम लोग कहते हैं ना कि we can change ourselves, but it is very difficult to change someone else. हम लोग अपने अंदर परिवर्तन ला सकते हैं, लेकिन किसी और को परिवर्तित करना बहुत मुश्किल काम हो जाता है। इसीलिए it is very important कि the first step of creating a strong impact is that we have to identify that what are the things which are under our control, which are under our circle of influence, and which are the things which are under the circle of concern. तो ये हमारा पहला टास्क हो गया कि हम लोगों ने आइडेंटिफाई किया कौन सी ऐसे टास्क हैं, कौन सी ऐसी चीजें हैं जो हम लोग डेली बेसिस पर करते हैं, जो हमारे कंट्रोल में है, कौन सी ऐसी चीजें हैं जो बाय एंड लार्ज बाहर हैं, जो हमें इफेक्ट करती हैं पर हमारे कंट्रोल में नहीं है।
ये जो कंपार्टमेंट हमने बनाए हैं इन्फ्लुएंस के, हेल्थ लिखा है जैसे, तो क्या हम अपनी हेल्थ को कंट्रोल करते हैं? ये एक डिबेटेबल होगा। ये ऐसे ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट करना, 2-3 साल तक कहते हैं अभी तक कोरोना में लोग जीते रहे, वो अपनी हेल्थ को कंट्रोल नहीं कर सकते हैं, सोसाइटी को कंट्रोल करना पड़ा, बैन लगाने पड़े, रिस्ट्रिक्शंस लगाने पड़े, मास्किंग करनी पड़ी, आइसोलेशन करना पड़ा। तो ये ऐसे माने ये ऐसे सेग्रीगेट करके हम नहीं बना पाएंगे। उसी प्रकार एटीट्यूड जो है, एटीट्यूड इंडिविजुअल का कहते हैं कंट्रोल नहीं है उस पे दूसरे लोग इन्फ्लुएंस करते हैं, उस एटीट्यूड को बिल्ड होने के कारण भी होते हैं। एटीट्यूडनल चेंजेस आर एक इंटरनल है, इसमें एक्सटर्नल फैक्टर भी काम कर रहे हैं। तो ये इसको इस तरह एक कंपार्टमेंट में डाल देना है कि इसको हम कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं। कंट्रोल आप शायद नहीं कर पाएंगे उसको उतना, टू सम एक्सटेंट इट इज ऑलवेज कंट्रोलेबल, बट इट इज नॉट एंटायरली कंट्रोलेबल।
इसमें सर मैं
I'd
थोड़ा
like to-
डिफर करूंगा आपसे। जैसे आपने बताया कोरोना के रिगार्डिंग योर हेल्थ इश्यूज, कोरोना वाज ए नेचुरल डिजास्टर जो कि आपका सर्कल ऑफ कंसर्न में आ रहा है, और ये सभी को पूरे एक सोसाइटी को आप कह लें ग्लोबली इट हैज अफेक्टेड एवरीवन। तो ये जो है सर्कल ऑफ कंसर्न में ही
जैसे
आना
इसमें
चाहिए।
लिखा है
and वो
इन्फ्लुएंस में लिखा है योर हेल्थ। हेल्थ
Yes, that is correct.
हेल्थी रहना सभी की डिजायर है, लेकिन बीमार होना उसके कंट्रोल पे नहीं है। एक्सटर्नल फैक्टर है, वो कहते हैं अगर वातावरण में ही वो जा रहा है तो वो फैक्टर्स को वो एक्सपोज है, इट इज नॉट अंडर हिज कंट्रोल। उसको दवाई लेनी पड़ेगी। ब्लड प्रेशर अपने पास से कोई नहीं बढ़ाना चाहता, बढ़ जाता है।
I'd like to continue with what Anant has contributed. Similarly, with regard to your attitude, your behavior also, you have a control over your behavior only to, I would say, large extent, but not complete control over it. If there are adverse situations, it is definitely going to impact your behavior as well, sir. So, अपने लिए इसको black and white में put करना कि भी these are your circles of influence, we can say कि भी yes, हम broadly ये कह सकते हैं कि भी आपका अगर थोड़ा बहुत कंट्रोल है तो वो अपने खुद पे है। बाकी जो चीजें हैं बहुत सारी, ज्यादा बल्कि ज्यादातर ऐसी चीजें हैं जिस पे आपका कंट्रोल नहीं है और आपको अकॉर्डिंगली अपने आप को मोल्ड करना पड़ता है। तो इसका मैं जैसे अपने सर्कल में एग्जांपल देता होता हूँ कि आप इस जिंदगी रूपी सड़क पे चल रहे हो, आपका कंट्रोल आपकी गाड़ी के स्टीयरिंग व्हील पे है, उसके क्लच, ब्रेक, गियर लीवर, एक्सेलरेटर इस पे है। लेकिन जो सामने से गाड़ियां आ रही हैं, दाहिने बाएं से आ रही हैं, आगे पीछे से आ रही हैं, उस पे आपका कंट्रोल नहीं है। तो वहां पर आपने कैसे चलना है वो आपको देखना पड़ेगा। ये आप पूरी तरह ट्रैफिक रूल मानते हुए भी चल सकते हैं, लेकिन हो सकता है आगे से आने वाला ऐसा बंदा हो, या आप एक ऐसे एनवायरनमेंट में काम कर रहे हो या चल रहे हैं जहां पर लोग ट्रैफिक रूल्स को उतने सीरियसली नहीं मान रहे हैं। सो इसमें सर्कल्स को, सर्कल ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस या सर्कल ऑफ कंसर्न को इतना हम फाइनली डिवाइड नहीं कर पाएंगे कि भी जो चीजें जैसे आपने लिस्ट आउट की हैं कि भी इस पे आपका कंट्रोल है, या ये जो चीजें दीज आर योर सर्कल ऑफ कंसर्न व्हिच आई टेक इट कि भी मतलब दिस इज बियॉन्ड योर कंट्रोल। सो दिस इज व्हाट आई वुड लाइक टू कंट्रीब्यूट टू इट।
Rightly said, Dr. Harmeet.
In addition,
yeah. So rightly said. So sorry, Satya ji, please go ahead. Go ahead.
Adding to both Mr. Anand and Mr. Harmeet, what you watch and read in India today is not in your domain at all. Your TV channels are maximally biased and bought by some party or others. They produce you the news which you are bound to see. You read the material, you go to your mobile also, you just click once a YouTube type of a program, and you will see that it will automatically push you that same type of things, whether you want to read it or not read it. Your choice has been limited in the last 10 years at least. It has been totally taken out of control from your own self.
What you're saying is absolutely right, Mukherjee sir. Yeah, and I also agree to a great extent with Anant ji and Harmeet sir regarding that. You know, जब भी हम लोग इन चीजों को देखते हैं, whenever we see the action items which are being in the circle of influence and the circle of concern, we cannot put everything in black and white. हम लोग जब इन चीजों को देखते हैं, we look at these things and by and large ये चीज आपके कंट्रोल में होंगी, ये चीज आपके कंट्रोल में नहीं होंगी. ऑफ कोर्स ये तो हमको मालूम है कि जिंदगी का कोई भरोसा नहीं है, हम लोग चाहे जितनी भी सावधानी बरतें, अगर कुछ जो होना है वो तो हो ही जाएगा. We all agree to that. I mean, there is no denial to that. लेकिन जब हम लोग हेल्थ की बात करते हैं, हम लोग अगर एक सावधानी बरतें तो हमारे हेल्दी रहने की एक प्रोबेबिलिटी जो है वो बढ़ जाती है. अगर हम लोग मैथमेटिक्स के टर्म्स में इसको जाए, सो देयर इज अ प्रोबेबिलिस्टिक एटीट्यूड. तो प्रोबेबिलिटी जो होती है वो कभी 100% नहीं होती है. प्रोबेबिलिटी जो होती है, अगर ज्यादा भी, सबसे ज्यादा भी अगर आप चले जाएंगे तो भी वो 99.99% होगी. हमेशा एक छोटी प्रोबेबिलिटी रहती है जो नेगेटिव प्रोबेबिलिटी रहती है, उसमें कोई डिनाइल नहीं है. लेकिन कुछ चीजें अगर हम लोग सावधानी बरतेंगे, हम लोग अगर एक्सरसाइज करेंगे, हमारी तबीयत खराब नहीं होगी. हम लोग अगर प्रिकॉशंस लेंगे तो हमारी तबीयत खराब होने के चांसेस हैं वो कम है. अगर हम लोग अपने बिहेवियर पे कंट्रोल रखेंगे तो लोगों के साथ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स की जो संभावनाएं हैं वो कम हो जाएंगी. इसीलिए when we're talking about the action items which are under circle of influence and circle of concern, so I would like to request all of you, like, please don't take this as black items in black and white. All of these things are by and large. All of these things are at a very high level. Things that we can control and things we cannot control. Now, how much control we can exercise, that is of course debatable. कि हम अपने हेल्थ के ऊपर, अपनी स्लीप के ऊपर, जैसे स्लीप है, I mean, I want to sleep 8 hours a day, but my schedule does not permit me to sleep 8 hours a day. So how do I tune my schedule so that I can get 8 hours time for sleep? So that is somewhat in my hand. So again, I would like to request all of you, I mean, please don't look this as something that is very concrete, that is something that is written on the stone, something that is like, you know, rules are made of iron.
आपने एक इंटरेस्टिंग बात लाग दी स्लीप वाली. एज एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन वी आर फाइटिंग दिस इशू. तो ये एक है कि हम उसको कंटिन्यूअस स्लीप दे सके, ये एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल का चैलेंज है. तो कंटिन्यूअस स्लीप चाहे 4 घंटे की भी दे दें, तो उसकी ड्यूटी ही आ रही है इतनी. 2 घंटे कहते हैं वो 6 घंटे 8 घंटे की शिफ्ट करके आएगा, फिर सोएगा, फिर कहते हैं दोबारा वर्किंग में लग जाएगा. तो ये तो स्लीप उसके इंडिविजुअल एरिया ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस में नहीं है. उसी प्रकार अगर मैं जैसे हेल्थ की बात से शुरू किया था, अगर मैं हेल्थ का चेंज उसमें इंटरवेंशन ना करूं, एक यंग एज का बच्चा है, उसके बाद एडोलसेंस है, उसके बाद जो ज्यादा केयर कर रहा है, लेकिन एज फैक्टर अगर उसका बूढ़ा हो गया है तो हेल्थ उसके कंट्रोल में नहीं है, बाय एंड लार्ज नहीं है, चाहे कुछ भी कर ले. तो और वो जब यंग है तो उसके ऊपर कहते हैं हेल्थ इश्यूज उसके है नहीं, वो चाहे कितनी भी इरेटिक लाइफ दे रहा हो, मोर और लेस ही इज हेल्दी. तो ये ऐसे एरिया हैं जो बाय एंड लार्ज दूसरे कॉर्नर में आते हैं, इसमें नहीं आते. तो ये स्लीप जो है इस प्रकार का है, ये उसके वर्किंग प्रोफाइल डिफाइन करेगा कि उसकी स्लीप को वो कितना एड्रेस कर पाएगा. नाइट शिफ्ट कर रहा है तो रात में नहीं सो पाएगा, डे शिफ्ट कर रहा है तो डे रात में सो पाएगा. तो वो उसके एक्सटर्नल एनवायरनमेंट है जो डिटरमिन करेंगे कि वो ये एट्रीब्यूट्स कहाँ पर फिट होंगे उसके.
ओके तो हम लोग ने एक्सटर्नल एनवायरनमेंट की बात की. थैंक यू सिंह साहब फॉर दैट. एक्सटर्नल एनवायरनमेंट और ये स्लीप का जो फैक्टर है, ये एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर है. मैं एक्चुअली एक बात, मुझे आप जब बात कर रहे थे ना अनंत साहब, तो मुझे एक चीज ध्यान में आ गई. अभी आप लोगों का जब ब्रेक चल रहा था तो मैं आप लोगों की थोड़ी सी बातें सुन रहा था, आप लोगों की आपस में बातें हो रही थी. तो वहां पर आप लोगों का एक यूनानिमस डिसीजन हुआ कि आप लोग जैसे महीने में कम से कम एक बार एक जूम मीटिंग करेंगे. somebody has to take the initiative for that. ये आप लोगों का एक यूनानिमस डिसीजन हुआ कि भाई एक जूम मीटिंग हम लोग कर लेंगे. somebody has to take up the initiative for that. तो हमारे प्रोग्राम का एक फायदा तो वो वहां पर हो गया. अब हमारे बहुत सारे ऐसे एक्सटर्नल कंडीशंस आ सकते हैं जो हमारी इस जूम मीटिंग को प्रिवेंट कर सकते हैं। भाई कोई काम आ गया, कुछ आ गया, कुछ आ गया, लेकिन अगर हम लोग चेष्टा करें तो वो जूम मीटिंग हम लोग कर सकते हैं कि नहीं कर सकते हैं। आप लोगों ने चेष्टा की तभी आप लोग यहाँ पर बैठे हुए हैं हमारे साथ क्योंकि आप एज ए डीआईजी अरविंद साहब, आपके बहुत सारे काम होंगे, लेकिन आप सारे कामों को छोड़ के आप हमारे सेशन में बैठे हुए हैं, आप ट्रेनिंग में आए हुए हैं।
उसके कहते हैं रीजन्स भी एक्सटर्नल है। तो इसी प्रकार जो चीज आपने वॉलंटरी चूज कर रखी है ना, व्हाट्सएप के ग्रुप बना रखे हैं, 140 आदमी है, 4 आदमी इंटरेक्ट करते हैं, बाकी नहीं करते, लिसनिंग मोड में रहते।
चलिए सर, चलिए अभी हम दोनों के बीच में एक बात ठहर जाती है। इस प्रोग्राम के एंड तक हम लोग इसको एक्सटर्नल फैक्टर से इंटरनल फैक्टर में कन्वर्ट कर देंगे कि आप अपनी इच्छा से यहाँ पर बैठेंगे कि प्रोग्राम के एंड तक, मतलब हमारा 5 दिन का प्रोग्राम है, थर्सडे आते 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 आप एक्सटर्नल फैक्टर की वजह से नहीं, इंटरनल फैक्टर की वजह से इस ट्रेनिंग पर आ जाएंगे। चलिए इस बात को देखते हैं, ये बात हम लोग कितना साबित कर पाते हैं। But thank you very much. Thank you very much. Those were very important inputs. So what we can control and what we cannot control. So if we want to create that impact. So now that like we have understood like a circle of influence and our circle of concern, let us take a look at the proactive and the reactive focus. अब इस प्रोएक्टिव और रिएक्टिव फोकस, अब इसको, इस स्लाइड को भी आप लोग 1 मिनट के लिए ध्यान से देखिए, 1 मिनट के लिए ध्यान से देखिए इस स्लाइड को। प्रोएक्टिव फोकस, रिएक्टिव फोकस, और इसमें बहुत सारी बातों का जवाब आपको मिल जाएगा। आप लोगों में से कौन से लोग हैं जो इस स्लाइड के साथ अग्री करते हैं, कौन लोग डिसएग्री करते हैं? अच्छा, एक इकरार हमें मिल गया है इसका। थैंक यू रावत साहब। इकरार की इनकार, सहमत या सहमत? अच्छा, अग्रीड, अग्रीड, ओके, सहमतियां आ रही हैं।
इसमें जो हम बात कर रहे हैं कि कौन से सर्कल, ये पॉजिटिव एनर्जी, प्रोएक्टिव फोकस एंड रिएक्टिव फोकस के बारे में, एंड जो आपका जो इन्फ्लुएंस है, सर्कल ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस, उसकी एनलार्जमेंट की बात। बट जो एनलार्जमेंट ऑफ सर्कल ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस है वो अगेन कुछ जगह पे, कुछ फैक्टर्स पे ही आपका असर डालेगा। जैसे आपने जो उसमें कुछ हाईलाइट किए थे, इकोनॉमी पे आपका असर नहीं पड़ेगा, सोशल मीडिया के ऊपर आपका फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, वॉर है, नेचुरल डिजास्टर है, उस पर फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। रेदर आपका जो पॉलिटिकल इश्यूज एंड न्यूज है उस पर भी फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। तो कुल मिला के आपका जो इन्फ्लुएंस है वो थोड़े लोगों पे ही पड़ेगा, या तो जो लोकल पॉपुलेशन है जिसके साथ आप कांटेक्ट में है, या आपका अंडर कमांड है, या उस तक आपका फर्क पड़ सकता है। रिमेनिंग इश्यूज जो आपके सर्कल ऑफ कंसर्न के थे, उन पे इसका जो हम कहें प्रोएक्टिव फोकस से उतना फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा।
राइट, निर्वाण साहब, थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर योर इनपुट। कि हाँ, प्रोएक्टिवली ज्यादा फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, लेकिन थोड़ा तो फर्क पड़ेगा। अब चलिए, जैसे हम लोग ने बात
नहीं, थोड़े से भी बात करते हैं, जैसे आपने 99.99 कहा तो 0.001 का फर्क पड़ेगा, तो उसमें कितना एफर्ट डालना चाहिए?
अब 0.001 से कितने लोग इम्पैक्टेड होंगे ये भी तो हमें देखना है। अगर हम लोग भारत की पॉपुलेशन का 140 करोड़ का 0.001 निकालते हैं तो आप देख लीजिए। इसलिए सर, इसलिए जैसे ये है कि
in that way we are seeing the positive of having a large population.
अब जैसे सर, अब now this is like an outlook कि हम लोग जैसे पॉपुलेशन की पॉजिटिव्स भी देख सकते हैं। अब हमेशा नेगेटिव ही तो हर चीजें नहीं होती हैं। जैसे एक बार एक बड़े लीडर ने कहा था कि आदमी होने भी जरूरी है, अगर आदमी नहीं होंगे तो सारी चीजें डूब जाएंगी।
नहीं, वो पॉजिटिव तो है पॉपुलेशन का। आज की डेट में जो यंग आपके पास वर्क फोर्स है, और इंडिया में आज की डेट में चाइना भी उसमें हमसे पिछड़ रहा है।
एग्जैक्टली।
बट मैं दूसरी जो बात कर रहा हूँ, ये जो आपका जो दो चीजें आपने बात की है, प्रोएक्टिव एंड रिएक्टिव फोकस में, अगर हम एनलार्जमेंट भी उसकी करते हैं सर्कल ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस की, तो हम बारिंग द अदर पीपल्स बिहेवियर, जो उसका उसके अलावा बाकी के जितने फैक्टर्स आपने उसमें मेंशन किए हैं, उसमें ज्यादा हमारा असर नहीं है। चाहे वॉर की बात कर लें, चाहे आप पॉलिटिकल इश्यूज की बात कर लें, न्यूज की बात कर लें, सोशल मीडिया की बात कर लें, उन चीजों पे हमारा उतना असर नहीं है कि एज एन इंडिविजुअल, एज एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन।
अग्रीड निर्माण साहब, अग्रीड।
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जो सर्किल ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस में जो अंदर चीजें थी, जो आप इसमें बताया गया कि शायद उस पर कंट्रोल है हमारा, उस पर शायद बेटर कंट्रोल हो सकता है। बाहर वाले पे तो कुछ नहीं होगा, लेकिन उस पर जो कंट्रोल था, उसका कंट्रोल का लेवल शायद बढ़ जाएगा, ऐसा सोचना हो सकता है प्रोएक्टिव में। लेकिन उसमें यह है कि जहाँ प्रोएक्टिव अप्रोच हुई, वहां आदमी अपने से आगे किसी और को भी इन्फ्लुएंस करने लगता है कि दूसरे के ऊपर हम कहते हैं कैसे कंट्रोल कर लें। तो प्रोएक्टिव अप्रोच इज नॉट टू मेक ओन, अपने आप को कंट्रोल करने की बात नहीं, किसी और को कंट्रोल करने को ही प्रोएक्टिव अप्रोच के रूप में देखा जाएगा।
राइट। तो थैंक यू सिंह साहब फॉर दैट। तो बेसिकली अब यहाँ पे हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं कि यहाँ पे हम लोग जैसे अपने इन्फ्लुएंस का दायरा बढ़ाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। अब जैसे हम लोग समाज है, समाज किन लोगों से बनता है? समाज तो हम ही लोगों से बनता है ना सर।
अरे नहीं, मतलब मैं फिटनेस कर रहा हूँ, अगर मैं जिम करना, साइकिलिंग करना शुरू किया, तो मैं उस एक्ट को दूसरे पर इन्फोर्स करने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। मैं फिट हूँ नहीं, तो मैं भी फिट होना चाहिए।
हाँ बिल्कुल। अगर जैसे आप फिट होंगे सिंह साहब, अगर आप फिट होंगे तो आपके लड़के भी फिट होंगे। आपको देखेंगे कि भाई हमारे सिंह साहब इतने फिट हैं, भाई हमें भी फिट होना चाहिए, वरना बड़ी बेइज्जती की बात है। क्यों, गलत कह रहा हूँ क्या सर?
नहीं, वो लोग कहते हैं अपनी फिटनेस चैलेंज है, वो वन अपमैनशिप। दूसरे से ज्यादा फिट हूं मैं, यही दिखाना है।
Right, but so like this is actually like a tried and tested concept, और ये जैसे है मैनेजमेंट कंपनियों में भी लगा है, ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस में भी, कि जो हमारा जो सर्कल ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस, अगर हम लोग प्रोएक्टिव फोकस रखते हैं अपनी लाइफ में, एक पॉजिटिव एनर्जी रखते हैं, उस पॉजिटिव एनर्जी से हम लोगों का अपना कंट्रोल तो जैसे आपने कहा था अच्छा होता ही है, और हमारे अपने कंट्रोल की वजह से हमारे आसपास का कंट्रोल भी बढ़ता है। सोसाइटी पे हम लोग बहुत बड़ा इम्पैक्ट भले ना कर पाए, लेकिन छोटे छोटे इम्पैक्ट अपने चारों ओर हम लोग कर सकते हैं।
टीआरपी बढ़ाने वाली बात होगी।
हाँ,
टीआरपी बढ़ाने वाली बात हो।
और देखिए ये चेन रिएक्शन होता है सर, चेन रिएक्शन होता है कि अगर आपने एक को इन्फ्लुएंस किया, आपके जो इन्फ्लुएंस वाले हैं वो आगे को इन्फ्लुएंस करेंगे। तो ये चेन रिएक्शन वाली बात है सर, कि अब आप नेगेटिव फोकस रखें या फिर आप पॉजिटिव फोकस रखें, अब ये तो एक इंडिविजुअल के ऊपर है। लेकिन ये एक ट्राइड एंड टेस्टेड कॉन्सेप्ट है कि हमारा जो सर्कल ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस है, अगर हमारा एक प्रोएक्टिव फोकस रहता है, हमारी पॉजिटिव एनर्जी रहती है, अगर हम लोग अपनी कमियों को कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं, अपने ऊपर, अपने बिहेवियर्स पर, अपने एटीट्यूड्स पर, अपने हेल्थ पर, अपनी स्लीप पर, अपनी निद्रा पर कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं, उससे कहीं ना कहीं पर हमारे सर्कल ऑफ कंसर्न में फर्क पड़ता है। भले बहुत ज्यादा फर्क ना पड़ता हो, भले विजिबल फर्क ना पड़ता हो। जैसे एक होता है जैसे विजिबल फर्क, एक होता है इनविजिबल फर्क। भले विजिबल फर्क ना पड़ता हो, लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं एक फर्क पड़ता है सर। आज जैसे ये हमारा स्वच्छ भारत अभियान है, स्वच्छ भारत अभियान से पहले भी हमारा बहुत सारे हमारे जो पिछली सरकारें थी उन्होंने भी इनिशिएटिव्स लिए थे। उससे पहले क्लीन इंडिया था, क्लीन इंडिया से पहले अटल जी के टाइम पे निर्मल भारत था। लेकिन जितना इम्पैक्ट स्वच्छ भारत अभियान का हुआ, उतना इम्पैक्ट क्लीन इंडिया और निर्मल भारत का नहीं हो पाया। क्यों? क्योंकि स्वच्छ भारत अभियान में जो सर्कल ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस था, वो एक चेन रिएक्शन के रूप में आगे बढ़ा। हमारे मेट्रो स्टेशन में जाइए, लोग जैसे अगर आप जाएंगे लोग थूका थाकी करेंगे, लेकिन हमारे जो मेट्रो स्टेशन से दिल्ली में जाएंगे एकदम साफ होते हैं। आपको वहां पे मतलब है कि कोई वहां पे थूकता हुआ, गंदगी फैलाता हुआ नहीं देखेगा, क्योंकि लोग, पीपल हैव एक्चुअली क्रिएटेड एन ओनरशिप फॉर दैट कि भाई हमारी अपनी मेट्रो है, हम इसे गंदा नहीं करेंगे। क्यों? क्योंकि
वो देश भी अपना ही है जहाँ
देश
गंदा कर
भी
रहे
अपना ही है सर। हाँ, सड़कें भी हमारी अपनी है, लेकिन सड़कों में हम थूक रहे हैं, लेकिन
हाँ, तो
मेट्रो भी हमारी अपनी है, मेट्रो पे हम नहीं थूक रहे हैं।
वो स्वच्छता अभियान प्रोग्राम जो था, जो जब फर्स्ट साइकिल में चला, सेकंड साइकिल में शायद कहते हैं 10% भी उसका एक्सपेंडिचर नहीं हो रहा है।
तो सेकंड साइकिल तो अभी शुरू हुई है उसकी।
अरे भाई दूसरा क्यों शुरू क्यों हुई है? 19 से 22 हो गया, आधा पार हो गया। आने खत्म होने वाला है। फर्स्ट साइकिल में अगर 100 था तो सेकंड साइकिल में 10% एक्सपेंडिचर है।
हाँ 10% है क्योंकि
हाँ
गवर्नमेंट
तो
का
फोकस ही खत्म हो गया वो।
नहीं, उसकी सनसेट क्लॉज थी ना सर, उसमें जैसे स्वच्छ भारत अभियान में एक सनसेट क्लॉज थी, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट का जो फोकस था, जो डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ क्लीन वाटर एंड सैनिटेशन था, तो अब गवर्नमेंट का फोकस जल जीवन अभियान में लग गया, जल जीवन मिशन में घर घर पानी पहुंचाने में। तो जो सारा जो उनका जो बजट
पहले
रखा
वाले को छोड़ दिया, पहला बात, दूसरे वाले को पकड़।
तो वही है सर, अब सब कुछ करना पड़ेगा ध्यान करके। तो इसलिए
कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट।
हाँ, पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट, इसलिए सर जैसे पॉजिटिव एनर्जी के साथ आगे बढ़ना है। हाँ, आपकी स्माइल बड़ी सही है सर सिंह साहब। ओके, Vani, what time do we break? Vani, are you there?
Yeah, yeah.
Vani, what time do we break?
We break at 1:30 for lunch.
At 1:30.
You want to take a 5 minutes break? You go ahead and do.
Oh, no, I'm just asking, like, what is the break time? So, like 1:30 we break for lunch, and what time do we come back?
3.
Okay, we come back at 3. And we resume with the session, or
we resume with this session, the leftover part.
Okay. So we'll take a 5-minute break. Yeah.
Yeah.
And 3 बजे शुरू करके फिर कब तक चलना है मैम उसके बाद?
5:30 बजे तक सर।
ओके, तो ये डेली की रूटीन 3 से 5:30 और सुबह 9:30 से 1:30 ना?
जी sir. We start at 9:30. Formally the sessions would start. There is a voluntary yoga session that will happen at 9:15 onwards. 9:30 we start. We have a break at 1:30 for lunch. We come back at 3 and we stay there till 5:30.
Yeah, if you finish it by 5, ma'am, I think that would be better because we'll be able to give some time to office work also.
Okay, so we'll, sir, again, let's see, we have been given this mandate to run it for this duration. Again, depends on the session. So let's see. I don't promise this because this is something that is being mandated. Okay, so participants will go for a 5 minutes break. Arvind, catch a breath, water.
Yes. We'll take a 5-minute break.
Yes, we stretch and relax and we resume at 13:08 would be okay, Arvind? 5 minutes.
Yeah, that would be all right. Yeah, 1:08.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, we'll come back. Okay, thank you.
आनंद सर।
आनंद सर तो छा गए हैं आज।
आनंद सर ने
चलने दोगे कि नहीं? चलने दोगे?
5:30 बजे के बाद फिर सारा फाइल देखना है।
हाँ, मतलब ये कौन सा चल रहा है कोर्स की? ऑफिस वर्क भी चलेगा, कोर्स भी चलेगा?
नहीं, ये एनएसजी के लिए तो मूवमेंट ऑर्डर लेके आप बीएसएफ
मल्टीटास्किंग सिखा रहे हैं हम।
सर ये सर्कल ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस में नहीं आता ये।
पीके सर, आपकी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में ये मैनेजमेंट है, कोर्स भी चलेगा और ये ऑफिस का काम भी चलेगा, हमारे यहाँ नहीं है।
अरे सर, हमें तो ऑफिस वर्क भी निपटाना है, कम से कम 2-3 घंटे मुझे बैठना है।
ऑर्गेनाइजेशनल गोल अलग है सर आपके यहाँ।
वो आप कहते हैं मूवमेंट ऑर्डर ले लें वहां से।
लेकिन बोला ऑफिस में बैठ के करना है।
कहाँ के लिए लूं मूवमेंट ऑर्डर?
अरे कोर्स के लिए।
Welcome back everybody.
चलिए।
Over to you, Arvind.
Thank you, Vani. I was actually like, I was actually hesitating. I didn't want to break the party. जैसे कभी इन सेशंस में ना, जैसे पुराने मित्र मिल जाते हैं कभी कभी बहुत सालों के बाद। ऐसा हुआ है आप लोग इस सेशन में बहुत पुराने, बहुत सालों के बाद मित्र मिल रहे हैं? कमांडेंट्स में तो होता है, कमांडेंट्स में तो
you should be thankful कि काफी पुराने मित्र मिले हुए हैं। गालियां हम क्या बोलते नहीं दे रहे बस।
तो हमारे प्रोग्राम में पुराने मित्र बहुत मिल जाते हैं, तो पुराने जब मित्र मिलते हैं तो जहाँ 4 यार मिल जाए वहाँ बात हो जाती है।
इशू ऑफ कंसर्न है कि हम लोग ऑनलाइन कोर्स कर रहे हैं, ऑफलाइन कर कुछ अलग।
हाँ, it should have been offline actually.
Actually offline, this is what like we have also been trying to make this suggestion कि आप लोग हमारे कैंपस में आइए, एमिटी पे कैंपस में आइए दोबारा।
Yes, that would have been better.
Yes, अभी भी एडजॉइन करके उसको ऑप्ट कर सकते हैं।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। तो फिर दिन में जैसे आपके ये सेशंस वगैरह चलेंगे, शाम को हम लोग आपका क्रिकेट मैच रखवा देंगे। हाँ, तो हम लोग ऐसे ही करते हैं कि दिन में सेशंस चलते हैं, शाम को क्रिकेट मैच होता है स्टूडेंट्स, और फिर उसके बाद रात में स्टूडेंट्स आते हैं, गिटार वगैरह बजाते हैं, आप पूरा एंजॉय करते हैं।
आजकल ये मैनेजमेंट की ऑनलाइन कोर्सेज में इफेक्टिव नहीं है। मैनेजमेंट की तो जो भी
Arvind, we have been trying them to concentrate. आपने ये क्रिकेट मैच बोल के ना लगता है गड़बड़ कर दी है थोड़ा। Let's get back to
let's come back.
Yes.
Come back. चलिए, हाँ, लेकिन एक बार आप लोग आइए, फिर क्रिकेट मैच वगैरह खेलेंगे आप लोग। Okay, so
I mean, they're always welcome.
Right. Okay, so now that we understand like the circle of influence and the circle of concern and the proactive and the reactive focus, let us see that what are the tactics to create a strong impact. Now, as a leader, if you want to create a strong impact, what are the things that I need to do? What are the things that I don't need to do? अब हम लोग यहाँ पर जैसे हम लोग मैनेजमेंट की बात करते हैं, यहाँ पे मैनेजमेंट की बात पे हम लोग अपना आते हैं, और जैसे एज ए लीडर लाइक वी हैव टू क्रिएट अ विजन, वी हैव टू बिल्ड अ विजन। तो विजन की बात करने तो विजन की बात जब हम लोग करते हैं तो विजन के साथ साथ हमारा एक पर्पस आ जाता है कि हमारा पर्पस क्या है किसी भी कार्य को करने का। अब जैसे बीएसएफ का हमारा एक मोटो है, हमारा ध्येय है, जो हम लोगों ने सबसे पहले वाली स्लाइड में देखा था कि वी हैव टू प्रोटेक्ट द बॉर्डर्स। During this conversation, like we also came to know that BSF does not just protect the borders; they are actually doing a lot of other things also, which are so BSF. In addition to protecting the borders, there are many things that are also happening simultaneously where BSF is making a very strong contribution to. So the thing here is, if we want to build a strong vision, we have to identify the core purpose. That what is going to be the core purpose. So core purpose, like we have to, as leaders, we have to sense our core purpose कि हम लोगों का core purpose क्या है, हम लोगों का core purpose as leaders का क्या है। अब जैसे है कुछ लोगों का, जैसे यहाँ पर आप देख रही हैं इस स्लाइड में, लोगों के अलग अलग टाइप के core purposes हैं। कुछ लोग मतलब है खाने पीने में okay. Am I audible? Can I be heard?
Yes,
Yes.
Okay. Actually, like there is electricity fluctuation that is going on. So मुझे लगा कि जैसे I lost the connectivity for a little bit. Yeah. So we have to identify the core purpose. And how do we identify the core purpose? I would like to take 1 minute of yours, और आप लोग इस स्लाइड को ध्यान से देखिए। Sensing purpose. इस स्लाइड को 1 मिनट के लिए आप लोग ध्यान से देखिए। तो अगर हम लोगों को जैसे है एक कोर पर्पस डिटरमिन करना है, तो सबसे पहला जो हमारा स्टेप होता है दैट इज टू ऑब्जर्वेशन करना, कि हम लोगों को अपने चारों ओर चीजों को देखना पड़ता है कि हमारी सिचुएशन, जैसे रावत साहब ने कहा था, सिचुएशन एनालिसिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। क्योंकि जब हम लोग सिचुएशन एनालिसिस करेंगे तभी जाके हम लोगों को पता चल पाएगा कि वास्तविकता क्या है। तो यदि हम लोगों को वास्तविकता जाननी है तो उसके लिए हम लोगों को ऑब्जर्वेशन करना पड़ेगा, बहुत ही ध्यान से चीजों को देखना पड़ेगा। और आज के लिए कॉर्पोरेट कॉन्सेप्ट ऑब्जर्वेशन बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग चल रहा है। इनफैक्ट लाइक मेरा जो कोर एरिया है मैनेजमेंट का, दैट इज कॉल्ड डिजाइन थिंकिंग। तो डिजाइन थिंकिंग इज अ प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग कॉन्सेप्ट। तो जब हम लोग प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने के लिए जाते हैं तो सबसे पहले हम लोगों को प्रॉब्लम की जड़ तक पहुंचना पड़ता है, और जड़ तक पहुंचने के लिए इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट दैट वी हैव टू ऑब्जर्व द थिंग्स। हम लोगों को चीजों को बहुत ही ध्यान से देखना पड़ता है, उसकी सिचुएशनल असेसमेंट, सिचुएशनल एनालिसिस करनी पड़ती है। So your observation, so the first step in sensing the purpose is your observation of how the things are. तो ये हमारा पहला हो गया। इस कॉलम में हम लोगों ने अपने अपने ऑब्जर्वेशंस यहाँ पर लिख लिए। ये काम हम लोग अभी नहीं करेंगे, ये काम हम लोग बाद में कर लेंगे। 5-5:30 बजे के बाद में हम लोग काम कर लेंगे, आप लोगों को हम लोग होमवर्क दे देंगे। तो आप लोग your observation of how the things are. Second, who do you want to impact? आप एक प्रभाव क्रिएट करना चाहते हैं, आप एक इम्पैक्ट क्रिएट करना चाहते हैं, लेकिन आप एक किसके ऊपर एक इम्पैक्ट, हम ये इम्पैक्ट केवल अपने आप पे क्रिएट करना चाहते हैं? लाइक डू वी वांट टू क्रिएट दिस इम्पैक्ट ऑन आवरसेल्व्स? डू वी वांट टू क्रिएट दिस इम्पैक्ट ऑन पीपल अराउंड अस? हमारे साथ जो लोग काम कर रहे हैं, हमारे कलीग्स हैं, हमारे कोवर्कर्स हैं, हमारे सबऑर्डिनेट्स हैं, हमारे सीनियर्स हैं, हमारे कंटेम्परेरीज हैं, उनके ऊपर हम लोग ये इम्पैक्ट क्रिएट करना चाह रहे हैं? जिस सोसाइटी में हम काम कर रहे हैं, जिस एरिया में हम काम कर रहे हैं, उस एरिया के लोगों पर हम अपना इम्पैक्ट क्रिएट करना चाह रहे हैं? हम कहाँ पर इम्पैक्ट क्रिएट करना चाह रहे हैं, ये हमें देखना है। तो हु डू यू वांट टू क्रिएट एन इम्पैक्ट? तो पहला स्टेप हमारा हुआ कि ऑब्जर्वेशन ऑफ द सराउंडिंग्स। हम लोग मैनेजमेंट में भी यूजुअली डू समथिंग नोन एज स्वॉट एनालिसिस। आप लोगों ने नाम सुना होगा SWOT का, SWOT, SWOT एनालिसिस। I'll just write it down for you here. SWOT. So S stands for strength, weakness, strengths. तो हम लोग यूजुअली, जैसे हम लोग जब मैनेजमेंट पढ़ाते हैं या फिर हम लोग जैसे कंपनियों में जब हम लोग मैनेजमेंट करते हैं, कोई भी हम लोग को डिसीजन लेना पड़ता है, उससे पहले हम लोग स्वॉट एनालिसिस करते हैं, ताकि हमको सिचुएशन समझ में आ जाए कि कोई भी हम लोग काम करने वाले हैं, कोई भी टास्क हम लोग एग्जीक्यूट करने वाले हैं, उसकी स्ट्रेंथ्स क्या है, उसकी वीकनेसेस क्या है, आपका जो एक्सटर्नल एनवायरनमेंट है, एक्सटर्नल एनवायरनमेंट पे अपॉर्चुनिटीज क्या है और एक्सटर्नल एनवायरनमेंट्स में थ्रेट्स क्या है। जैसे वी हैड अ वेरी गुड कन्वर्सेशन ऑन एक्सटर्नल एंड इंटरनल एनवायरनमेंट, कि किस तरह से एक्सटर्नल एनवायरमेंटल फोर्सेस हैं वो हमारे इंटरनल कंट्रोल्स को हैम्पर करते हैं। ये हम लोगों ने इसके बारे में बहुत अच्छी तरह से चर्चा की। अब हमारी इंटरनल स्ट्रेंथ्स क्या है, हमारी इंटरनल वीकनेसेस क्या है, और एक्सटर्नल अपॉर्चुनिटीज क्या है जिनका हम लोग लाभ उठा सकते हैं, और एक्सटर्नल थ्रेट्स क्या है जो हमारे स्ट्रेंथ्स को और डेबिलिटेट कर रही है। So we do this SWOT analysis and we make very clear observation कि हमारे चारों ओर हो क्या रहा है। Then we understand who do we want to impact. The third step is we start thinking in a different way. We think about an alternate reality, एक दूसरी वास्तविकता। अगर हम नहीं होते तो क्या होता, अगर हम ये कार्य नहीं करते तो क्या होता, अगर बंगाल के बॉर्डर में BSF नहीं होती तो क्या होता, अगर पंजाब के बॉर्डर में BSF नहीं होती, जम्मू एंड कश्मीर में BSF नहीं होती तो क्या होता, एंड हाउ दिस ऑल्टरनेट रियलिटी इज गोइंग टू इम्पैक्ट देम, ये भी हम लोग सोचते हैं। तो लाइक वी अंडरस्टैंड द पर्पस कि हम जो कर रहे हैं, हम जो प्रभाव लोगों पर डाल रहे हैं या डालना चाहते हैं, अगर वो प्रभाव हम नहीं डाल पाते तो क्या होता। तो अगर हम लोग वो ऑल्टरनेट रियलिटी सोच लेंगे, then we'll be able to get a very strong sense of purpose for ourselves. Okay, so I'll quickly take a look at the chat window. Okay, so I hope this slide is clear. SWOT analysis, sensing purpose. Okay, let us move forward. So what is your core purpose? Now, अब एक बार आप लोग अपने टीम के बारे में सोचिए, अपने पोजीशन के बारे में सोचिए. Let us take like a quick moment to contemplate. Okay? What is our core purpose? What is our core responsibility? What are the core responsibilities of your team? And how do you want things to be different from them? ये सोचिए और आप चैट विंडो पे लिख सकते हैं, आप बता सकते हैं. अपनी टीम के बारे में सोचिए कि आपके कोर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी एरियाज आपके टीम के क्या क्या हैं और आप उनके लिए क्या क्या, कौन सी ऐसी चीजें हैं जो आप एज ए लीडर उनके लिए अलग तरीके से करना चाह रहे हैं. How do you want to do the things differently for them? You can just pop in your ideas in chat or you can just talk. Training. Okay. Thank you, Mukherjee. Training. So definitely, like, like we want to provide our people, like, training so that they can, upgrade their skills. So skill improvement is a very important part of the workforce also. कि हमारे skills improve होने चाहिए और हमारे skills have to be updated. It is very important कि जो हमारे 1950s में हमारे skills थे वो 1970s में नहीं थे. 1970s में जो थे वो 1990s में नहीं थे. 1990s में थे वो 2000 में नहीं थे और 2000s के जो skills हैं वो 2023 में नहीं है. So the skills that are required in today's day and age are very different from those skills which were applicable 20 years back. So we need to make sure our men have got the best skills. So thank you very much, Mukherjee, for saying that. Improving the work environment. Definitely, we want to improve the work environment for them. We want to make this place more enjoyable place to work. जहाँ पर एक decorum है, एक discipline है, एक system है, system में रह के सब काम कर रहे हैं, but within the system they can, lead and get a better time. So definitely, like, within the system, like we want to provide them a better work environment. Bridging gap of expectation and delivery. Thank you so much, Vikas Ji, for that. Bridging gap of expectation and delivery. Yeah. So basically, like, like when we have got high expectations from our people, we have very high expectations that they are going to perform very well and they are going to give us absolutely amazing results. लेकिन जब delivery होती है तो problem हो जाती है. इसलिए expectation setting becomes a very important factor. Ecosystem for accomplishment. Of course, Rajesh ji, ecosystem. अगर किसी को हमें, if we want to accomplish something, if we want to be successful, if we want to successfully execute a task, it is very important that an entire ecosystem has to be created about that. Around that, केवल एक टास्क को इफेक्ट करने से फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. We have to create an entire ecosystem around that. So thank you very much, Rajesh ji, for that, and thank you all for your inputs out here. So now we understand that how we are going to sense the core purpose. एक बार हमारे दिमाग में core purpose आ जाता है कि हमें ये core purpose है, इस core purpose के तहत हमें अपना विजन बनाना है, इन लोगों को हमें इम्पैक्ट करना है, उसके बाद हम लोग इम्पैक्ट करने की स्ट्रेटजीज बना सकते हैं. Okay. Self-esteem, of course, self-esteem. We want like to improve the self-esteem of our men. Humanitarian approach, of course, like we want to take a more humanitarian approach. We want to take a more human approach towards the people. Like we want to help them. We want to understand what their challenges are. हमारे बॉर्डर पे जो जवान रहते हैं उनकी तकलीफें क्या है, उनकी challenges क्या है. जैसे वेस्ट बंगाल में I was talking to one of the commandants और उन्होंने कहा था कि वेस्ट बंगाल में कुछ ऐसे एरियाज हैं जहां पर स्वच्छ पीने का पानी आपको नहीं मिलता है. आप लोग में से किसी के जो मतलब किसी के पोस्ट में ऐसी प्रॉब्लम्स होती हैं जहां पर आपको स्वच्छ पीने का पानी जो होता है, निर्मल जल जो होता है वो नहीं मिलता है. कोई आरओ स्टेशन वहां पर नहीं है. जवानों को मतलब है जो लोकली अवेलेबल वाटर है उससे काम चलाना पड़ता है, जिससे उनकी हेल्थ पे इफेक्ट पड़ जाता है.
Border security force has got a very peculiar issue of having a different type of problem in each place of deployment. If you take right from down south to north on the western side, so starting from drinking water up to mosquitoes, and then if you take on the western side, so it will start from the scorching heat to up minus. So now you can understand the variety of places which our Jawans and our leadership has to adjust themselves, then to motivate. And it is a very big challenge. You know, there is a drastic change in an individual moving from east to west, and then moving from west to east or north to south, so that's what. This is the biggest challenge for us. Thank you.
I understand. Thank you very much, Sanjay ji, for that. And this is actually a big challenge because the challenges that were existing in West Bengal might be completely different than the challenges which are existing in South India. So when a person comes across those kind of challenges, it is very difficult for them to cope up. So as leaders, it becomes our responsibilities to make their lives easy. How do we do that? We are going to study all of that. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, of course, motivation by reward and punishment. Of course, like, you know, like, because हमारा जिस management में भी हमारा concept होता है एक R&R करके, rewards and recognition का. So yeah, and of course forces में like there is a punishment वाला जो section जो होता है, that is also there. Camaraderie, inclusiveness, realistic goals, self-esteem. Yeah, so all of them, modernization. Of course, thank you, Rawat Saab. Modernization. We want to create the things more modern. Yeah, we have to, and that, like, it brings back me to my earlier point that we have to make sure that the skills that people have, both the management skills and the deployment, implementation skills, they have to be up to the best standards. So BSF cannot be second to none. BSF can be second to none. Yeah, BSF cannot be second to anybody. BSF has to have the best available skill. So yeah, thank you very much for that. So those were really very good inputs. Okay, so now let us discuss the core values. So when I say values, what comes to your mind? Values. हम लोग will quickly discuss values. और 1:30 बजे मैं लंच के लिए छोड़ दूंगा सर, आप चिंता मत करिए. 1:30 बजे का मैं 1:31 नहीं बजे आऊंगा. Values. Okay, we want to use tech. Values, values, values. तो हमारे जो मूलभूत धारणाएं होती हैं, हमारे जीवन मूल्य होते हैं, हमारे संस्कार होते हैं, वैल्यूज. तो बीएसएफ की वैल्यूज, अगर आप लोग जैसे है मुझे बीएसएफ की कुछ वैल्यूज बता सके, अपने यूनिट की कुछ वैल्यूज बता सके, अपने पोस्ट की कुछ वैल्यूज और प्रिंसिपल्स, ऑफ कोर्स कुछ वैल्यूज, लेट अस यू नो लाइक पुट इन सम वैल्यूज.
ये हमारा जो है, हमारा ट्रूप्स का एक बड़ा पेटेंट कहना है, मरते दम तक मोर्चा नहीं छोड़ूंगा श्रीमान. ये वैल्यू है हमारा.
बिल्कुल, मरते दम तक मोर्चा नहीं छोड़ेंगे, हम डिगे रहेंगे, खड़े रहेंगे, हाँ, लड़ते रहेंगे, देश की सुरक्षा करते रहेंगे. तो ये हमारी वैल्यू है, हमारी संस्कार है. थैंक यू वेरी मच मुखर्जी दा फॉर दैट. Honesty, empathy, absolutely, honesty, empathy. We want to put ourselves in the shoes of the other person and think what the other person might be thinking. जीवन पर्यंत कर्तव्य, जीवन पर्यंत कर्तव्य. वर्क इन ऑल एडवर्सिटीज. कुछ भी सिचुएशन आ जाए, कुछ भी संभावनाएं आ जाए, हम कार्य करते रहेंगे. So those are the values that are imbibed in this great organization, Border Security Force. So thank you very much for that. So these are some of course, trust, team spirit, perfection to excellence. Of course. Thank you, Sanjay ji, for mentioning that. Thank you, Sudhindra ji. Okay, so like these are some of the values that we have identified as the core values of the BSF. So, आप लोग ये देखिए, do you agree with me? These are the core values which have been identified for the BSF. Credibility, integrity, honesty, honest character, inclusion, professionalism, compassion. So these are some of the core values. Say we have had multiple BSF sessions, like we have had multiple discussions with the BSF personnel, and like these were the values that we identified. These are the core values on which the BSF as an organization thrives. The leaders, they chase these values. All of you are leaders, all of you are DIGs, you are chasing these values. Credibility, we want to create credibility for whatever work we are doing. We want to create transparency. We want to do things with integrity. Honesty, we want to build a very strong character for a man. we want to be inclusive, we want to be professional. Yeah, जैसे हम लोग ने discuss कर रहे थे ना, जैसे we want to be modern, we want to be professional. हाँ, कुछ भी हो जाए मैं हटूंगा नहीं, डटा रहूंगा बॉर्डर पे. Compassion, ये वीरता के साथ साथ सद्भावना भी, compassion. So those are the core values of BSF. And with that being said, 1:30 बज गए हैं, so I would let all of you go for lunch. और
एक वैल्यू जोड़ लीजिए थोड़ा सा, फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी. ये BSF की आज की डेट में सबसे कोर वैल्यू है.
अच्छा, तो हम ये बीच में यहाँ पर डाल देते हैं, बीच में
डाल सकते हैं इसको अभी.
ठीक है, फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी. तो हम लोग यहाँ पर हम लोग बीच में डाल देंगे. तो 1:30 बज गए हैं, तो we'll break for lunch. और मैंने जैसे आपको प्रॉमिस किया था कि मैं 1:30 का 1:31 नहीं होने दूंगा, तो we'll break for lunch और we'll come back at 3 o'clock. Dave, is that right?
Yes, we come back at 3. We resume at 3.
Okay, so we'll come back at 3 o'clock and we'll resume a session. And thank you very much all for participating.
Thank you, Arvind. We see you post the break.
Okay, great.
आसपास में रहो. हाँ.
Hi, ITT Maqsood, we can play the break slide.
हाँ भाई संजय, अगला सेशन कितने बजे है भाई?
Somewhere I am informed and they'll be.
Okay. We'll move forward with the session. We'll start again. Arvind, you're here?
I saw Arvind login in. Yeah, he's there.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Yeah.
I was just unmuting myself.
Haji. So, please, Arvind, you can go forward.
Yeah, so I'll just share the presentation and then we'll move forward. I hope the screen is visible.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, Arvind, it is.
Yeah.
Okay, and is the voice coming through all right?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Sounds. Okay, so welcome back, gentlemen. I hope like we had a good lunch. एक अच्छा हम लोगों को लंबा ब्रेक मिल गया, तो ये एक सबसे अच्छी बात होती है हमारे सेशंस के बीच में कि अच्छा हमको अच्छा लंबा लंच ब्रेक मिलता है, तो जो भी थकान वगैरह होती है उसमें मिट जाती है. और फिर उसके बाद ऑफकोर्स मतलब लंच के बाद जूम पे आप अपने मित्रों को मिलते हैं, उनसे बातें करते हैं, तो और चार्ज अप हो जाते हैं. Okay, so we'll resume a discussion on the BSF values. We'll resume a discussion on the impact that we want to have. So I'll just do a little bit of a summarization of whatever we covered in the previous session, and then we'll continue from here. So in the previous session, we covered about what is the different kind of impact people make in and around them. What is the different, what are the barriers of impact? If you're not able to make the requisite amount of impact, then what are the bottlenecks? We took a look at the circle of concern and the circle of influence. After that, we also took a look at the proactive and the reactive focus, that how positive energy can increase our circle of influence and how the negative energy contracts our circle of influence. So we took a look at that, and then we started the implementation part, that if we have to create an impact, how do we do it? What are the tools to create a good impact in our organization? So yeah, so we were looking at vision. So basically, like, how do we make a vision map? so that we can create a strong impact. So for creating a vision, first we have to identify that what is going to be the core purpose of whatever we want to achieve. So whatever we want to achieve, like what is going to be the core purpose, then we had a small template that how we can go about achieving and identifying how we can go about identifying our core purpose. Then we took a snapshot at the values, the value systems that we have, the frameworks of values, हमारे संस्कार, हमारी मूलभूत धारणाएं, हमारे जीवन मूल्य, हमारे BSF के मूल्य, हम लोगों ने उनके बारे में देखा. We took a look at the values that drive the BSF. And as Mukherjee had mentioned, there is one more important value that is missing out here, that is flexibility. तो यहाँ के बीच में हम लोग एक flexibility और डाल देंगे. Okay, my voice is breaking. Of course, like my voice is bad, but I'll try to make sure that the voice reaches out.
I think, sir, I am getting the voice clear from my end. Sir, Sethuram sir, I think you might have connectivity issues on your end. So you can just log out and log in again in case. Yeah. Arvind, you can continue, sir.
Actually, it was okay for us.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Okay. So probably like it's technology. You know, technology also causes barriers. I mean, if we have to create an impact, so technology can be an enabler in creating an impact, and technology also can be a barrier. So I'm sure like most of you would agree with me that, you know, technology plays a very important role these days. I mean, if we have to create an impact, technology is a very, very strong medium to create that impact. So whether it is through social media, or is it through artificial intelligence, or it is through, you know, different modes of ICT, information communication, telecommunication. So basically, like, you know, if we want to create an impact, we can create an impact through technology. If we want to create a negative impact, so both positive impact and negative impact can be created through technology. So so technology plays a very important factor. And today, like as we witnessed, that my voice is not going through. So it's like technology that is playing the villain's role out here. So, all right. Okay. So we'll move forward. We'll move forward with our discussion on values. Okay, so we'll do a small activity together since this is a workshop and it is a post-lunch session. So post-lunch हम लोगों को बहुत नींद आती है. खाना पीना खा लिया, अब हम लोगों को थोड़ी सी नींद आ रही है. तो और स्पेशली जब post-lunch training होती है तो और भी ज्यादा नींद आती है. I'm sure like all of you would agree with me. तो नींद को भगाने के लिए हम लोग क्या करते हैं, पोस्ट लंच में हम लोग बातें कम कर, हम लोग यहाँ पे ज्ञान कम बांटते हैं और हम लोग एक्टिविटीज ज्यादा करते हैं. तो जब हम लोग एक्टिविटीज ज्यादा करते हैं तो मतलब है कि हम लोग बिजी रहते हैं और हम लोगों की जो नींद है वो भाग जाती है. सो विल डू अ लिटिल बिट ऑफ एन एक्टिविटी टुगेदर and we'll try to figure this out. So now let us take a look at the first value, that is credibility. So we discussed credibility before we went on the break. Credibility, एक विश्वसनीयता हम लोगों को स्थापित करनी है. तो यदि हम लोगों को एक विश्वसनीयता स्थापित करनी है तो उसके लिए अगर आप हम अपने टीम को देखें, अपने यूनिट को देखें, तो आप 0 से लेकर 10 तक आप कितने मार्क्स देंगे अपनी टीम को व्हेन इट कम्स टू क्रेडिबिलिटी? और आप लोग चाहो तो you don't have to like disclose it. If you want to disclose it, you can. If you don't want to disclose it, you don't have to disclose it. I mean, just think about it. On a scale of 0 to 10, what is the rating that you would give to your team with respect to this value, that is credibility, विश्वसनीयता, 1 से लेकर 10 तक? Okay. So I can see some good responses coming in here.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that. 10, 8, 8, 8, 9, 9. So those are actually very high scores, which is really good. So basically, BSF enjoys a very high level of credibility. Very cool, very cool. Very cool, very cool. So 10, 10, so 8 being the lowest, which is still a very high score. So basically, like, you know, the score for credibility is between 8 to 10. That means like BSF enjoys a very, very high range of credibility. So, but if you want to improve, as we all know that there is always room for improvement. मतलब है कि बेहतर करने की गुंजाइश हमेशा रहती है, improve करने का हमेशा एक room रहता है. So basically, how we can go about improving, strengthening your team's belief around this value, credibility. Right. Seturam sir, आपको मेरी आवाज अब आ रही है कि it is still not coming? Seturam sir?
No, voice is fine, Arvind.
Oh, it is fine. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
voice is clear, Arvind. Yeah.
Okay, okay, okay. Because I can see Seturam sir now. So I think like the internet connectivity, I mean, if the visuals are coming, the voice should also go through. Yeah, I mean, I used to work for a company called Akamai Technologies like a few years back. So it used to be, yeah, so it used to be internet delivery, content delivery. So like I kind of like know the mechanism how the technology works when it comes to internet. So अगर हमारी फोटो आ रही है, visuals आ रहे हैं, तो आवाज पहुंच जानी चाहिए, क्योंकि because voice takes a lower bandwidth. Okay. Okay, so thank you very much. So thank you all very much for your responses. Yeah, Paramjit sir, of course, 9.5 because some difference has to be there. Some difference is always there because like we actually before going on the break, we try to take a look at this probabilistic concept. So the probability of any event occurring is never 100%. So this is what like our basic mathematics was, that probability of any event occurring is never 100%. There is always room for non-probability. There is always room that the event will not take place, or there is always a chance that the things might not turn up the way we intended to. So yeah, so we will consider that. We will take that into consideration. Now let us think about how we can strengthen this value. क्रेडिबिलिटी, अगर हम लोगों को क्रेडिबिलिटी अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में और बढ़ानी है तो हम लोगों को क्या करना चाहिए? कैन वी थिंक अबाउट सम गुड सजेशन कि इफ वी वांट टू इंप्रूव अवर क्रेडिबिलिटी व्हाट शुड वी डू? एंड दैट्स व्हाई लाइक वी डोंट कॉल दिस ट्रेनिंग, वी कॉल दिस फैसिलिटेशन बिकॉज़ वी लर्न फ्रॉम ईच अदर. आप लोगों का अनुभव इतना ज्यादा है कि आप लोग एक दूसरे के अनुभव से ऐसी ट्रेनिंग्स में एक दूसरे के अनुभव से सीखते हैं. सो वी शेयर आवर एक्सपीरियंसेस. So how we can go about increasing the credibility? Promise what you can do. Thank you, Seturam sir. Yeah, so basically like promise what you can do. So whatever you can deliver, promise that only. I mean, if you are promising the sky and you are giving, no matter what, then it creates. Of course, so I can see some good responses coming in the chat window. I'll quickly take a look at in here. Transparency, commitment, cohesiveness, common goals. Of course. Whenever there is transparency, एक पारदर्शिता होती है व्यवहार में, it creates more credibility. If a person is not able to keep that transparency, the credibility suffers. So thank you very much, Gilsab, for mentioning that. Commitment, cohesiveness, एक जुड़ाव लोगों के बीच में credibility बढ़ाता है, विश्वसनीयता बढ़ाता है. If there is a common goal, we are going to be talking about goal setting a little later in this session, कि हम लोग goals कैसे स्थापित कर सकते हैं. So of course, when there is a common goal, there is a common aim, there is a common objective, we improve on our credibility. Transparency.
Since we have a lot of 30 leaders logged in, मेरा एक सवाल है और मेरी थोड़ी क्या बोलते हैं, I'm a little curious to know as how in their career while interacting with people around or especially with their under commands, how they have been able to strengthen their credibility in team or at workplace. If they can share some instance so that the others can take a cue.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Diane.
And it would be great if they share it on voice. Yeah.
Right. So this is like storytelling time. So why don't we try and think about some of the interesting episodes that we had in our experience, wherein we were able to strengthen the credibility of our teams. अगर आप लोगों के दिमाग में कोई ऐसा, आप लोगों की स्मृति में कोई ऐसा इवेंट हो, कोई ऐसा इंसिडेंट हो जो आप लोग ग्रुप के साथ शेयर करना चाहें, जहां पर आपने अपने प्रयासों से या फिर आपने ऑब्जर्व किया कि आपके किसी सुपीरियर ने अपने प्रयासों से आपके टीम में एक ज्यादा विश्वसनीयता का भाव उत्पन्न किया, क्रेडिबिलिटी को बढ़ाया।
इसमें जो हम बात कर रहे हैं अभी क्रेडिबिलिटी की, दो चीजें आ गई। एक तो आपने क्रेडिबिलिटी ऑफ टीम और क्रेडिबिलिटी ऑफ लीडर, दोनों में फर्क था। खैर हम टीम की बात कर रहे हैं। हाँ, कोहेसिवनेस की मैं बात करूं या म्यूचुअल ट्रस्ट की बात करूं, अगर हम उस चीज को लेकर चल रहे हैं तो ये जितने हमारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं सभी काउंटर इंसर्जेंसी ऑपरेशंस में रह चुके हैं। तो जो ट्रुप्स है, जो अंडर कमांड है, वो ये देखता है कि हमारा लीडर किस तरह का है, वो हमारे लिए स्टैंड लेगा या उसके ऑपरेशंस के प्रति क्या उसका एटीट्यूड है। इन केस वो देखते हैं कि उनका जो लीडर है अच्छा है और मौके के टाइम पे उनको गाइडेंस भी देगा, लीडरशिप भी देगा, तो वो उसकी प्रोटेक्शन में उसके आगे चलते हैं, उसको लीडर के ऊपर किसी किस्म का डेंजर या खतरा नहीं आने देते। वो एक म्यूचुअल ट्रस्ट होता है जो एक टीम में रहता है। वो तब आता है जब वो लीडर को देख लेते हैं कि ये लीडर हमारा सही है या ये हमारे को हर मौके पे सपोर्ट करेगा, गाइड करेगा।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
ट्रस्ट की हम बात करें, जो म्यूचुअल ट्रस्ट है वो है, उसको कंट्रीब्यूट करने के लिए बहुत से फैक्टर्स हैं जो चैट बॉक्स में आ रखे हैं। वो आपकी कमिटमेंट है, आप उनको जो हम कहें कंपैशन कितनी है, एम्पैथी कितनी उनके साथ लेते हैं, वो सब चीजें उसमें आती हैं।
राइट, थैंक यू सो मच निर्माण साहब फॉर मेंशनिंग दैट। इनफैक्ट आपने एक बहुत ही अच्छा पॉइंट उठाया क्रेडिबिलिटी का, कि क्रेडिबिलिटी जो होती है, ये क्रेडिबिलिटी इज नॉट लाइक अ वन वे ट्रैफिक कि टीम की सिर्फ क्रेडिबिलिटी होगी या एक लीडर की क्रेडिबिलिटी होगी। लीडर और टीम दोनों की क्रेडिबिलिटी होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि ये टू वे ट्रैफिक है। जब लीडर की क्रेडिबिलिटी होगी, टीम की क्रेडिबिलिटी बढ़ेगी, टीम की क्रेडिबिलिटी होगी तो लीडर की भी क्रेडिबिलिटी बढ़ेगी। तो बोथ ऑफ देम हैव टू गो साइड बाय साइड। सो थैंक यू वेरी मच निर्माण साहब फॉर मेंशनिंग दैट। और ये जो हमारे चैट्स पे बहुत सारे हमारे कमेंट्स आए हैं, ऑल ऑफ देम लाइक आर वेरी वैलिड कमेंट्स। रिपोजिंग फेथ, लीडिंग फ्रॉम द फ्रंट, creating a sense of confidence in the hearts and the minds of people and causing sleepless nights to our adversaries. Absolutely, absolutely, Rawat sahab. Creating a sense of confidence. So screen in failures. Okay. So Sanjay sahab, screen in failures मैं समझ नहीं पाया. Screen in failures में, like, you know, what do we imply by screen in failures?
Now in forces, almost there is a big fear of failure. And whenever there is a failure, there somebody has to be responsible for it.
Right, right, right.
Now when we talk about failure in forces, you know, forces have to take decision in a fraction of seconds. And it is the only person on the ground who knows it, that the decision what was taken by him at that spur of the moment is correct or not. Now the person who's weighing this particular as a correct or a wrong decision is sitting somewhere far behind on a blue table inside a AC room, taking it that the decision taken on the ground was right or wrong. Now we as a commander sitting more nearer to this particular ground situation have to screen this particular effect. I have to screen it because I am the nearest person to that fellow who's working on the ground. Right? When we take it on ground, so there are various things which cannot be projected on paper, which cannot be given in writing, which will be subsequent the outcome after a longer duration of time. और उस second में क्या हुआ? You know, in our case, whenever there is an incident happening, why I call it a screening, I'm not screening the wrongful act. Screening relate to that I should be able to take the pressure of the higher ups. Right, and I should not let that pressure go to the downward, because the fellow who has acted over there has acted as per his virtue, as per his IQ, as per his experience. He may be a boy of 3 years of service or a 30 years of service, you know. Both दोनों के experiences अलग होंगे and varied होगा. So that what a screening that I should be able to handle those particular pressures. And forces के अंदर में आज की तारीख में यदि आप देखते हैं, everything is related, every action is related either to human rights or to a failure or to a negligence or to a trigger happiness or to anything. So everybody is having their own story to act upon it. Because nowadays the things are becoming very difficult. So that's why I say that credibility will only go to my boys when I'm able to screen their failures and I have to find out the correct, part to support them.
Right. And that is actually a very important point that you raised, Sanjay ji, that, like screening, like our people out here, making sure that, like they're doing the right thing. And if they're doing something, like, they don't get penalized for everything. Because unless and until, like, like if we keep penalizing, like, our men for every tiny little thing, nobody is going to take a risk. I mean, no one is going to kind of, take an initiative. I'll not use the word risk out here because risk has got different connotations.
Exactly.
Yeah.
In forces, you have to take the initiative.
Exactly.
And that initiative, there is no vast difference. There is a hairline difference between bravery and cowardice.
Exactly.
If you act and get result, it is bravery. If you act and you falter, it is either cowardice or action against the human rights or anything like that, or illegal action. So now then there has to be something which has to support, ये particular hairline को किस तरह से describe करना है. I am not screening the failures in the wrong perspective. I'm taking it that somebody should know that somebody is going to shoulder me up.
Exactly.
And will think the way I am thinking on the ground.
Exactly. Got your point, Sanjay ji.
I am at the South Bengal border. You will not imagine the amount of, the pressure on that particular single constable who's standing. 30 people, 30 smugglers from either side, both the side surrounding him. And now he has to take a decision whether I should fire or not. And a lot of common border management policies are there, pressures are there, and the Jawan is confused. And all of a sudden, people are just coming out with coming out with some bamboo sticks, beating him, and he's there. And he's scared of the government policy as well as his actions. I'm talking about that screening. That the decision, whatever he has taken, that is spur of moment is right or wrong, we have to shoulder.
Exactly.
जवान के अंदर में credibility आएगी हमारे, otherwise under command में credibility का यहाँ पर थोड़ा सा एक फर्क पड़ जाता है.
Right.
To shoulder his decisions.
Exactly.
What situation he was in.
Exactly, Sanjay ji, and that is actually very important. अब आप यहाँ पर देखिए, अब हम लोग इस credibility को अपना जो primary topic है impact, उससे जोड़कर देखते हैं. अगर credibility नहीं होगी एक जवान के अंदर अपने लीडर के बारे में, अपने सुपीरियर के बारे में, तो क्या वो सुपीरियर एक इम्पैक्ट क्रिएट कर पाएगा अपने बटालियन में, अपने पोस्ट में, अपने ऑफिस में? मोस्ट लाइकली वो नहीं कर पाएगा. क्यों? क्योंकि क्रेडिबिलिटी नहीं है. इसलिए क्रेडिबिलिटी इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट क्राइटेरिया एंड इट इज टाइड बैक टू इम्पैक्ट. Yeah, so if you want to, like, if you want to establish, if you want to create a strong impact, it is very important that we have to establish credibility, and the credibility happens both back and forth, up and down. Yeah, so credibility does not have like a single way traffic. I mean, it's like a two-way traffic thing. So yeah, so thank you very much, Sanjay ji, for mentioning that. Okay, I'm taking a look at the chat window one more time. One should be open and honest and be ready to take responsibility. Of course. One should be, so honesty is one of our core values that we had discussed. So it is very important that you have to be transparent, you have to be open, you have to be honest, and you should be ready to take responsibility. जैसे मुखर्जी ने भी कहा था शुरू में, डटा रहूंगा, हटूंगा नहीं. Truthful reporting, accepting of faults. Of course. If we don't realize what our faults are, we'll not be able to fix them. So it is very important that we recognize what our faults are, what our shortcomings are, what our weaknesses are, and we try to fix them. So such people should be actually be appreciated, like who are admissive of their own faults. जो अपनी गलतियों को स्वीकार कर सकते हैं, ऐसे लोग प्रशंसा के पात्र हैं. Okay. Okay, so thank you so much for this wonderful discussion. Let us come to our second activity, integrity. अब हम लोग इंटेग्रिटी के बारे में बात करेंगे। इंटेग्रिटी इज ऑल्सो वन ऑफ द कोर वैल्यूज ऑफ BSF। तो आप अपनी टीम को 0 से 10 तक इस वैल्यू पे, इंटेग्रिटी पे कितने मार्क्स देना चाहेंगे? Okay, 10 or 10 or 10 on 10. Okay, so we can again see, like, very high scores coming in for integrity. Right. So again, we can see, like, like some very good high scores coming in for integrity. So for an extremely important operation in the forces, such as like the BSF, it is very important that everyone who is working from the grassroots level, person like who is being deployed at the border with a gun, to the top person who is making the decision, everyone should have that sense of integrity, that value of integrity. That whatever we are going to be doing it, we should be doing it in the right way. Yeah. So I'll not, I'll not trigger this discussion what we can do to strengthen your integrity, because I believe like integrity is already built very, very strongly in BSF. However, still, I mean, integrity can be built further. I mean, we can do things to increase, to build integrity as well. But I'm not going to trigger this discussion because integrity is already a very strong component of BSF. Okay, let us come to a third value, that is inclusion. अब inclusion की हम लोग बात करते हैं। सबका साथ सबका विश्वास, सबका साथ सबका विश्वास, सबका साथ सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास। तो सबको साथ में लेने की हम लोग बात चल रहे हैं। तो यहाँ पर आप अपनी टीम को कितने मार्क्स देंगे? Okay, so 10, 8, 10, 7, okay, so we can again see some very high scores coming in. 10, 8, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9, 8, 7.5, okay, 8, 8, 9. So inclusiveness, जैसे हमारे corporate sector में जब हम लोग ये trainings करते हैं, तो inclusiveness becomes a very important factor. It becomes like one of the challenges in the private sector. I'm glad that challenge is not that prevalent in the forces, which is very important, because forces में आपको सबको साथ में लेकर चलना पड़ता है. I mean, every jawan has to keep the back of the other jawan. अगर आप दूसरे बंदे का सहारा बन के नहीं चलेंगे, तो मतलब है कि पूरा ऑपरेशन जो है वो फेल हो जाएगा. इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि सबको इंक्लूड करना पड़ता है हमें इनिशिएटिव में. So if I were to ask you this question, that what can you do to strengthen your team to believe in this value? अगर हम लोगों को इंक्लूसिवनेस अपने टीम में बढ़ानी है, ज्यादा अच्छी करनी है, तो हम लोगों को एज अ लीडर हम लोगों को क्या क्या स्टेप्स लेने चाहिए? As a leader, what should we do to improve this value inclusion in our team members? Collective decision making. Thank you, Sitaram sir. Collective decision making is one very interesting way of doing it. That I am not going to be an autocratic boss. I'm going to be a team player. So that is one way of this. हमारे जैसे अलग-अलग leadership styles होते हैं. तो जैसे हमारा जो टॉप लीडरशिप स्टाइल होता है, दैट इज एन ऑटोक्रेटिक लीडरशिप स्टाइल, दैट इज माय वे और हाईवे. आपने सुनी होगी कहावत माय वे और हाईवे. सो दैट इज लाइक वन ऑफ द लीडरशिप स्टाइल्स, कि एक ऑटोक्रेटिक लीडरशिप स्टाइल है. दूसरा होता है लेजर फायर, कि भाई जो हो रहा है उसको होने दो. लेजर फायर, जो हो रहा है उसको होने दो. वो नीचे वाला होता है. इसके बीच में हमारे बहुत सारे लीडरशिप स्टाइल्स होते हैं. पार्टिसिपेटिव लीडर्स भी होते हैं, कंसल्टिव लीडर्स भी होते हैं. तो leadership style and decision making, we are taking everyone into consideration. Training and exercise, of course. So training and exercise, जैसे joint exercises होते हैं, trainings होती हैं. तो यहाँ पे जब लोग एक साथ आते हैं, एक साथ ट्रेनिंग करते हैं, एक साथ एक्सरसाइज करते हैं, एक साथ आइस ब्रेकिंग करते हैं, एक साथ ड्रिल्स करते हैं, तो उसमें जैसे एक कोहेसिवनेस, जैसे आप लोगों ने बात की थी, कोहेसिवनेस की भावना पैदा होती है, एक साथ काम करने की भावना पैदा होती है. So yeah, so thank you very much Anand ji for that. A recognition of efforts and ideas. Of course, like we have to recognize the efforts of the people. If somebody is taking initiatives, we have to recognize that. And as Sanjay ji also said, that sometimes we have to screen those people as well, because we don't know what decision, in what situation the decision was taken. Democratic way of functioning. Okay, that's an interesting aspect, Ramesh. Thank you very much for that. Democratic way of functioning. Train, brief, appreciate, own example, value of knowledge of member. Of course. That is a very important thing, Sanjay ji, that you just mentioned. Value of the knowledge of the member. That means like आपके साथी कितना जानते हैं, अगर आप उसको appreciate करेंगे तो आप औरों से सीख सकते हैं. If you don't appreciate the knowledge of your colleague, if you don't appreciate the knowledge of your co-worker, then you will not be able to learn from him. Okay, so that becomes a very important factor out here. So thank you very much. Knowledge about the profession. कि आप जो काम कर रहे हैं आपको वो मालूम होना चाहिए. Thank you very much, Mishra ji, for that. Professional approach. Of course, like, you know, we are in a professional organization, so we have to take a professional approach. We cannot take like a head desi or you know, like a emotional approach to things all the time. We have to take a very professional approach, because our actions are going to, I'm sorry, I'll just have a sip of water. Our actions are going to impact others. Sports, community eating, living, buddy system, grievance redressal, etc. Yes, Rawat sahab, absolutely, absolutely. And this happens in the private sector also. जैसे हम लोग, जैसे जिसको हम लोग टीम बॉन्डिंग कहते हैं ना सर, तो बॉन्डिंग करवाने के लिए प्राइवेट सेक्टर में बहुत सारी चीजें हम लोग करते हैं. जैसे पीपल गो ऑन रिट्रीट्स, बाहर वेकेशन के लिए चले गए और रिट्रीट में एक रिजॉर्ट में रह के वहां पे टीम बॉन्डिंग हो रही है. तो बॉन्डिंग के लिए बहुत सारी चीजें की जाती है. सेटिंग एग्जांपल्स, ऑफ कोर्स, लाइक रोल मॉडलिंग, सेटिंग द राइट एग्जांपल्स, शेयरिंग द क्रेडिट, ऑफ कोर्स, मुखर्जी दा. Less autocracy, more participative. Of course, like, you know, our leadership style is less autocratic and more participative. Value addition by last end of chain in policy making.
Arvind,
Okay,
this
okay,
is
okay.
interesting, I guess. So
Yeah, this is really
if
interesting.
Shekhar ji can help us understand more and maybe discuss on voice, I think that would be great. Do you think so?
Actually, what is happening that in forces, people, those who are sitting in higher headquarters, they are making policies, or even sometime even force people are not consulted, and ministries or government level the decisions are being made. Now, when we try to implement those decisions on ground level, it creates a lot of confusion, lot of problem, and lot of things remains to be integrated. Support system is not prevalent, and this is somewhat creates a kind of confusion, and people are not very clear how to deal with this situation and how to cope up with the matter. Now, a policy is made, then it becomes very difficult to modify or amend that. So while framing certain things, if it feedback from the field formation and the lowest level, those who are going to implement those policies, if they are consulted at that very moment, one can make a good policy which is implementable and as well as yield good results.
Thank you, Shekhar ji. Thank you for that input. Arvind, over to you.
Thank you, Vani. Thank you, Gupta sir. That was like an amazing input from you. Okay, so we'll move on. And thank you very much all for those responses. Okay, so we'll move further. Professionalism, like, so we discussed professional. Somebody actually mentioned professionalism in the comments, that we have to be professional. So when we talk about professionalism, and professionalism is again, like, you know, one of the challenges which exists in the corporate sector. So private sector में जैसे है, companies struggle and they come to us कि भाई हमारे लोग उतने professional नहीं है, तो उनके अंदर उतना discipline नहीं है, professionalism की जो बात होती है वो नहीं है. तो professionalism में आप कितने marks देंगे अपनी टीम को? Okay, so like we have a lower score also. Okay, so we have, okay, in this area, like we have some lower scores. Okay, Mukherjee, are you here?
Yes, sir, I'm here, sir.
Okay, sir. So if you could explain, sir, I mean, why would like how we can go about, addressing this professionalism issue?
Actually, what happens in government sector, which I am facing nowadays, the people who have been recruited as a professional after 20 years or 25 years of his service, the technology and the whole setup of the system has changed.
Right.
It has taken a digital leap. And that person who has been enrolled before 25 years is not professionally competent today. Is not at all fit for his job.
Right.
However, being a government institution and a government job, he will stay till the age of 60. The professional level of the organization is definitely going to suffer. You cannot you cannot make professionalist by a professional person by writing karam yogi and other things. They have to be then again trained and to cope up with the advancement of the technology and other things.
Right. So basically, like the skills have to be
obviously
updated. Yeah.
Skill,
So like,
attitude, approach, and for you try to visualize our children nowadays are more savvy. A 7 or 8 years old son or daughter is more savvy with the mobile than many of us.
Absolutely, I can't agree more.
So you think about the troops then. After 20-25 years of their service, the training portion or the environment for the training in the government setup is not up to the mark. The professional level has reduced like anything.
Right. And that is something that we hear from other organizations as well when we do the training, government organizations में कि मतलब professionalism की कमी है. So that is like one of the important points that you mentioned, Mukherjee, कि technology is one of the factors. Technology is definitely one of the factors where people are not updated on their skills. But you also mentioned that there are certain other things such as behaviors, attitudes. And behavior attitudes are also as important as technological know-how. तो हम लोगों को टेक्नोलॉजी तो चलिए हम लोग सीख लेंगे, लेकिन हमारे बिहेवियर्स में, हमारे एटीट्यूड में मतलब एक चेंज आना चाहिए बिकॉज सोसाइटी चेंजेस, द वे द पीपल आर टॉकिंग चेंजेस. I mean, the way a new recruit has come down, like he thinks in a different way. So to deal with him, we cannot deal the same way we were dealing, 25 years back. So we also have to, influence our attitude. So thank you very much, Mukherjee, for mentioning
but
that.
Arvind, don't you think so? This is a problem not only in government organization. This is one big problem, Mukherjee ji, that every organization is facing these days. There's a shift. That there are new people coming in and the old. So that's how the upskilling and reskilling needs to be. I see Amrendra ji also rated a little less there, and even Sandeep ji. So if they can share as what is the other way of looking at, maybe Satya ji has talked about technology. We can explore the other dimensions too. Less of professionalism. So input from Sandeep ji and Amrendra ji would be great enough.
Apart from what Mr. Mukherjee have told, he has very rightly pointed out the shortcomings. Apart from that, there is another big issue regarding low medical category people. With the advent of age, with the passage of time, the person is not able to keep, his health in the very optimum stage. So the promotion is always linked with shape 1 category. That means the person should not be having any ailment. What happens around 10% of the force personnel, they are no medical category. When they are, told that there is no possibility for them to attain any promotion, so they don't exert that much and they are not motivated. They don't even take care of health. Although despite our, guidance to them, we try to uplift their medical category, but they are already clear that unless they obtain shape 1 category, they are not able to attain the promotion. They are not able to achieve the promotion. So certain kind of relaxation should be there. There should not be, shape 1 and, promotion less category. In certain category, low medical category should be there, which could, take care of the promotions also. So that way, the person can be motivated to this kind of a schemes. This is what I feel. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandeep ji. I mean, yes, I do also understand logically what you're saying is absolutely correct. In the sense that if somebody is his health or her health is the foreground for things or the performance, until unless it's not that deterrent, I think still the person has all the intentions and has proved. So that should not be deterrent. Great one, Sandeep ji.
I would like to add this, Bhatti. I would like to add to what Mr. Sandeep and Mr. Satyabrata said. So it is not only, yes, it is one factor of a medical category, the fitness, but at the start, ab initio, what we say, once somebody, like, I'm talking mainly of the constabulary, but in the other entries also, lateral entries or initial entries, we have seen after around 32 years of service, we have seen a like dip in the fitness and the motivational level of what the lot we are getting. As I think someone said, that very clear shift is there कि नौकरी करनी है इसलिए करनी है, इसलिए अब कुछ नहीं मिल रहा, चलो ये फौज में भर्ती हो जाओ. So instead of that, it should be that yes, we are going to a force, we are going to a uniformed force, which has to be fitness. The fitness is the basic this thing for fitness must have. They report to us after 1 year of training, and once they are tested, initially they have to be tested once they report to their concerned battalions, and almost 50 to 60, 70% don't perform. So that is not only training part, that is more motivation also. वो यही जो what I am saying कि नौकरी करनी तो चलो यही सही, कुछ नहीं तो यही सही.
बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं सर आप. और इनफैक्ट ये एक attitudinal change that that is there in I see. I mean, I'm sharing it as my point of view, but this shift is there in the society as an all. Armendra ji और संजय जी, आप दोनों ने भी कम रेट किया था. If you can share why? Because I'm saying एक अलग dimensions निकल के आ रहे हैं, and I think that makes learning better. Armendra ji.
Yes, madam. In addition to what Sandeep and my friend Mukherjee has said, I would like to add, madam, that today I am rating our organization as professional on the scale of professionalism at the rate of 5. Had it been 1971 or something beyond that, professionalism in our organization was 10 out of 10. See, what is difference between those days and now? The basic, that character of our organization is, in general, is to have border management in larger sense, in addition to other duties, like my esteemed friend P.K. Singh has also added that there are many other spaces where our troops are employed. So, but basically what happening here is that indigenous interest in border management is dying day by day because of the adversities, remotism, and not recognition by see a very hard-working man working at the border for years together is not recognized. And what happens after a year or so is his intention of doing good for himself, for the organizations, is dying day by day. So one issue is this, madam, that basic character of our organization and the leadership is structured like a collective leadership, not a very individual style of leadership as the corporates are having. So here, the people are exposed to a particular set of environment of working for years without recognition. Hence, their impetus to do better, and to yield more result is dying every day. Second, madam, that issue is any professional has to be brushed up with the training tools to cope up with the new challenges. In years together, our organization has failed to impart required section battle drill, platoon battle drill, company battle drill. You will hear sometime in your ear. It is not happening on the ground. Our deployments earlier was not less than a platoon. Now we are told to deploy in a section, and even we are forced to split a section into two parts at a particular place to manage both, where there is no section battle drill. They are not taught how to deal with, independently standing 1 person and 2 person. The same setup of duty we are doing in SAPs here. In training modes, the issue is different. And when we are going at border for performing professionalism, that structural deployment is totally adverse. So because of this mismatch, we are also, decaying every day our professionalism. Third part is, madam, that adding to that new trend, that internet and mobile, and as Mr. Bhatti said, that here the people is lacking, Desh Seva. Coming here for Desh Seva, they are coming here for paid seva. So whatever that money is given, they want to convert into shares, invest in their banks. Nothing that they want to do with their professional proportionately. Keeping all these 3-4 aspects in general, holistically, I rated my organization going down from that scale of 10 to 5. I am quoting you one of the example, madam, a very very touchy example. In an organization, we lay tent. In South Bengal, madam, we have a group where social activities are being done, and then one of the battalion and under one sector, they had gone for that competition of laying tent. See, we have to lay tent for accommodation of our troops. So this type of training is very rare. Generally, we don't hear. What we are hearing, out of anything, see, evacuation of falna, chilna, this dance, wo dance, school ka, wo ka, it all related to the public, that base management. Basic core issues of our professionalism is lacking, and our managements are ignoring this. So the border, that vast border of our country, needs to have a trained professionals, BSF, who can guard them on ground, pitched on the ground, lying on the ground, and dying for the ground. Thank you, madam.
I think very well put, Rendraji. I'm glad that we pointed out and you explained it in such a way. Similar sentiments were shared in the last batch also. And trust me, this is not with BSF, this is everywhere. I have seen organizations who have touched 20-25 years and then there's an erosion. Of course, the kind of quality of people we are getting, and at the same time, management not, being able to keep the values intact. And with BSF, where it is almost like, it is any decision is between life and death. There, if there is a lack, it's a big red flag. Amren ji and group, again, I'm sorry, I'm just taking more time. Sorry, Arvind, I just hijacked.
It's all right. It's okay.
It's a good discussion that we are having. This question is for everybody, as pointed out, and this particular thing is known to everybody in the group. It's nothing we are discussing or BSF here. What do you think? What are the 3 big changes or decisions the leadership at BSF need to take to get back to the 1970s professionalism, as Arvind Singh sir is talking about? So the question is, what are those strong, tough decisions that, or what are the themes of those decisions that as a leadership or as this organization, a critical organization for the country, needs to take for getting this to a highest of order? The question is open to the group. Feel free to use mic and say. Sethuram sir says training regularly, great one. Anybody else who can just share it on mic, that would be great. Anand ji, आप कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे इस पे?
हाँ, ये इसमें प्रोफेशनलिज्म का या लैक ऑफ प्रोफेशनलिज्म की बात जो भी आ रही है, प्रोफेशन क्या है पहले वो स्पेसिफाई हो जाए तब प्रोफेशनलिज्म आएगा. As we have discussed in the morning session also, now also, that BSF का रोल केवल बॉर्डर मैनेजमेंट नहीं है. BSF का रोल बॉर्डर पर भी, ईस्टर्न बॉर्डर पर डिफरेंट सिनेरियो है, वेस्टर्न बॉर्डर पर डिफरेंट सिनेरियो है, LC पर डिफरेंट सिनेरियो है, ANO में अलग रोल है. तो मिलिट्री एट्रीब्यूट या मिलिट्री पार्ट ऑफ ट्रेनिंग BSF में कभी प्रोफेशनलिज्म में लैक नहीं पाया जाता है, या लोग एक्सपेक्ट करते हैं वैसा डिलीवर भी करते हैं. बट चेंजेस हैं, और चेंजेस है. प्रोफेशनलिज्म की बात करते हैं तो आप एक पर्टिकुलर ट्रेड के लिए, एक पर्टिकुलर रोल के लिए किसी को ट्रेन करते हैं तो उसका यूटिलाइजेशन है. यहाँ शिफ्ट होता है. आज बंगाल बॉर्डर पे लगे हैं तो उसके बाद नॉर्थ ईस्ट चले गए, उसके बाद ANO चले गए, फिर वेस्ट. तो चेंज, सिनेरियो चेंज है. तो और टेन्योर पॉलिसी है, जो किसी एक पर्टिकुलर ट्रेड में आपने उसको ट्रेंड किया है, बट ही इज नॉट बीइंग यूटिलाइज्ड फॉर दैट. लगातार उसका उस तरह का यूटिलाइजेशन नहीं है. कोई वाटर विंग में या वाटर बॉर्डर को गार्ड कर रहा है तो फिर डेजर्ट में करना है. तो जो लोग एक पर्टिकुलर एनवायरनमेंट में काम कर रहे हैं वो लोग उसके लिए काफी ट्रेंड है. BSF की ट्रेनिंग पैटर्न को, या पहले जो काफी मिलिट्री ओरिएंटेड था, जब BSF खड़ी हुई थी तब से वो ऑप्स ऑफ वॉर, माइनर टैक्टिक्स, ये सब था, जहाँ सेक्शन प्लाटून, इस सब की बातें हो रही थी. अब वो चेंज होकर के पुलिस रोल पर आ गया. एक्सपेक्टेशन इज डिफरेंट एंड प्रोफेशनल कंडक्ट इज, उसी हिसाब से जजमेंट होता है कि कैसा प्रोफेशनल कंडक्ट है. अब आप अगर जंगल वारफेयर से या बॉर्डर में LC के एनवायरनमेंट से सेक्शन प्लाटून ड्रिल और वार एनवायरनमेंट से निकाल करके इलेक्शन बूथ पर अगर उसको इस्तेमाल करेंगे फौज को, तो जो वही ड्यूटी कर रहा है लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की पुलिस के साथ, उसके साथ आपका कंपेयर हो जाता है. तो कंपैरिजन इस डिफरेंट सिनेरियो में डिफरेंट लोगों के साथ हो रहा है. इसलिए प्रोफेशनल जो एथिक्स हैं हर ड्यूटी के अलग हैं. उस तरह से हमेशा ड्यूटी कर नहीं रहा है. थोड़े दिन करेगा वैसे ही हो जाता है. इट इज नॉट वेरी बैड, कहते हैं स्कोर इतना बैड नहीं है, लेकिन ये वैसा नहीं है जैसा होना चाहिए कि अगर प्रोफेशनली आर्मी कर रही है वही काम आप उसी सिनेरियो में कर रहे हैं तो शायद में एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन तौर पे BSF ने टफ कंपटीशन देगी. बिल्कुल थोड़ी देर बाद ही वो चेंज होकर के वो रन में लग जाएगा, कहीं वो डेजर्ट में लग जाएगा, फिर बांग्लादेश बॉर्डर पे लग जाएगा तो उसके ऊपर स्मगलिंग के आरोप लग जाएंगे. वहां डीलिंग ही अलग है. थोड़े दिन वहां जब काम करता है तो उसकी अलग काम करने की शैली डेवलप हो जाती है. दैट वे प्रोफेशनलिज्म को हम इस तरह, क्योंकि आपके जो बॉसेस हैं इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिए, पुलिस के बॉसेस जो हैं आपके ऊपर भरोसा नहीं करते. आपकी इन्वेस्टिगेटिव स्किल्स उतनी ना, आप उसके लिए ट्रेंड किए गए हो ना आपने वो काम किया है. आपने काम की मिलिट्री ट्रेनिंग बेस है, बाकी बॉर्डर मैनेजमेंट बेस है. तो उस एरिया में बीएसएफ की प्रोफेशनल कंडक्ट अच्छा है और इसको सीखते हैं लोग कि बॉर्डर को मैनेजमेंट करना है तो कैसे करना है। बीएसएफ और भी अदर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन या एसएसबी हुआ तो बीएसएफ के लोगों ने जाकर के वहां कैसे डिप्लॉयमेंट करना है, कैसे बॉर्डर मैनेजमेंट करना है। तो बीएसएफ हैज टू लर्न नथिंग फ्रॉम अदर एजेंसीज, ये टीच कर रही है बॉर्डर में, लेकिन जिस काम को करती है उसी को करेगी। दूसरा काम कराएंगे तो प्रोफेशनल उसको डेवलप करने में टाइम लगता है, बस इतना ही फर्क है। बाकी प्रोफेशनलिज्म में कोई कमी नहीं आती, तो चेंज ओवर या फिर स्विच ओवर का ही फर्क पड़ता है।
जी बिल्कुल सही कहा आनंद जी आपने। और इनफैक्ट अगर वही है ना कि जिसका जो एक्सपर्टीज है, जिसने इतने साल बैठ के उस पर अध्ययन और उस पर वो किया है, प्रैक्टिस किया है, और आप उसको शिफ्ट कर रहे हैं और बार बार शिफ्ट कर रहे हैं। ऐसा नहीं है कि एक बार शिफ्ट हुआ तो आप उस स्किल को भी दोबारा सीख गए, लेकिन आपका बार बार शिफ्ट है, विच अगेन इज डेट्रीमेंटल, बिकॉज आप ये बोल रहे हैं कि अब मैंने इसमें निपुणता हासिल कर ली है, अब आप दूसरी जगह शिफ्ट हो गए, अब आप तीसरी जगह शिफ्ट हो गए। सो आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड द पेन एंड सर बिल्कुल सही बोला है, क्योंकि यही सिमिलैरिटी पूरे बैचेस में ही देखी गई है। And thanks to everyone of here who have been so nicely describing, discussing about it. Very well point sir said. सेतुराम जी, आपने एक पॉइंट निकाला, आपने बोला लीडरशिप हैज टू रीगेन फेथ एंड इट्स इन its integrity and restore pride in the organization at various levels. ये इसकी अभी तक बात नहीं हुई थी, आप कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे इस पे?
Period of time has come to a state where the leadership at various levels, they believe only in punishing when something goes wrong. But there is nobody to really guide and hold somebody's hand and teach him what is right. When you don't tell him what is right, then you have got no right to judge what is wrong, because he has done what he thinks is right. So unless we have a policy on this term, on this, and everybody is aware about it, judging a person on what he has done, I think that is a little difficult for the person on the lower end to understand. And the second thing is restoring pride. It is related in a way that to what the topics have already been discussed. People are expected to be supermen, do all sorts of things, and good things and bad things. And the pride which a soldier used to have, that I'm a soldier, I'm representing the nation, that is no longer there. It has become a normal government job. And that is affecting the professionalism among the men.
Very, very rightly said, Seturam ji. Thanks for that, this thing. Arvind, I mean, sorry, Kulwan ji has actually wrapped it up in such a great way. He says BSF needs to stick to its basic character. I mean, I think this is one of the best, precise, pointed input. Arvind, over to you for taking it forward. Sorry, I took a lot of your time.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. That's perfect.
But I think this group is now getting into that discussion mode, and I wanted to use this opportunity so that they can, bounce off ideas. Over to you, Arvind.
Of course. And yeah, and the whole idea about this 5-day engagement is that, like we get into this discussion mode and we learn from each other. कि 3 दिन के बाद मतलब है कि अनंत सर ये नहीं कहें कि एक्सटर्नल डायरेक्टिव था इसलिए हम आए हैं, इंटरनली वो अपने आप आने की।
अरविंद, आपने उसको लगता है कुछ ज्यादा ही सीरियसली ले लिया। आनंद सिंह जी बहुत पॉजिटिव हैं और नहीं तो वो ऐसे शेयर नहीं करते। एनीवे, अजय जी ने कहा ओवर कमिटमेंट कॉजेज लैक ऑफ ट्रेनिंग, लैक ऑफ प्रमोशंस, लैक ऑफ मोटिवेशन। आई थिंक दैट रियली रेजोनेट्स विद व्हाट आनंद जी सेड कि ओवर कमिटमेंट है, टू स्ट्रेच्ड, you're doing all wherein you're not doing anything, then you tend to fill up, or there are gaps. Arvind, take the next one if you wish to. Prakhar Trivedi ji ne bhi likha hai kuch.
Okay. Okay, yeah, of course. Trivedi Saab, like this point actually, like this point is there across all government organizations. This is actually a big problem that is coming in the universities as well. एडहॉकिज्म इतना ज्यादा है कि एडहॉक बेसिस पे ही वैकेंसीज फिल हो रही हैं. वैकेंसीज की अगर अनाउंसमेंट हो भी जाती है तो भी उसकी फुलफिलमेंट हो नहीं पाती है, परमानेंट पोस्टिंग्स हो नहीं पाती हैं. इसलिए जो बंदा एडहॉक पे है, मतलब इट लाइक लाइक almost like 3/4 of his working life, the person is working as an ad hoc person in an organization. Imagine like a person like who is kind of pushing 50 years is still working as an ad hoc person in an organization in a hope that he will become permanent, like in a couple of years, and those couple of years are not coming in. So this is a problem across organizations, Trivedi Saab, which we have witnessed, and and you actually pointed out, like you just hit the nail. जैसे एकदम ऐसे ना कि जहां पर चोट करनी चाहिए थी आपने वहां पे चोट की, कि ये मतलब है कि ये इशू सॉल्व करना बहुत ही ज्यादा जरूरी है, कि मतलब है कि लोगों को एडहॉक से आप किस तरह से परमानेंट पे लेकर आ जाएं, ताकि दे कैन स्टार्ट वर्किंग डिलिजेंटली फॉर द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन विदाउट बीइंग वरीड, without being stressed about where they have to go in their career. So thank you very much for that. And now that we are running out of time, so I would just like to put some final words before concluding the session. So किसी भी organization में, like any organization for that matter, whether it is a government organization or it is a non-government organization, like every organization goes through 3 or 4 phases. The first phase is a startup phase, जब organization नया नया बनता है. फिर उसके बाद एक growth phase होता है, when organization grows. Third is a maturity phase, when maturity starts happening in an organization. And finally, like fourth stage is a decline stage. अभी डिक्लाइन स्टेज में क्या होता है कि ऑर्गेनाइजेशन मतलब है ऑर्गेनाइजेशन थोड़ा परिपक्व हो जाता है, मतलब है कि थोड़ा सा मैच्योर हो जाता है, और मैच्योरिटी के बाद वो नीचे आना शुरू हो जाता है. अब उस नीचे आने के बाद जब वो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नीचे आने लगता है, तो हम उसको या तो उसको नीचे से नीचे आते 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 उसको खत्म कर सकते हैं, या उसको रिवाइटलाइज कर सकते हैं, दोबारा से उठा सकते हैं, उसको दोबारा से रिन्यू कर सकते हैं. तो हर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में कभी ना कभी ये समय आता है, और उस समय को हमें इंश्योर करना चाहिए कि अगर हम लोग उस डिक्लाइन फेज में आ रहे हैं, तो उस डिक्लाइन फेज को किस तरह से हम लोग रिवाइटलाइज कर सकते हैं, रिन्यू कर सकते हैं, ताकि दोबारा से हमारा कर्व ऊपर जाना शुरू हो जाए. आई जस्ट क्विकली ड्रॉ दिस फॉर यू हियर. जैसे ये हमारा स्केल है, और ये हमारा कर्व है. अब हम लोग यहां से यहां गए, फिर हम लोग या तो यहाँ नीचे आ सकते हैं, यहाँ से उठ के दोबारा ऊपर जा सकते हैं. So या तो हम लोग नीचे आके we can kind of perish, or we can revitalize again. So it is very important that as leaders we think about revitalization, we think about renewal. कभी भी हम लोगों को ऐसा लग रहा है कि हमारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में लेट बैकनेस आ रही है, एक लेटेंसी आ रही है, तो उसे हमें एड्रेस करना पड़ता है. And once we address that, once we identify what the situation is, we address that, then again we can take the organization back to the heights where it was. So with that being said, thank you very much for a very patient listening. You have been an amazing audience. I loved being there for you. Again, I apologize. I mean, I was not keeping good health. So my voice was bad. Tomorrow we'll meet again for a very interesting discussion. We are going to have this session one more time. And with that being said, thank you very much. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Arvind. And with participants, what we have shared in this session, we would be talking about it in detail when we go ahead, and what can be discussed. This session was basically a precursor to bring out back our awareness into what kind of impact that as leaders we would like to leave or contribute to the organization that we are part of. I would now say that let's go for a small break. We resume at 16:12 with a session, a lighter session or a great session on thinking big picture with Dr. Dega. So we resume at 16:12. I was just, yeah. Kaise?
बहुत बढ़िया. Thank you very much.
Very good. Good. I really like this attitude. Great. Part of, listening them right since the
Yes.
kickoff meeting.
Yes.
Yeah. Great, great. I'm sure you're going to have good learning experience and fun while
Absolutely.
interacting with people who are very clear about what they are doing and what they want to do. So it's always great. Okay, Soumyadev, over to you.
Yes. Hi. So I hope everyone is back. We'll start the next official session. So the next session is titled Thinking Big Picture. So in this next session, we'll try and reinforce our previous learnings a little further. So in this session, हम एक साथ explore करेंगे कि big picture जो thinking है, ये क्या होता है? Why and how this big picture thinking is beneficial to us and can be beneficial to us. And we learn of a few thinking traps जो stand करता है in the way of thinking big, and we'll try to discuss ways around them. So to take this session, to facilitate this session, we have Dr. Deva. So I'll formally introduce him. Dr. Deva is a seasoned professional with over 35 years of experience, with substantial experience in finance and banking, both in India and Middle East. He has taught finance subjects in leading business schools in Noida, and he's been teaching in Amity, Mumbai, and is currently handling sessions of BBA, MBA, and PhD students in Mumbai. And he's, has a fantastic work experience working with large-scale financial institutions, government agencies, and consulting profiles with big firm and government firms in the real estate industry. So Dr. Deva, I would like to hand over the session to you now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Soumyadev. And good afternoon and welcome everybody to this session. Welcome to the DIGs. And I've been watching this session since morning, and I noticed a lot of wonderful things which directly pertain to my segment, which is thinking big picture. So basically flowing from the Panch Prana of the Prime Minister. So for example, you got to look at, have a systems approach or a holistic approach. You have to think about the nation. So that's the big picture. We can't be divided on smaller, geographies or locations. So many things, I'll try to link them as we go along. So before we do that, let me just share my screen with you. And this is the second session, which is an interactive workshop on thinking big picture. So for the next 90 minutes, maybe 65, 70, 80 minutes, we will be discussing all of this, which is, just give me one moment. Sorry, just one. So we'll be looking at what is this whole idea behind the big picture? What are the benefits of that? And how can one go about thinking the big picture? And whereas all this looks good, but then, there is some problem over here, so there are some traps. So we need to get past that. We need to get through these various, situations which prevent us from seeing the big picture. And once we understand those, once we overcome those, we are looking ahead, and we're looking at a very positive way of how to emerge from this so-called perceived crisis, if you may say. Okay, so the starting point is there are 4 people who have come to a river in the night. I'm sure you could have seen.
Dr. Deva?
Yes,
Dr.
please.
Deva, sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Have you shared your PPT? We don't see it.
Oh, one second. I'm sorry, sharing screen. I'm sorry.
No issues, no issues.
I'm sorry. Can you get it now?
Yes, it's coming up.
Okay.
Now it is. You'll have to.
Yeah, I'll go back. Yes. So for the next 90 odd minutes, we'll talk about.
Dr. Deva,
yes,
sorry.
please.
Your notes are visible. So what I'll do is I'll share the PPT. Just let me know to toggle in between, right?
Oh, okay. Just
will that work?
No, one second. Is this okay now?
No, you have to reshare again.
Still not sharing.
Yes, now it is.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. Okay.
No issues, no issues.
Yeah. So when we're talking about the big picture thinking, I'll just quickly recap this. We need to understand what is this big picture, what are the benefits, how do you start thinking about the big picture? And like I said, since all of this looks very positive, but then we know that there is also the sort of negative things, the friction, the necessary evils which are pulling us back. So some of these we'll be discussing here. And once we realize that these are there, so we'll try to overcome them and go for a very positive view of things. So just to start and just to keep and I promise I won't keep a very, very, a heavy session on thinking. I try to make it as light as possible so that, the late afternoon you feel good and relaxed. So there are 4 people who come to a river in the night. So I'm sure you would have encountered many of these kind of small rivulets and small water bodies on the border areas. And there is a very narrow bridge which can hold 2 people at a time. Now, they have only one torch. And because it's nighttime, there could be some insects or some animals below this. So they have to use the torch when it's crossing. Now, there are 4 people, A, B, C, D, and they have different speeds and different confidence levels. So A can cross the bridge in 1 minute, B will take 2 minutes, C will take 5 minutes, D will take 8 minutes to cross the bridge. So now, basically, we need to find out how much time do they take to cross the bridge. So this is the classic case of sabka saath, sabka vikas. So all the people have to go together. You have to go to the other side because maybe there is some, some sort of risk or threat, and you're going to counter that. So may I request you to please send me some inputs into the chat box, through the chat box about how many minutes it would take for this entire operation to complete and the last man to go across the river. Yes, please. 18 minutes, 8 minutes. Okay. So I'm getting 2 responses, 8 minutes and 18 minutes, 10 minutes. Okay, so we will just sort of leave this over here for a moment and then come back to it at a slightly later point in time. Okay, so one of the things, so here's a story I'm sharing about Benjamin Franklin, and he was appointed the ambassador of France in 1778. So he noticed that, the Frenchmen, they are spending a lot of time and money doing their shoppings in the evenings with the usage of candles. So that is a very expensive thing. So he thought, why don't we do something to, minimize this? And he gave a classic example of an out-of-the-box thinking, something which people would not have thought around that. And what he said is that, let's pull the clocks back by 1 hour. So as a result of that, people will get out from their offices, and while the sun is not set, they will still be able to do their shopping, and shopkeepers will not have to spend so much. So research found out, in fact, in the letter which he wrote to the government, it said that there's a tremendous amount of savings of millions of francs at that point in time. So here was a simple thing and out-of-the-box thinking, which helped people to gain a lot of money and the entire economy to benefit from that. And this whole idea of switching the clock, it exists even today. So even today in the UK, you will have a situation of daylight savings time where the time gets adjusted. So in the normal course, we would say Indian time is GMT plus 5.5 hours, but during summer, it is GMT plus 4.5 hours. So that's about the out-of-the-box thinking. So if we can just quickly go back and let me see some chats. 17. Okay, wonderful. So how did you get a time of 17 minutes, Vikash, sir? Please feel free to chat or speak up.
Because One had to carry the torch and come back. So
Yeah, yeah.
the fastest one was supposed to do that.
Yeah.
And he'll be the last going through. He'll be going only once. So I mean the last at the last phase. So we added up all the other minutes.
Those trips in between.
Okay.
Fantastic, fantastic. So round of applause for him for this particular insight. And as I say this, I'm reminded of an operation which the military had done, you know, in that surgical strike. And the motto of the surgical strike was, don't leave anybody behind and don't leave anybody behind. So that was a fantastic thing, which many civilians would remember as something really fantastic. And this was this whole idea that the entire team has to pass. You can't afford to have anybody staying behind.